hire of the regulator. There's going to be active investigations going back to 2018 for overbilling, so we'll keep an eye out on that. They're all negative to start. And then Nike, finding its way back to Amazon.
Yeah, interesting story. Huge move after the close yesterday for Nike. They're raising prices first off, and then, yeah, as you said, back on Amazon after multi-year departure from that platform. So we are green still, but heading southbound here in a hurry for Nike, still trying to hold that $60 area, which if you zoom out is pretty key. But we've been talking about the D2C type idea for the Nikes of the world being more and more important. So lots to consider here, guys. Good morning.
Well, it's not that good for the market.
No.
At least not right now. We've been bleeding until literally just now. The market's been bleeding the entire way through. Like, it's almost nothing is going to be green. That said, I was just looking at CoreWeave here, which might challenge that $100 again. No, that said, there are some kernels of strength out there. We'll talk a lot about probably Bitcoin with that all-time high, still cruising. Snowflake, you saw last night, they had fantastic earnings and a great reaction to it. We have that Invitas that got a deal with NVIDIA, and of course that's going to make it rally, more of a small capper in there. But you really have to squint, because that deal, like this bill has all of the solar names cratering. Sunrun in particular down 40% right now for solar. Enphase all getting smoked. You had the healthcare fallout as well. All the healthcare names were down in the aftermarket. This is putting pressure on. I mean, Tesla's down 2%. NVIDIA was green, now it's red. So yeah, not a very good start to the morning unless you were holding shorts overnight. And it all started with that bond auction yesterday, because that was abject disaster for the markets. Markets were cruising higher, and then all of a sudden, it was kind of like the Bears came alive, like the Jays bats last night.
Yeah, it was a. Thank you. I'm just kind of logging in here to maybe sell some.
And he even cleaned it off. The whole
Yeah, I saw him in the
old school.
Yeah, I saw him previously. He was like. Getting that all figured out for us. Thanks, Randy, for cleaning all of that. Yeah, good short, Jay Lee, if you had that overnight. Yeah, welcome, everybody. 8:35. It's rainy here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's been raining for a couple of days. Hopefully it will stop pretty soon. Our baseballs will be rained out. Thanks, Randy, for that.
Yeah.
Tonight. Although,
well,
are plums supposed to be like rock hard? I don't know. It feels like
you can put this to a wall.
Terror's been played on that one.
Fastball action.
Yeah, but that deficit now being adding to that deficit with this tax bill, I mean, we did see yesterday, no one even talks about that 20-year, and then all of a sudden it just rifles to the downside there. As little prices getting near 5%, not going to be great for the market. And if you can yield 5% in the stock market, then, potential, or in the treasuries, then, that's going to take some money away from the market, right? If especially some of those stocks that are paying 3, 4, 5% yield, you can now get it risk-free. So that came off yesterday, and it looks like right now the NASDAQ continues to look a little bit lower. I'm going to be short the TQQs definitely at some point here today. Waiting, we have PMI 945. What PMI is it exactly? It's industrial, I believe. Manufacturing. So S&P Global Manufacturing PMI 945, and services right after that, back to back. So, again, PMI's been pretty good read. So if we do get a bump up due to that, I'm going to be looking more to get shorter. But yeah, look at crypto right now. I mean, we, what a move, right? Even just to be up like 6 or 7% from when we bought it on Monday or Tuesday, pretty incredible. Sharif mentioned when we stepped in here today that we crossed through 12,000. On this is, I don't know why I'm looking at this on Bitstamp, but it got to almost 12. It got to 11.9, but at the end of the day, it's definitely making moves higher. And there it is, man. Nice rejection of 12,000, but then a great hold at 10. So yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, new all-time highs on Bitcoin happened right in front of our face yesterday, went overnight. Now it's going to go again, and I think we take that level one more time. So, IBIT yesterday was a great trade at the end of the day. We definitely hammered that one. And yeah, I mean, to be able to hold overnight, I tried to hold a little bit into the aftermarket there, but we had this break right here, 61.20 yesterday afternoon, and that ripped and then rip. So nice move there. Congratulations to the Indiana Pacers. 3 times now they've come back with 7-point deficits in under a minute. It's only happened like 3 times in the history, and now they put 3 more this playoff. So
stats were absurd.
Maybe like, a team of destiny.
No team had ever had that lead. Specifically, it was like 14 points with however much time left in the playoffs, and it just never happened, that comeback. But
CoreWeave went to 114, by the way.
It did in the aftermarket. Well, CoreWeave is an absolute beast, but we'll see how much strength it's going to be able to hold up today, for sure. Like an absolute, it was a rocket ship most of the day yesterday, and we're talking about this in the aftermarket show. No, well, in the afternoon as well. Like as strong as it was, there were, you could make money short, but the better money obviously was to the long side. It's hard to be extremely bullish here today, but like if this starts trending again, you just want to be with the trend as opposed to against it. There is a small IPO today as well, so I think that's worth paying attention to. And just the other thing, I know a lot of people are going to be looking at that whole healthcare group. UNH has been a popular trade, but when you start having like why the healthcare names were gapped down was actually fundamental, right? That's why you see Humana down, CVS, that's all in the watch list. It'll be very key to see if the exuberant buying comes back into UNH, despite the fact that have some fundamental shift and kind of a headwind here for them right now. We talked about this. 280, a very important level if it gets tested today. 75 to 80, very important level for UNH. So far, actually not that bad. Like it didn't break through the overnight bottom. So, things that don't break lows on a morning like this, kind of good. It didn't break the low.
Yeah, UNH, that whole sector, definitely getting hit to the downside. Still like XLV, my favorite in that space. So, good morning so far. It's 8:40. Google looks like it might be the one to look at here if you're going to try to go bullish at some point today, up 1.14%. So that kicking it off after their big I/O announcement 2 days ago, really received not well during the moment, but really taken well yesterday before fading out all afternoon. So we'll wait to see what happens with Google, but starting to go back to the upside right there, bouncing off 168 might be a level there to look for buys in Google. But see now the futures are doing this. So it's like I was just in the middle of putting down some short ideas. I still got them, obviously, but maybe it's not a short after all. We'll see. Now that we're past the bill, now we've got this Bitcoin starting to go upside here. Oil's been going downside, so that's which that's sorry, Sharif? Right, yeah, exactly. So whenever you're getting increase in production, and then I don't think we're having a global recession or anything like that, which would obviously hurt oil, but you are coming back up to that 50-period moving average. We just talked about it last week on this move that oil had, and now it's fading right back down again. So yeah, I mean, it's GLD's on a 4-day win streak, so there's that happening as well. Back up to 305. Wow, good little dip by there at the 290. 4 days up if we hold today, which we may not. But yeah, lots of stuff happening there. Like I said, it's a cold day around here. I did check out some of the boardrooms. They're getting ripped up around here right now.
There's a lot that got
absolutely wild. The flooring's getting pulled up now. Studio 8 renovations are active.
They're coming through that wall today.
We have Satea coming through today for Adara, so that should be fun to get some news going on that, and we'll see how that all works out. So yeah, lots happening around here. I hope you guys are having a good start to your day, and the market's kind of flat, so I think we're all pretty happy, especially if you're a crypto holder. Did we ever get that poll up yesterday? How many viewers hold crypto?
I think we did. I just don't remember the results.
Do you remember what the results were? 50-50 or so? Andre can't remember. We'll get it all figured out.
Here it is.
Near around. Oh, it's still there.
Hold on a second.
What was it? Is it 50-50?
Boom. It was 53-47.
Oh, so no.
Sorry, 53 is no.
There we go.
Should have led with the yes there. But yeah, it's closer to 50-50. What's interesting is we did this, I don't know, 3 months ago? 4 months ago?
Man, maybe more.
Maybe it was like half a year ago. Less than a year, more than 4 months. And I think it was, 20 to 25%. Now, that could be two things. It could be some new people watching the show. Obviously, when Bitcoin's going, we get more people interested in watching live. So I don't wonder if you got to do it like a couple more times to get a better sense of it. Because that's a vastly different result than we got last time. Way different.
Desk.
Let's bring in Luis Barbado, our friend over in Barcelona, Spain, to touch on some small caps that have been running, not only today, Luis, but the past couple of days. We've had a few of these that have been pretty exciting once again. So first of all, welcome. How are you?
Welcome. Thank you very much, Brendan. It's been very good this week. Very active, the small cap war.
Yeah, let's talk about this NVTS. I want to start with that one specifically because, yes, it is lower price, but this is not necessarily a small float type of stock. I mean, it's 40 million shares here trading on this NVTS. There's news with NVIDIA, obviously. So, again, I want to start with this specifically because you take away that short float type of concept and then you add in they're teaming up with NVIDIA, and this may or may not trade the same.
Yeah, as you say, here the keyword is NVIDIA. Any small cap, even mid cap, could be considered this one. Once you have some words in the news like NVIDIA or Google partnership or something like that, the levels and the float and everything gets a little bit, relative important because the NVIDIA word, it's a lot for these kind of companies. And we have a gap up, of course. It's trading pretty strong yet. So we are not going to short front side this stock for sure. While it holds the VWAP, it holds pretty nice the higher lows all the time. If it fails breaking the $6 round number, we might see some short probability there with a tighter stop over the pre-market highs.
All right, let's go on. A ton of them to get through here. VIGL, another one up here, triple digits already this morning.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. This is some merger new, right?
You are correct. I just saw that as well.
So it doesn't matter how much it's going to go up. It shouldn't move if the merger is confirmed and is cash merger. So it's not a change from stock from the company who is buying VIGL. It shouldn't move a lot. So if you trade this stock, just look for 1-2 cents profit, a lot of rebates, a lot of volume, because it shouldn't move. If I insist, if the merger is confirmed and is cash merger.
Yeah, if it's for anyone who's looking for these in the morning, it's a good point. If you don't see this moving around, that is absolutely why. BDRX, another one here on the list.
Yeah, we have this one on the list. It's trading pretty sharp up, but we have a nice resistance in 190, 195, something like that from previous days. As you check the chart, or our chart, 1 hour or something like that, you could see some resistance in 190. $2, you have a pretty big resistance there, and it has a 77% probability red close. So we are going to go short on this one if the market open is not very strong and it start to trade below the open and below the VWAP. We will look for sure for the fill gap below 170, 160, 150, even it could go all the way down because of the red cross probability and the resistance overhead.
A few other smaller ones with much lower percentage moves here in the pre-market. Anything catching your eye specifically here, Luis?
Yeah, we are checking Milgo, MLGO. It's a Chinese company. It has a criminal record, we used to call it. If you check the chart, it's been 200, 300, 400% up some days. So with this kind of data, historical data, we might see a runner today. It has over 230, 250, could run up a lot. It's a Chinese, it's a very small float, as I want to remember. Let me check. It's, 20 million float. It's not that small, but it's Chinese. It's very, very volatile. When it gets crazy, we might see a nice short squeeze. And it's only around 60% red close probability. So it's very low comparing to the rest of the small cap. This is one we're looking at. And we're looking for KIDZ. This, if you check the chart, it's been a crazy movement up and then a lot of days going down and consolidating. You might see the first nice movement up today. If you compare to the chart, we try to always to look for similar charts in the past, and we have GPUS yesterday, which has very, very similar behavior, a crazy movement up, then a nice retracement for 5, 6, 7 days, and then we saw yesterday a very nice run up. So today we're looking for longs on this KIDZ.
A couple, I want to get your opinion on this because we have a couple of IPOs today that are on the small float side of things. MNTN is the first one. We didn't get much information on the company itself, but it's 8 million shares coming to market. They've obviously taken over another symbol here, but MNTN, and then the other one is HNGE, which is a little bit bigger, both coming to the NYSE today.
Yeah, if it's very, very small company like this MNTN, it's very tricky to trade because it can move very sharp. So your risk is not very tight sometimes. I recommend in this one to, I know it's a little bit more expert maybe level, but to check what's the underwriter, what's the big companies who is taking this into the stock market, what levels are they pushing and holding, so you can have some, let's say, safety levels to get out if you're wrong. Because otherwise, you check the level 2 when it opens, it's pretty much empty, so it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, lots to consider with those specifically. Always great insight. Luis Barreto over in Barcelona, Spain. Good to see you as always. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Say hi to Neil and Sean.
You just did, my friend. You just did.
Absolutely did, Luis. And always great to have him on here because small cappers, well, we even say this as I was about to say when we're having like a weekday, like sometimes the longs and finding a small capper is your way to go there. But the NASDAQ's about to go green. Who knew? But that NVTS, they're the ones with the NVIDIA deal. Usually it's like, if it's trending down and it's underneath the volume weighted average price, you don't like it too much. But I think if we're patient enough here, a couple of things to remember. Remember in the aftermarket, like it started to pulled back and made a nice bull flag here and shows you like 420 for support. So I don't want to completely key in on that, but if it's under the volume weighted average price, I think you wait for a test if you're looking for the longs down and around and into that 420 area. Always seems like that's a significant number on a small cap stock, whether it's 42 cents or $4.20. But yeah, that's where they pull back and wanted some support. So that'll be on watch for me today. It's done tremendous amounts of volume. What else does volume are things that get upgrades and downgrades, usually.
Hey, good morning, guys, and happy Thursday. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. All right, last night we had Snowflake reporting exceeding that expected move, guys. That's a good look for Snowflake there. We got that price upgrade to a target of $245 there. TJX in the morning, guys, yesterday morning that is, now getting another upgrade, a price of $150. Urban Outfitters was after the bell as well too, guys, a price target raised to 72. And then Zoom as well reported after the bell yesterday, guys, a price target raise of $100 to $100 that is. And then now some downgrades here, guys. We got Viasat, price target downgrade to $16. Then BD down to $185 here as well too, guys. Brooker, a price target of $40 now, and Vigil down to $8 there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom was disappointing last night because they had that big guide, and it's on the watch list as well. And I guess when we were talking about it, we sort of said it tried to chew through this 85, which is obvious. I mean, that's obvious resistance. I don't know, like, look at the lower high. It had a local top at 85 anyways, and it tried to chew through. When it was a very good guide, you would think that it would have had that power, but it got sold off the second it was underneath. So I think that's the key price to look at, right? It told you that yesterday. It was already a big level on the daily. Like even in some market strength, you need to see buyers above the 85. Maybe you can get longs into it, but yeah, it seems like for now it's a wall. And that's the thing. Like you can like a guide, you can beat on top and bottom, you can have all kinds of good numbers. Sometimes maybe it's market sentiment, where the stock has come from. We've rebounded so far. So anybody that was dip buying this on all the tariff concerns, like they're laughing, and maybe a lot of swing traders will hold into earnings, and if it doesn't cleanly break, they take some profits. It seems like maybe that's what's going on here with Zoom, because you couldn't really complain with anything too much in the report.
Yeah, I was looking at, I mean, again, we'll talk about Snowflake, we'll talk about that report, but $200 right there, trying to take out the 200 period moving average. If we can get above 200, that's looking pretty good for Snowflake. I mean, we've seen a nice little bounce higher here in the name. I'm going to try to, I still have some shares. I'm going to try to get out here some at 200 if we're able to do that there today. It looks like we probably get bumped up to that level. But again, up to a nice support, 200 back in 2022. 200 again back here in 2024, and it looks like in 2025 we're getting the opportunity to sell it out right now at 200 again. So, you know, we're long somewhere down into here. We've been holding this for a while. We didn't take advantage of that, so we'll see if we can take advantage of this. So I'm going to get out of some Snowflake here today for sure. I'm offering 199.50 right now on Snowflake. So hopefully that comes in. Maybe that comes in immediately there. But yeah, we'll talk about that as we get through earnings. But yeah, there it is. The NASDAQ is now green. ES still a little bit red. And yeah, Bitcoin kind of just hovering. So there it is, man. NASDAQ right back up to where we need to be for a green start. I'm still looking to go short 69 if we can get that into there from the futures. I mean, it did bump a little bit higher. You know, we got as high as 69.75, but we'll start looking at it if and when we get up here, not down here. We're not looking short. I don't have a problem punching short near the end of the day. We talked about that yesterday. Look what this move was once we finally broke this level right there. And then the low of the day was right here. Bang, you went down another $1 and a change into the lows before rallying, and then we lost it, and there's the loss again. Look at that, but you need to have volume, right? So right there at 3 o'clock as we entered power hour, the short hit again, and then we rallied into the close and then fell again. So looks like the market's a little weak there. Obviously, they're taking that bond auction pretty seriously there as yields are starting to raise and making the stock market a little less attractive. But okay, NASDAQ back to green. That's real nice to see. We'll see if the banks got hit a little bit yesterday. We'll see if that can last there today. Google's probably flying. That's going to be a good long for us at some point there as well. So yeah, good days ahead, it feels like today in the market.
Not wrong.
No. Well,
we're just talking about this lawsuit. Rumble, day lows here, down 0.6%. This was late in the afternoon yesterday, but the judge that was overseeing this anti-competitive lawsuit that Rumble filed against Google has just said, go away, essentially, and thrown the entire thing out.
they're looking for $2 billion, Brendo, not chump change. And what they were accusing was Google, in their search results, were prioritizing YouTube videos ahead of Rumble's videos. Shocking. I mean, obviously you got to prove that, and that requires obviously access to the algorithm or some way scientifically to prove that, Brendo. It looks like they didn't do that.
Yeah, getting hit here a little bit this morning. Worth keeping an eye out for. RUM. Sean, you were mentioning the banks. There was a note on Citigroup this morning, also downside here, but trying to bounce a little bit. Citi AI is going to require 150,000 employees. So a little bit of a hiring spree to boost their AI side of things for Citigroup back to the upside, but that was down significantly this morning.
Oh, yeah. That's really interesting. Look, what I've been waiting for, Brendo, is that deregulatory push that we're supposed to get from the Trump administration for these banks. A lot of what was spoken about during the administration was, you were kind of being kept back with capital requirements as well as mark-to-market accounting. A lot of these Biden-era or regulatory headwinds that were kind of keeping some of these down. We're supposed to be waiting for the deregulation push to come in Q3 and Q4. We saw a lot of these bank CEOs join Donald Trump in his Middle Eastern escapades there. So we'll see how they do.
Trying to drum up some business maybe. Goldman Sachs as well. There was a note from them on their Asian unit. They were reorganizing, downsizing ever so slightly their Asian unit as well. So GS here, guys, still green to the tune of about 0.25%.
Yeah, well, the thing about the whole red-green this morning is to remember how far we fell yesterday. So, some things are starting to come back a little bit here. It'll be a little bit deceiving because when it's that heavy, it's like how much more were you going to gap down overnight when you see something like that? XLF, however, the ETF, has broken. It's broken this upward trend, although it did it a couple times before, and that ended up being a buying opportunity. And we'll see what happens today, but it's now under support and probably needs to settle down. So I think I like XLF this year. It is one of the things that I want to be DCAing into, but now that it's broken the trend, I think I wait for the 50 period or 200 period test back in, or it can just find its own level at this point. But you're essentially in the first inning of the break of this trend, or I don't know, it's day 2 of the break of this trend. I don't know that I'm that interested in catching falling knives and things that are that close to the high. Like, let it settle down, make a bit of a level here. Clearly, yesterday was a really big shock to the market. So usually you want things to settle down. Like, I don't want to be like FOMOing into bounces. And the other way to think about what's happening with the banks is, just put the NASDAQ, I'll zoom this in. So this nice little bounce back into VWAP and still down. The NASDAQ, though, is pretty much getting right back into overnight highs. So you have some relative strength, or weakness, I should say, in the banking sector and the financial sector. So I'm not sure they've found their temporary bottom just yet.
Yeah, I've just been looking at JP Morgan for a minute. We almost got back to all-time highs there. We probably should have trimmed some there at 268, 270. Big mistake there. The next time we get up to 265, we will sell some of our position. We're still long at 230, so hopefully that will wind up holding somewhere there. But yeah, you saw the movement from yesterday. The whole market really started to come back in, right? And so I think if anything right now, if we're going to day trade, the banks are probably a short. No volume there today, but the market just turned green. Banks still red. The Citigroup name, the Citigroup mentioned there by Brendan is pretty interesting because, again, cutting some weight there, still downside play. Generally speaking, if you're going to cut some employees, we've seen year of efficiency and whatnot, but yeah, at Citigroup. And Citigroup's been a good stock as well, right? They didn't get as close to their all-time highs as JP did, but you got a nice rally from that bottom. I keep hearing about Citigroup being one of the better banks to look at. Yesterday, though, what new finance? We have that Hinge coming today, which is a healthcare name, like a new name trying to change that space. Well, Robinhood, instead of investing in JP or anything like that, Robinhood is at its all-time high. And I don't think it's all-time high. It's the most recent high right there. But let me double check that actually, because Robinhood must have been a lot higher during its pandemic, right? Hold on a second. Let me just go to a weekly chart here for Robinhood just to see. No, that is, okay, yeah, no, that's right. So I was going to say, forget about that little, look, its all-time high is going to be up there, but yeah, you're still breaking. That break right there of 60 was really the key thing, it looks like. Maybe that's going to be a good holding spot there for Robinhood. But yeah, let's just consider this a break higher. $67, right? If that's the high right there, it's almost $67 to the, right there, like almost to the penny. That goes all the way back to February of 25. So yeah, it looks like Robinhood, although not technically at its all-time highs, we're getting near high enough for us, right? So $67, a great break there for Robinhood if that ever happens. Looking back at all of that, SoFi, Robinhood. I know SoFi is a bank, Robinhood not, but this name is really, really working to the high side there, which makes me think that maybe we do get, where's my bull? Oh, I don't have Stream Deck open. I'll get it open. But maybe we get a bull run coming on Webull soon, because at some point maybe they catch a little bit of that. Yeah, there it goes. Some bullish action there on Webull. I always want to watch out for this. 300,000 shares in the morning. Better volume than many. So yeah, Webull could have a good opportunity here at 1250, especially if this market holds. Good bottom there from yesterday. So there we go, man. Talk about some big banks. Talk about some middle of the road and some new tech like Robinhood and SoFi. And then we'll go over to a recent list in Webull. We won't talk about eToro. We don't really trade that, as the spread is like 50 cents and the volume's not the greatest. But yeah, look, Bitcoin holding up, man. 11,600 right now, still holding on BTC. I'll have it up here all night. IBIT, I'm guessing, is going to be up from yesterday, obviously. There goes IBIT up another 3%, man. Amazing. So just what a great move up here. I don't plan on selling. In fact, I've been buying more. Google 172. People are talking. I thought it was not a mistake, but I was like, oh God, I got filled at 103. But still not bad at all. And then Cardano's moving. Ethereum's back to 26.5 or so as well. So that's had a nice little run up. Look what Google's been doing this AM. Look at this stock here on Google. It's like, huh? Like literally stairway to heaven right there. Like it's just like do, like, little bit of a platform right there and then a rip again. So we'll wait to see what happens with Google taking out all these levels right now that we're above 170. It's good to go. As Chappelle Roan would say, we are hot to go right now. But all right, 172, if you can't tell, daughter, dad, so, and my wife, Reef.
You're a GOG, Sean. 58.60, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. We're kind of right there right now, 58.64. So here's the deal. We're going to use the overnight low as the area of support, which is 58.28. As resistance, we're going to have to clear that 5,900 area before we can even talk about 6,000 again, Brendo.
Yeah, pretty impressive move, to say the least. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second. Free stuff for you down in the description. Top link will get you to the sign-up page. All you need is your email address, and then you get the watch list for free every single day as everything moving around in the pre-market on it and why. Then you come join us at 8:30, and we take you through all the important movers of the morning, including IBIT, crypto, right across the board, just absolutely monstrous yesterday. Obviously, all-time highs for Bitcoin in the afternoon. We get an extension of that late in the day. 2.6% here so far for IBIT. The Trump administration, as people saw there, trying to get even Jamie Dimon on side for this Bitcoin rally.
He's not as averse to Bitcoin as he once was, Brendo. Slowly starting to,
Come
join the
around.
dark side. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's talk about what happened here. Bitcoin surged to an intraday high of $111,886, Joseph. Very close to that 112 area, making fresh records for the world's largest cryptocurrency. The rally was partly driven by Moody's downgrade of that U.S. sovereign credit, adding to Bitcoin's appeal as a hedge against that fiat risk. Also, the Genius Act for stablecoin regulation passed a key procedural vote in the U.S. Senate, boosting regulatory clarity. More on that, Brendo, tonight. There's going to be a dinner on stablecoin regulation. Also, ongoing pro-crypto push from, obviously, you guessed it, Donald Trump and advisor David Sachs support the sentiment. And there's been also an institutional shift in how they look at Bitcoin. You just mentioned there with Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan, obviously historically skeptical, now enabling Bitcoin purchases for clients, a major credibility boost. And last but not least, this is the part that I like the most, the decorrelation from stocks. If I want to buy the Qs, Brendo, I'll buy the Qs. I don't want to buy Bitcoin for it to move with the NASDAQ. So this suggests investors' view of BTC as an alternative store of value decoupled from traditional asset risk.
Clearly, the markets need not a reason. That makes sense. I don't know.
No.
Highs right now, guys, for IBIT.
Well, this market doesn't need a reason, except they like it, and you can only have so much of it, and that makes it scarce relative to actual real money, which is not scarce at all because they just keep making more and more and more. Okay, the next step here, ideally, the next step in the pattern, we go every time we talk about Bitcoin, show the same thing on the daily chart for good reason because it's held it so well, and now that you've broken through the all-time high, I mean, when we did this before, we actually had the wick top when we did that breakthrough. Sorry, this breakthrough here, it held cleanly, and then the next level up ended up being like a kind of a wick top test. But that was a blue sky setup. It's looking like this is the break of the consolidative top here, and we held above and then absolutely ramped within a couple of days when we did that off 73. Now, granted, that was a different level. We held up there a little bit longer. But looking for that same thing, I think you want to buy dips out in front of the prior high, which is at 109. So anything in front of the 9 level, the 10 level for IBIT, prior day highs, looking at 62.3 to 62.5 on any kind of a dip. Just want to play trend as long as we're going to hold that top, respecting the technical pattern that's just shown on the daily chart. So as long as we're above the prior all-time high, then I want to be buying dips into it. Of course, if you lose it, I think you could see something like that move in there would make some sense. But for today, buying into the prior all-time high.
Yeah, I really, I'm just checking out my IBIT positions here. Yeah, look, it's pretty good as we watch out to see what's been happening here with the market. ETHE also, I mean, we always talk about Bitcoin, but Ethereum as well, starting to get back to, I mean, look, Ethereum has a long way to go before we get anywhere near the highs, and I don't think possibly never see those again. But, we're trying to break through right here, $24 at this top for ETHE, right? So that would be, again, like sparking another break, which possibly gets us up here. I mean, you know, it's not going to have the scarcity that Bitcoin will have, but, you know, smart contracts is much different than Bitcoin. And so we'll wait to see if that wants to work. I'm obviously in Cardano, much heavier than Ethereum, like way heavier. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with all of that space. But Bitcoin is the #1 holding in the space, and just continues to work out, man. We talked about the highest market cap for the whole space, at least on CoinGecko that I've seen, is 352, and right here we wake up to 363 right there. So big time movements all aboard, everything to do with crypto right now. As we can see there's Bitcoin 4.5% today, Ethereum 4.5%. This is this last 24 hours. Binance Coin continues to hold out as well. There's XRP. We just added to that at 230. So we're at 2 and 230, average price around 212 or something. Solana up another 5.5%, which is really nice. Dogecoin up 6. Cardano, let's call this 7. Let's round up, right? Why not do that? Dogecoin up 7. Cardano up 7. You know, so it's been a really good little run. And there it is, man. The highest I've ever seen this, which makes sense. 3.6 right there on the market cap for the whole space, right? With 2.2 of it landing in Bitcoin. So, hey, man, proof of concept. Don't need any of that anymore right now. Bitcoin definitely has found its way, and we keep going long on Bitcoin. Me and this guy were talking about mining Bitcoin like 7 years ago. You want me to take one of those, or? Yes, thank you, Randy.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we should have done that. We should have set up the rig. What's going on with the internet over there? It's not working on that TV, or the one that Sharif always watches over there? Oh, I got tariff.
Yeah.
Too much tariff on that one.
Is that what happened to Circle?
Okay, so snow pops right now. Let's go talk a little bit about some Snowflake. It seems like it's snowing outside these days.
Yeah.
Not so much right now, but yeah, I mean, overall, up 9% coming off this report after the close yesterday. It was really, there was a head fake downside, and then it was just all upside to $200 here for Snowflake.
This was a good report, Brendo. This was a really good report. So the adjusted EPS here handily beat what the street was looking for. 24 pennies, the street wanted 20. Revenue, 1.04. The street was looking for 1. That's a 26% bump, by the way, guys, year-over-year revenue, marking the first $1 billion quarter they've ever had. Their core business strength here comes from their product revenue, which is in compute, storage, and transfer. They printed higher than expectations there. Again, 996.8 million. The street was looking for 962. And there's continued enterprise demand, obviously driven by AI. Surprise, surprise there. Their guide was also good here. The Q2 product revenue guidance guiding 1.035 to 1.04. The street was looking for 1.02, so the range ahead of the expectations. Also, full year product revenue, 4.33 to 4.28. No comparable there, so I can't tell you if it was a beat or a miss. And the macro context here is enterprise AI investment remains very strong across the board. And we also saw similar beats from ServiceNow, SAP, Monday.com, Microsoft. Despite the macro uncertainty, Brendo, these data platforms seem to be doing well.
If you zoom out on a chart, two things to know here. If you zoom out on a chart, that huge gap down going all the way back to spring of 2024, we're clearing that, which was also resistance earlier on this year. I was thinking volume's kind of weak here this morning for Snowflake, but it's actually close to 3 on a relative volume scale, guys, for Snow.
Yeah, like it doesn't do a lot of pre-market volume in a general sense. It's not the highest volume stock out there. Like I don't think we don't look at Snowflake outside of earnings and maybe other special occasions, but really, like, oh my goodness, like there are 2 red candles in there, and one of them we were saying is a pretty bullish red candle, and that's going back from April 22nd. It's been an absolute tear. This is the second time that it's round tripped that 120 into 190, and I wish I'd played it twice. I only played it once. As long as you hold a prior high, like this, look, it's as bullish as it gets, right? So first thought is, as long as you hold a prior resistance, that's where you look for support to come in. That's like 192.5. And for a stock like this, it's at 195. That's easily testable, like super early. That's where it went to in the aftermarket show when we were talking about it. That's where that's kind of where we crested out, the obvious level on the daily chart. So that's the one spot that I'd be looking at the open. But there's a lot to watch. We haven't even got to the chips yet. Tesla in play, of course, as well. Yeah, and with iBid in there, I don't know this is the first place I'll look, but as long as it's above 192.5, I'd only be playing long.
Yeah, look, I was talking about the long term. I have an offer at 199.50 to get rid of almost all of my Snowflake. Just whatever, have a little bit of it, but great report, taking out the highs. I mean, you really like everything that it's doing right now. We like big data, and obviously I've been supporting Palantir for a long time. We bought Snowflake a long time ago, kind of with Palantir, and it's been it hasn't been a Palantir, but it's been great. Snowflake, look at the daily chart. I mean, if you're not taking something off after a report, when you get a move like this, I mean, well extended, well off the 200, well off the 50-period moving average, and already zoomed back out, and we showed you sort of that 200 had been an interesting level for a couple minutes, right? And so obviously we blast up to 240, and if you're going to wait for 240, great. I mean, maybe that's coming. You never know. But right here, I'm just looking at all these levels, and if we just draw a little simple line here at 2 bills, then it makes sense to say, hey, maybe there is some kind of resistance up here. In its history since 2022, right there, so the last 3 years, we spent a handful of days above this level, and we may spend a day above it and hold it today. But I'm going to get some out if we're lucky enough to get close to $200 again. I like Snowflake. Let's take advantage of this. I don't necessarily think the market has upside from here, the general market. And look, there's lots of upside, but there's also some downside. So let's just take advantage of this 9% move. I think the expected move was around 7 or 8. So it's a good move. It probably continues. I'm waiting at 200 to empty sort of the clip here on Snowflake and be done with it. And then for a day trade, though, a break of 200 looks great. So if we can break 200, maybe you get 203, 204. So we'll wait to see if that winds up happening. But for now, in the long-term portfolio, I am a seller of Snowflake. I hope I did not miss the top.
Let's go to semiconductors. Big day for this group. Big couple of days, actually, for this group over the past few here. NVIDIA, I just went out to a daily chart. If I zoom in here, you can see this reversal candle that happened yesterday. A really, really big wick. We had wild volatility all day long in some of the semiconductors coming off not only this China. Is it a thing? Is it not a thing still? No one really knows, I think.
It's a little confusing, Brendo, because we got different reports last week about the removal of the AI diffusion laws from the Biden era administration, and then we get, a reaffirmation that there will be export controls on China, which is a big market for these chip companies. So let's talk about it. KeyBank today dropping an interesting headline here, basically saying there is near-term upside for the chip players. It made headway here, as I just mentioned, China AI chip export restrictions, and they're estimating possible total revenue loss, guys, at around $14 billion, obviously tied to the block chips, the H20. They had to take a big I'm talking about NVIDIA, $5.5 billion charge that they won't be able to send there. Apparently, they are in the midst, though, of developing a new type of China-specific chip. It goes by I guess the acronym GDDR7. It's based on their RTX 6000 model, and they're targeting about 1 million units at about $8,000 a pop, which equates to about $8 billion, offsetting that $14 billion that they were going to lose. So let's see what they were able to make up for here, Brendo. Before the chip restrictions came in, we knew that it was about 20% of their market. It could be obviously a bit more with AI coming to the fore.
Yeah, Wedbush, nice bounce right now. It's about 0.5%. Wedbush with a note on NVIDIA specifically this morning, and it's not Dan Ives. It's a guy named Matt Bryson, whoever that is, reiterating a strong buy for NVIDIA. Their price target, 175 though.
I like that.
Well, I'll
price
take
target.
175.
I like that price target.
Down with that. We ain't getting that today, but certainly in the near term. That's the thing. When they give that price target, we talk 12 months, talking 6 months. Let's figure that. Let's just assume they're talking about a year. I'd be happy with that in a year on NVIDIA. Well, it's back to where we started in the pre-market. So in the watch list, it's at 0.5%, and then it went down 0.5%.
Yep.
And now we're up 0.5%. And as long as we're underneath, the first, when we had that move yesterday in the evening or the afternoon, the auction caused the move to the downside, you're going to see some supply zones that really stepped in, like 134 and 133, that price area here. Certainly it's the entire $1.50 where you really chopped up before making another low. But if you look at the resistance at those levels, you're essentially talking first stop just above 33, and then the 134 is a hard stop. So I'm thinking that's the zone that I'd be a seller into. The market's getting pretty euphoric. The chip curves don't go, and we get that and we get that reversal with the auction yesterday, it's hard to imagine that after failing to break out of this channel yesterday, losing the top, that the support areas don't come into resistance. So it's right into that 134, but I think you got to let it break 133 a bit. Into that 134, looking for the curl in NVIDIA. The other thing I'll be watching again today, CoreWeave is just, it's been on. There's no other time to talk about CoreWeave except for when we talk about NVIDIA. It makes a lot of sense too as well. But it had, like the rally's been insane. It has yet to have a red candle since breaking out, or before breaking out of its pre-IPO, like that IPO high that we just saw. Well, I see where it caught the bid after that bond auction. It's just above $100, but I kind of wrote down 100 for myself, that if it loses 100, watch out below on CoreWeave. For now, it's obviously in an uptrend, and the only way to play this short was to play like reversion breaks. Well, essentially along the lines of, like I waited, like you wait for like that one, where it connected with the initial dip buys at the open to this level. And then it also ended up holding on to like another trend going from this single red candle at 10 o'clock. It held on to that trend line. So if I see any long-ranging trend lines, that's one way to short it. Otherwise, I wait for 100.
Yeah, I have it written down here on the sticky note as the #1 trade idea for me, but it's already at that level right now, 132.50. So I just talked about, we're tightening those chip controls. You have earnings next week. I don't have a great feeling for their earnings because I feel like they're going to possibly guide lower, or at least maybe not guide too much at all and talk about those tariffs. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to figure it all out when we are going back and forth about what can China buy, what can't China buy, so on and so forth. So for me, and a little bit of an explanation here about what we're talking about there on the AI diffusion rule. But, it just touched the level that we should be short. So, again, we write down that note when we're writing it down. It's down here at 131.50. So I'm thinking if we get back up into this area, we would like to short it. So, yeah, it's on my radar for a short immediately. But, now that we're here, maybe we don't. We can hold off and wait to see what sort of reaction we get. Now I'd like to see a break through 132. This is the VWAP right here down at 132. So a break down below that. Maybe you take that initial break and use this as our stopping point here today, 133. But no, it's more aggressive than the market. The market just turned green. This is hella green. The stair step up is kind of similar to Google there. But yeah, I don't know. If the market goes, we can clearly see NVIDIA wants to go. If the market fades out, we see what NVIDIA wants to do. I mean, yesterday, this is what happened on the bond auction and that worry about China-U.S. relations on the chips. And then, you had a huge move down. We were at 137.50 yesterday. We closed out at 130. No, that low is 130.70. We closed out at 131 and change. So we were down $6 yesterday. So we can wait and be patient for NVIDIA today. I think that's our best plan of action right now. So NVIDIA, hands off right now because it's already at the level that I liked to short. So I didn't think that aggressive move was happening in the futures like it just did. Talk about Google going upside. I should have just said, look at the futures. I mean, that's what wound up going. Now is Google pulling back? Do we have Google on there? No, but it doesn't matter. So Google there, stair stepping up and now coming back in with the market as well. So, hey man, all these names seem to just be following one thing, the NASDAQ right now. So we'll wait to see what happens. Remember, we got PMI manufacturing coming out and services at 9:45. That could be something else that tips the scales slightly. All right, chips on watch. Now let's go over to talk about some Urban Outfitters.
Yeah, day highs right now, 20% on URBN. I mean, long story short, it was a beat right across the board. There's a couple of positive analyst moves. They even made a China comment saying that they don't see it affect, or not China specifically, but tariffs in general, saying they don't see it affecting things negatively.
It's a good look for them. Yeah, a lot of stuff made over there. All right, let's talk about what they did here, guys. Q1 net sales, $1.33 billion, beating the $1.29 billion the street was looking for. Their sales were driven by strong demand despite the consumer slowdown that we've been seeing in some of their areas. JP Morgan liking them so much, giving them the nod here to an overweight rating. I'll get that for you there. To an overweight rating from neutral, raising the price target up to 78 from 63, which is basically a 30.8% upside. The brokerage sees here what they say long-term growth potential, expecting regular price and selling occupancy leverage, while the retailer's clothing rental service newly continues to grow profitably. Yeah, remember that during COVID, you could borrow dresses and stuff like that. Like, I never really got into that. I don't know.
Borrowing dresses?
No, or clothing in general. I mean,
I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding.
Hey, don't judge there, Neil. Don't be judging, Neil.
I do not remember that, but I'm sure it was the thing. If you zoom out, guys, it's worth noting we are well above any kind of levels here for URBN.
I'm not judging anybody. It's just weird on many levels.
But what
man.
people do in their own free time is what they do.
I'm just saying, but like even we're gonna borrow someone's clothes. We're gonna borrow someone's clothes, yo. Like, I mean, whatever. Like, don't get me wrong. Let's just move on before. We were talking about this last night. Like, there's stocks that have short floats that look like stocks that should have short floats. Like FSLR, right? If I tell you First Solar has a big short float on it, you're like, you look at the daily chart, it's like bleeding. Yeah, of course. Like, the hedgies are just killing themselves to be crushing that bad boy. But Urban Outfitters is distinctly different. Like, that's been upward trending for the last couple of years now, and it looks really good. So, yeah, has it gone too? It feels like it's a little bit much and it's gone too far, but it seems like this is actually a bit of a squeeze stock currently. I think it's too much of a chase, so I'm not touching it here today. There's so many big cap tech themes that are moving around on good volume. This is done 180,000 in the pre-market. I think it's one you definitely want to settle down. It's certainly pretty far gone here, but yeah, it's a squeeze stock at this point, Urban Outfitters, and the shorts are getting rinsed on it.
Yeah, look, yesterday we had Target. I mean, not a great report. We fell down yesterday from Target, lowering guidance and whatnot. You could see them just about to break sort of this bottom right there at $89, $90. So some of the retail space has been really hit pretty good there. And it looks like today is not going to be, this is not going to be held out very well either. So, if you looked at yesterday's chart for Target, you see go at 98. We open up the day down all the way down at 90 again, but we held that level, bumping back up to 95. This has kind of been the reaction where it's an overplay and then it corrects itself. But on a day two play for Target, I mean, watch out for this 90 to 60 to break. This is an earning miss and lower guidance. So yesterday, not a great move there for Target as some of the tariff worries hit the retail space again. So I would look at that name. If you look at this as opposed to Walmart, obviously they're going in complete opposite directions. All I know is that everybody around here, we have tons of Walmarts in Canada and no Target. So everybody always wants to go to Target every time we visit the United States. But you could see Walmart and Target almost complete opposite names here. One continues to that's the split. That's right. Our charts won't show that. One continues to outperform the other. And I think if you're looking for relative strength versus weakness, maybe you pick up some Target if you think that the market's going to bounce back. But I would still say stay with Costco, Walmart, and Amazon as your three retail plays. Look, you're looking for big moves like Urban Outfitters or Gap or, another hot one, Abercrombie has been pretty hot over the last little while, now coming back in. Like how the mighty have fallen, right? Remember, I think it was was it all last year? What was the year where A&F?
Was it 2 years ago?
Here we go.
It might have been.
It's going to be starting up here. Yeah, 2023. Wow. So look at the year that Abercrombie had in 2023. So we started in April of 23 at $23, right? By the time February came, we're at $150. Then a year later, May, we were $190. We went from $25 to $190 in 1 year on A&F, and now this is happening again. So, look, man, these feel like casino names, meaning like you just take a shot at them and see what winds up happening. But until we get it to figure it out, man, I'd rather just stay in the solid retail names. XRT, if I am not mistaken. Yes, sometimes my memory is aight. This again, if you want to get some sort of access to the retail sector, why not get some XRT in your life? But okay, one more, man. A couple IPOs to go with only 4 minutes left. Let's go.
Yeah, we were just reading about this MNTN Incorporated. So we get two. We get MNTN, which is also the ticker. We also get Hinge. MNTN is actually backed by Ryan Reynolds. So it's a connected TV platform and marketing business, it sounds like. Again, backed by Ryan Reynolds. That's basically all you need to know. And then Hinge on the health side.
Yeah, Hinge here, Brendo, looking at $32 a share, the IPO. That's the top end of the range. They're raising about $273 million. The shares that are going to be sold by the company, 8.52 million, with 13.7 million total, including existing shareholders. It's going to trade under ticker symbol HNGE under the NYSE. The valuation of the IPO is about 2.6 billion, down though from that 6.2 billion private valuation that they had in 2021. Details about the company: it was founded in 2014. It offers remote digital physical therapy solutions for chronic pain, injuries, and post-op recovery. The co-founders, Daniel Perez and Gabrielle Mecklenburg, built Hinge from personal rehab experience, and is backed by major VCs, Brendo, like Tiger Global and Cotu.
So not one, but two IPOs on a Thursday. MNTN, HNGE, both coming to the NYSE today, guys.
Sure, and you can track these if you have access to your imbalance locator. You can track the indicated opens on both those. MNTN, there's already data for it, like slight buy imbalance, 16 issue. 16 is the current theoretical auction price, and Hinge as well, slight buy imbalance, and then $32 for that price. So if you have access to an imbalance locator, you can sort of see leading up to the open, because they won't open. I mean, watch, the one time I say they won't open at 9:30 because IPOs don't, like somehow one of them will finally do it, but they don't. 11 o'clock, sometimes before then, the bigger ones, sometimes after lunch. But one good way to track that is to look at your locator. Speaking of the locator, the only thing over 1 million shares here is Wolf, which is, it's back up over $1 now, but 1.7 million to the sell side. Remember, they're supposed to be going bankrupt. I don't know if there was an official announcement on that just yet, but that was the speculation for Wolf. And no big names. Well, sometimes at 9:28, you will see some of the bigger boys pop in here. We're just going to leave it for a split second in hopes that it will. Really nothing coming in on the NASDAQ at 28. And no big market spikes either. So really just TeraWolf and the IPOs to watch. And I don't know if they're not big enough that I want to be trading it for that market on open kind of idea that you do with like CoreWeave or something like that. But as we go, it's like some of that bounce that we just put in there is starting to abate a little bit. Yeah, I was looking over 133 into 134 short on NVIDIA. IBIT or Bitcoin is still holding above 111, 111.4 as a matter of fact. Like this, if there's a dip in IBIT, as long as it holds the prior high, like that's the big deal. And if it starts flushing, you want to play the reversion. It's got a pretty decent trend on it that could break right at the open. So I want to be patient on dip buys today, right? Like we've now come a couple hundred points from the bottoms on the NQ. So if there is a dip and you like something long, I'm feeling a little bit too bearish after yesterday to begin there early.
All right, all good. We'll just continue to, wait to see. I mean, the market had a huge move up there, really. 9:45, we're getting PMI. That should be interesting. My first look is going to be at the TQQs we wrote down on our sticky note. You can go find it if you're looking for some ideas anyways. I got to get this adjusted, man. Our subscriber count is ripping. So you guys got to definitely hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We are ripping right now on that one. That's bullish on Trader TV Live. Go get your TTVL coin. Just joking, not out yet. All right, so there it is. One, maybe never out. I mean, I like to have a Trader TV coin, right? 132.50 for NVIDIA coming in. TQ 69 short. Big Bear AI. We didn't get a chance to look at that one. That's going to be another name for myself as well. So we're getting ready for Joe to hit on the bell right there. But 350 for Big Bear AI. Satya could do it. Yeah, Satya, why don't you do the bell? Go. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Where's the hammer though?
Just give it a fist bump. In two
and one. There it is. Yes. Yeah, you're good. Oh, okay. Little smack that right there. Satya gonna be filling in for Adaro. We want to thank her. Obviously, you'll be seeing more and more of her as breaking news. I'm sure will be something that we all look forward to.
News moving the market?
Yeah. Lately, these
news
days,
doesn't move these markets.
Treasury auctions, bond.
Oh goodness.
No. Okay. So BBAI not doing anything. So what a surprise right there. Let's just head off of that for a minute and go over to something that may be Rip City right now. What the hell? Palantir gapping up $1 as well. What's NVIDIA doing?
NVIDIA just went right back to the highs. Oh yeah, Tesla. Tesla. Yada, 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 trending down and then caught the bid. Watch out for about 340. Like all those supply zones from the afternoon that we had, I'd like to see let's see what happens when you get back there. Are the sellers or the buyers really that exuberant that they can take us through some of those resistance levels? So NVIDIA going up, IBIT's already headed back into the upside, and CoreWeave is weaving its way back to fresh highs. Because you know what? CoreWeave has made an all-time high break every single day for the last like about a million days. I don't want to take a break. I'm not taking a breakout. I'm not a little too bearish on it today. I want to be proven that we're trending to the upside off the open. So it looks like the first thing that could happen is NVIDIA could break that 33 and get into the 34 level for the fade. But as we said, got to be patient here because look how strong this market's starting to come back.
So good shout out to our friend Jeff Mendel. Fannie Mae up 30% today. Trump tweeted yesterday.
I thought it was more than that.
Nah, Trump, it's coming back in. Trump tweeted yesterday that maybe it's time to bring these guys back. So we'll see what happens with Fannie Mae there today if you're into those kind of things. The pink sheets today trying to get going there. So we'll wait to see where those fills come from. You can go over there and look at that. Thank you to Jeff for that. 133 right there looked like a top for NVIDIA. Look, we were going to wait for that level to print out for us, and it looks like it did. We may have just sort of got a top right there temporarily anyways. The SPY moving around. NASDAQ trying to get back up to its highs, now up 0.2 right now. Just watching out for this. It looks like it wants to get pretty aggressive, man. So, in a play of aggression right here for NVIDIA. Watch out for 133 breaking higher. We still have that PMI coming out, so that could be something to look at as well. There goes the TQs right up to 69. I'm going to try the short again, 69. If we break higher, forget about it. 68.85 right now on that. And then I was trying to look at Apple short, actually, and we'll see where that winds up going as well. But right now, Apple back up to 202, 203 is a level of interest for me there on Apple.
Even some of the healthcare is bouncing here.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some good opportunities today for sure in this space.
Like HIMS just bounced. UNH is bouncing here as well. I wasn't really thinking those ones for the long side. IBIT, did we just break the high? No, not quite.
No.
So IBIT, I didn't take the all-time high break yesterday, but did take a dip buy off a failed break. So right now, if it takes it's not really pre-market high, it's a 24-hour market, but you get the idea. If we take out this local pre-market high, I'd be looking to play a bounce, like a fade, off of wherever it can, let it fail that top, come back at either VWAP or one of the prior lows. So still playing a little bit of patience game here, as NVIDIA doesn't break 133 after all. See, I was like, oh, we're breaking 133. The market's going to take this to the 134, and then we can short it up there.
What a level on the T.
No, we're just turning on an absolute dime. So that's not going to come in for me on the short side. CoreWeave not going to be in play at our prices. What about AMD? AMD never even broke toward the high. That's still relatively weak. But yeah, resistance is so far away on that stock as well.
All right, I'm starting the party up right here. I'm going to go short on the TQs, man. We just made a mistake because we should have got short up there. It was close enough to our 69 level, but let's see now if we want to break a little bit lower here on the TQs. I'm going to put a bid out here at 86. We'll take that, Phil. We're short now 97. Let's see how low we can go right now on the TQs. So a good little trade here. Wow, okay, good little trade, good, decent trade right now. There we go, taking out 80s. Let's get lower and lower and lower as the futures are starting to come down, man. We wanted the short. We talked about the short. We're short. So, I mean, what else do we want to do? That's the TQQs. NVIDIA was another short that we were looking for as well today, and that was 132.50. So it's bouncing around, giving us a 133 high. So maybe NVIDIA is that trade that, wow, there he goes, Neil. Those TQQs are really starting to go now. So that's going to be a good trade to the downside as we short the futures. And right there it is. Quick as you like, Sharif. Right there for my guy over there. A nice little 25-cent win right there on the TQs. And there goes the futures breaking back below VWAP. Man, we're reading the market pretty well. The futures, nice downside play there. Just missed out on NVIDIA. I mean, that should be $1, but it only went to 133. So be careful with that one. Playing off some of these tops might be okay, 132.75 or so, but missed that trade. But we have the TQs. Happy with that. Starting to go lower right now.
Yeah, get it down. But okay, I'm looking at CoreWeave. CoreWeave's about to maybe test that pre-market low in here. If we're not going to get that fail break and obvious reversion, I'm going to play for either a VWAP trend down. Remember, CoreWeave is one of the strongest stocks out there, but if this market's finally going to put in a red day, I think this one has its kind of coming due, and it's a high-profile stock and has been. There's not a single red candle on the daily chart on this stock, so I want to be there on the first day. We took it a couple times on the short side. It's going to try to battle VWAP in here, but the other thing I got to watch out for is NVIDIA's going up when the market's coming down here, and CoreWeave has a tendency. to lead NVIDIA, but if NVIDIA breaks highs, CoreWeave breaks highs. So if this is breaking out, I'm not going to take the VWAP short on CoreWeave. I'll wait for NVIDIA 134. I don't want to get too far away from the plan because look at this nice bounce here in NVDA.
Yeah,
it's looking
ripping.
like it's starting to rip there. So that might have to, CoreWeave might have to wait until we slow down. I am on the bid in front of 62.5, but we haven't even broken 63. So unless that really falls, I don't think that one's going to come in anytime soon. So my eyeballs right now are NVIDIA 134 and CoreWeave here because I can find myself short both of them. Oh, there goes 133 downside again. I got to get short.
Yeah, I'm
133 just held twice on NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I was on the CoreWeave chart when that happened, but trust me, it did.
Yeah. No, I'm watching. I'm short right now. 132.80 right here. So nice little play downside now for NVIDIA. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. We got that short. The TQs went all the way. And again, it's just so violent. Like I was waiting again upside near 69, and it just gets to the 50 period moving average, then falls back in again for us right now. So good trading for sure right here on the market. We just got to make sure that, hey, the market wants to go, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to wait and be a little bit more patient for all of these plays. Is there anything else moving around, I wonder? Big Bear AI. Okay, so 11,000 right now. So actually, crypto's coming back in right now. Good trade on NVIDIA, man. Now 50 cents in the money on that one. We tried a little bit of an early push to get short early and then got stopped out at 133. So we're just making some back now on NVIDIA as it's coming back in pretty nicely right here to that downside for NVDA. So there it goes again. Fannie Mae back down to, we haven't done anything with that. I'm still watching it. It's still $10 right now. So up to 11 pre-market, back down into 10. We're watching out for that one. So I'm still short. That's Big Bear AI. I'm still short NVIDIA. I'm still short the TQQs. And then watching to see Apple as well. I think that's going to be a short at some point. But right now, market flat on the day. Some of these names starting to push. I mean, Google could be another one of those plays,
Google
right?
was a beast in the pre-market.
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, it kind of now it's following the market pretty good, almost 1-to-1 right there. But yeah, so I'm going to get some more short on the TQs and just continue to watch this play.
Yeah, so I'll show you the orders on NVIDIA while that was happening.
Shit.
So this was what NVIDIA was doing when I was on the CoreWeave chart. Like it just smashed down. I tried to chase it back in, but didn't pick it up. So I'm going to cancel those orders now because if it does get back into that 33, I will take a second shot at it. CoreWeave, however, look at that. I just got filled at 05s on the 06s, then reloaded, and look at it just shoot. So this is like the thing. It's like Adair likes to say it's a spready stock. But the best way to put it is the liquidity relative to the volume isn't very high, right? So there's a ton of volume on CoreWeave, but the liquidity is not tremendous. So I have a prior bar out that I'd give this one up to because I think we're headed. Like if it's going down, I think it's going down to the 100 to 102 level. So giving it to that 9.5, that's going to be around VWAP in here. It's actually above VWAP, 9.5 on CoreWeave. I think that makes some sense. But with NVIDIA finally going to the downside, I think we can get to that target. It's the only thing I have short. I'm still bidding IBIT, but I'm not
monster,
sure.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm not sure about just sitting on the bid on IBIT. Like that's too far down. I don't want to get like picked up when the market's panicking. So CoreWeave's the only thing we have in there when I missed that NVIDIA. It's back down under 106. I was able to get some in front of 108 and a 106 fill, but I want 102s. Like that's where the bottom was after the bond auction mess. So that's where I think we're headed to said downside. Just one more name before we go back over to Sean. Snowflake, great report, all that good stuff.
Yes.
I'm slapping. You wanted 190 what?
199.50.
Yeah, yes.
Yes,
well,
I got that.
Well,
Bill.
you had to.
I got it, yeah.
56 is a high.
Yes, sir.
Just what I was going to say, like, the fail wasn't for Sean getting out of his position. The fail was that it pulled back right into the prior high, almost on a dime, and look at it rip. So you can only, I was looking at CoreWeave and NVIDIA, but Snowflake 100% gave you that, right? Pull back in the prior high, and now it's ripping. I'd probably be taking some profit near the top, but that's just me.
Yeah, so we took about $1 there on some NVIDIA shares. It does go down as low as that dollar. We took 132, so we'll take 80 cents there, but now it's starting to come back up. We do want to get a little bit more short, but look what the market is doing. I mean, the market's not doing anything. It's pretty flat right into here, so we have to look for some other names that may be moving. You know a name that we haven't looked at in a while? Roblox. We can have a quick little look over there to see. Roblox. My plan is still the same, man. TQs, if you're watching me, I want to get some more at 68 and change. You want to get some more at 67. Yeah, nothing happening on Roblox, my bad. Just underneath VWAP and starting to to go a little bit lower. I guess that's what that target was right there. So yeah, we're waiting. In 4 minutes, we'll get our first look at SATEA, I guess, as we do have the PMI coming, the double-barreled PMI coming out right now. What's going on with Tesla?
Tesla's just breaking the high. So yeah, nice. Tesla's going here. So here's the NASDAQ. I always want to make sure if it's relatively strong, you can see it here. We're above VWAP, but a couple of red candles and rejection of the high on the Qs. And the ES, basically the same thing. Meanwhile, Tesla's saying, yeah, we don't care. We're just going to go to the upside. So Tesla absolutely screaming. 340 is where I wanted to play the curl, but I think you let it get to 338 and then start looking for mean reversion play on Tesla. That's about the strongest thing I can see on my board right now. Unless you guys see anything else that's going ham, but this thing is going cray-cray to the upside for sure. So this is a big one. 330 looks like it held pretty cleanly. I guess maybe you could look at that if you're long. Just in CoreWeave right now, it's like we're only in chips in the market, but yeah, I kind of liked Apple. It was like the last thing on my list this morning for a short. What is Apple doing except nothing? Like this is a 40, 50 cent range here on Apple. So I'll let it make a move and then try to react to that move because it's nowhere near resistance on Apple. But it's just hugging VWAP.
Well, yesterday's Google high was 173. We are likely getting there right now. Huge break of 172 right there. Google just hot fire right there to the upside as it just continues to rip, man. I mean, congratulations anybody on that Google front right now, as that is just rip city right now through 172, 173 next inbound for Google. And that was yesterday's high, right, was 173. So right into there. So you're going to look to see if there's a little bit of a pushback from that particular play. All right, we're reloaded. We have some more shares now over here. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with our TQQs. We talked about getting some more in and around this level. So we've been averaged out. Now we just take some more back in. We just took a 35 fill down into the 20s now, down into the teens. So let's take a bid out now there. Good job there to take something out. Now we'll see if we get a little bit lower. There it is. Yes, sir. Wow. All right. This is actually starting to pan out quite nicely right here. Let's go market to the downside. Pardon the excitement, but if you are part of the team here, hit the like, hit the subscribe, because these are bangers right now. It's $1 right there. Probably $1, probably more than that on CoreWeave. As NVIDIA falling back in right now, man. This is going to be a good trade right there. We wrote down 132.50, man. So we're happy to have where we have right now. We did get a little stoppy there, but right there, okay, here we go. TQ's now making moves. Let's see if we get to the bottom of the day. 2 minutes away from Chicago PMI, but we'll just hold on to these two plays. Nice ones so far here today. NVIDIA short, $1.40 now, and TQ's just 25 cents.
That'll work, but as you said there, remember, it'll play, but 90 miles an hour right down the middle of the play for the Jays bullpen does not play. But the shorts right now are playing. In 1 minute, we're going to get this number. We just had a hefty snapback in a couple of names. All right, so I'm going to pivot. If I can't get NVIDIA 133, AMD VWAP, which is relatively weak, is going to be the play for me. With that number coming in here, the other thing that I have on my mind is if we get a hefty dip, Bitcoin has gone nowhere near the low and is trying to break out the high. So there might be a chance to play it off of this 60. I bit off of 63. Not sure exactly what price that works out to on Bitcoin, but suffice to say it'll be above 111. So I'm looking at this 63 level. If we do get any kind of a dip on the number, then this is where I want to try to pick it up. But I want to see like a wick bottom. I'll have a stop in underneath the 63 level, and just so we're locked and loaded, ready to go. But right now I'm favoring the shorts. But the Bitcoin's the only thing that we're pretty bullish on. I'm into AMD underneath VWAP. My stop is in above the volume weighted average price. CoreWeave, it just broke 105, but it's having some trouble with the 105 level. I didn't get that reload back in the 8th, but we'll look to see if it gets to that 102. That's the target here for me on CoreWeave. We're going to go up to SATEA for the first time and get a number.
Everybody, so we're getting those PMI numbers just now. So right now we have the US S&P service PMI flash, 52.3, and then we also have the US S&P manufacturing PMI flash, that is also 52.3, and then we also have the US S&P composite PMI flash, that is 52.1. Back to you guys.
I don't know. I took a bite of it, but I stopped eating the plum for now.
baseball.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks, thanks, Atea, for all of that. It doesn't look like it moved the market too much.
Not really.
It tried to spike it a little bit, which is not good for our TQQ trade. But that number, just Neil was talking, and kind of got away from me there a little bit. So I was going to tell you that I'm taking some out before that number. We were down to VWAP, so we just got a bunch out right there off of that most recent reload. So far, so good on that trade. And then we were doing the exact same thing on NVIDIA just before that number came out. So, we can't control anything like that. So as those numbers come out, all we can really do is look and stare and wait to see what they came out as. And just a quick little, I don't even have them on Benzinga yet. So, when I see those, I can review them with you as well. But there's a nice downside push. We just get some more outs at some near O's there. And NVIDIA trying to come back as well. So 52.1, sorry, is what it was right there. So services 52.3 and 52.1 came out there. So, all right, so now we'll wait to see what happens. Now NVIDIA, let's see if we get a little bit of a lower bid now. I'm not bidding anything on any of these. I want to see if this market wants to really try to come in a bit. So we've already taken some out. Been a kind of a flat-ish morning right there. Is Robinhood taking out the highs, I want to know? No, it's not. It came close enough to doing that up there at 65, now starting to turn around. I don't really have an opinion right now. I mean, the market's doing this. I'm trying to get shorter in the market and hold on to the shorts. But for right now, nothing's really at any level.
The market's breaking VWAP right now.
Okay, good.
The Nasdaq's
going lower.
The Nasdaq's breaking VWAP right now. Like it's getting a little bit heavy. So yeah, nothing burger on the number. Let's see if we can get down to 21.12. At least test that. Okay, whatever. And we're right back. You just saw that whipsaw action. Like we were breaking down, things were getting heavy. Started to get a fill there on AMD near the low of the day under VWAP here, and then we started bouncing right back. There's a few names that are keeping us up here.
Futures aren't doing
Obviously, no, but we've been bouncing off VWAP. Like we get under the volume weighted average price, and they buy it right back up on the Nasdaq. But there is strength, everybody. I know we're only looking shorts. Google wants 175 right quick. And remember, this is now above the 200 period moving average, and this is the last line before 185. Like this is a pretty hefty breakout on Google at 175. This was not part of the trading plan. So I don't take breaks that aren't part of my plan, but I will dip buy strong stocks if out of nowhere. It's not out of nowhere, but if they start setting up as the best looking thing out there. So if you can pull back VWAP or 173, I wouldn't mind joining it. But just what we're talking about that we're in, AMD's still under VWAP and looking good. Starting to question, like we're dancing underneath 105 on CoreWeave. And the thing about this thing is when it does revert, and I learned that lesson yesterday because the two shorts that I had were mean reversion shorts, not trend following. When it broke a trend, this thing would go flying to the upside if it broke a trend. And I'll take that lesson and say if it gets back above the 105, I'm jumping out of this thing. Because I feel like it could go $3 into VWAP. It climbs faster than it falls, this stock. And when it did it in the afternoon yesterday, I was like, look at that move down and then quick snap up. It's explosive snaps when it breaks the trend. So I'm holding for 102. That's what we want to get. But if it breaks this trend, I'm now out at the 105 level and riding with AMD in a choppy-ish market. Right? Like it is a pretty choppy market in here. Yeah. You could be looking at some of the earnings plays, like Urban Outfitters was doing absolutely nothing. Snowflake cannot seem to break the 200 level. Good out at 199.5. It just double topped that same level.
Oh, good.
It's right back down. So I think if you had that long play into the top, congratulations. I don't know how eager I'd be to rechase this move.
All right, yeah, UNH 303, a nice little break there as well of 300. So there goes UNH, nicely ticking higher, man. It was as low of there, obviously, as we talk about UNH all the time. A nice little low there of 291 in the pre. All right, man, I mean, I know we got excited there a little bit when Neil was like, oh, futures broke VWAP there, but it did, but then it broke it back up to the upside and now just wants to do nothing one more time. So, yeah, these futures are going to be a funny little beast today, that is for sure, it seems like. Just not doing anything. And now we don't have anything to look forward to either, except for market moves, right? There's no more news coming today or anything like that. Maybe we'll hear in our ear.
There's a Fed speak.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. If we ever hear any Fed speak in our ear or anything like that, we'll make sure to report it. We've got Satya on the desk. So so far so good over there, and we'll get those reports. Look, I mean, what was it? HNGE. We're waiting for Hinge today. That's not out yet. We have MNTN is the name of the company, right? So there it is right there, waiting for this to IPO. No luck yet over there. We said we'd look at Webull as a possible move higher today, and yes, sir, there it goes. Wow. Actually, just randomly was talking about that because we looked at Robinhood, and now it's up 3 and a bit percentage points as well. Okay, man, I mean, look, I'm still waiting for this 68.80. So as I sit here and wait for it, there's not much else ticking up for me. I don't know if you noticed Google. I mean, I'm glad I only sold what I sold. I mean, I'm not glad I sold anything of it, but there goes Google right there to 174. Oh my. Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my.
Oh my.
Right there. Huge move, man. Breaking the 200 period moving average and now starting to tick higher. Google saying what market not doing anything. We don't give a you know what about the market. Google up almost 4% right there today. As soon as it took that 173, that was a really stupid play by me not to go long. We were watching it as that was happening, and we talked about it in the we talked about it as it was ramping up, and there it goes, man. That 173 long punch definitely missed opportunity for me there today. So, yeah, not feeling good about missing that one, but there it goes, upside as well. And just because I want to always give some shout outs to our good friend, Mr. Mendel, we tried to short it at $10, and we got it, but we got out. We're actually up nothing on Fannie Mae today, but there's the drop down on Fannie Mae. I tried to go in and out there at 10. Should have held on to the short. I took like 3 pennies on it. So Fannie Mae, nice downside play there off the open. But hey, again, government needs more money. So maybe Fannie Mae is a play. Ooh, that rhymes. All right, so we're just going to wait for TQs to come back up, man. 68.85 with an out at 90. 69 is what I'm looking for right there on Fannie Mae. Let's go, on TQQs. Let's go 69.11s as an out, just in case that fills.
Yeah, and the things are headed back to the upside, which it's good that I got out of CoreWeave, but we're not out of AMD yet. We will be in a couple of pennies. There we go. Now I'm out of AMD, but when this thing goes back to the upside, man, does it fly. So clearly, and I did it again, we made money on a short, and then the reversion play on CoreWeave, it's like it takes you 10 minutes to get $3, and it takes you 2 minutes to get it to the other direction and then more. That's just what CoreWeave is doing, but you know, you trade your setups as they are, and I've been looking for the short on this thing, so it is what it is. It's like 2 days in a row, you could make the same money long in half the time that you make it short in CoreWeave, but it is what it is. I'm out of AMD once it broke that 112. We were able to get some out there near the low, but now you're really starting to pump to the upside. I'm looking over at Tesla, 340 is going to be in play. Wow,
whoa.
Charging into that resistance.
Yeah,
NVIDIA 134 is the other one I had. And a lot of people are asking what to do with Google. Like I never have trade setups for punch the high when you have all these green candles. No, if I think it's super strong and going to trend, I wait for the first pullback and try to engage where I can in that pullback. So I'm not trying to get that high. I'm looking 134 is where I like to short at NVIDIA, and it's not there yet. It's not even breaking past this 33. And Tesla 340, that'll be another play for me. Apple also, but Apple can't break VWAP. So,
whoa,
I mean, Apple 203. Apple 203 is what I'm looking at. So none of these, that's not at any levels either. So I think Tesla and NVIDIA are most likely to come first. Annie in the chat, I hope PanW is moving up because you just said PanW is moving. Own it in the long term, and I was disappointed their action after their earnings. If you're not up today, right now, like a stock isn't breaking out, like Apple, there's your relative weakness. This can't even break yesterday's lows.
Yeah, relative strength, obviously, with Google, relative weakness with Apple. That's good to look at that for sure.
We are,
yep, exactly. We are loaded up now on NVIDIA, guys. I mean, maybe a little silly, not silly, but we're short NVIDIA and the market right here as we start to head a little northbound for sure. And NVIDIA, you know, when it gets going, it gets going. So we're going to have to start to clap some out right now at these levels because we are a little bit nervous, that is for sure, about what's happening right now as the market does tick a little bit higher. All right, so I'm going to take something out. Same kind of play there, whoopsies, as we get nervous about our TQQ position. So we'll put some out right here in and around, you know, 70s, 80s. See if we get something down in the 60s would be real nice as well. But just trying to hold on to some of these plays, right? So we're back into the short. We wrote down 69 for the TQs. We should have been a little more patient, and my average price maybe wouldn't be 70 right now, but that is what it is. So I'm just going to scalp some out because we'll double-barreled short If NVIDIA doesn't want to go down, we just covered some in the 80s again, then yeah, the market probably does continue to go a little bit higher there. So I know you're waiting for 134. That's probably...
I just took the wick top now.
Okay, yeah. So hopefully, hopefully then it works for both of us and we can get into this play. A few more lows would be nice though. I mean, if it keeps on hanging out up here, you're just one tick away. The problem is with NVIDIA, like one story, one move, we know that people want to buy this name up. So, you need to catch it on the way down. And right now, there is no down movement here for NVDA, it doesn't seem like. All right, so there goes the market, right back up, man. We got some good outs there in the low 80s, but who knows? Doesn't look like it was good enough as the market right here trying to hold highs, man, up 0.4. This is where we were in the pre-market, and this is where we are right now. So looks like we want to go higher, man. I'm trying the short. If it works, great, but that's what I'm sort of resting my head on right now. But short NVIDIA right here at 132, 133.
Yeah, I'm looking for the VWAP trace here on NVIDIA. I don't want to get too greedy with it in here. You just...
Same.
There's the wick high. So the second when I said wick high, there's one wick high above 133. The second it did it again, I'm like, let's short it back down and then look for the VWAP retracement, like a scalp trade kind of idea. You can hold on and then hold on to a little bit, maybe past the volume weighted average price in case it works. But if it makes a fresh high, if it breaks that high of the day, you're jumping out of it. And it looks like it wants to right now. Tesla heading for that 340. There's just no red candle on the 3-minute in Alphabet. So this is going to require a lot of patience. If you're not already in it, you're probably just riding the trend. And the thing we actually thought might be a little bit stronger, doing more, IBIT.
Ooh.
It did bounce off that 63 level while we were trading AMD and CoreWeave, but it didn't do much with it. So you've got a very distinct range here happening. And I'm just going to draw this for myself, is a very slight downward channel. But hey, for now, and it's a very slight wedge forming. Probably not that big of a deal, but if it continues to do this wedge pattern for the next 10, 15 minutes and it holds it, then I'd look for a breakout, ideally up because I'm favoring longs in IBIT.
All right, looks like we're going to get stopped out. I mean, the TQs is here. There it is. Okay, I was just going to say it looks like the TQs want to go. There it is, man. Oh, not a good stop right there, 69.20. So we got blasted up there on that stop, 69.20s. We were going to get 69.11s anyway, so not a great out for us there. And also NVIDIA blasting higher. So congratulations, man. The long is definitely what's going on right now. Nice move higher right now. Tesla also blast city right now on Tesla, up 1.5%. Everything right now is going and going good. That is for sure. Look, yesterday we flipped up the TQs and just went long once we broke our level that we liked. Maybe that's what we need to do again right here on this market as we have now taken out those highs. I was looking short today. We could be wrong, and that's fine. But yeah, the long right now seems to be not wrong, and if anything, very, very right. Look, if China's not going to be a problem, and if this chips thing is just going to be what it is, then yeah, NVIDIA, look, we're doing good to get some out. That's for sure, but we will turn red on NVIDIA and then obviously red on the NASDAQ there as well. So 0 for 2, sort of with, the ideas were fine, just we didn't, getting out here was good, but then once we started to break a little bit higher, well, I'm always gonna try the 69 fill. So, and not because the number, of course, but that was the level that we looked at right there from today. So, it did break above that. I think, I don't want to switch over to long because I'm not convinced completely yet. But another name, I guess, let's just check on Big Bear. That did not hit. Yeah, I was waiting at 350 there. That didn't hit yet. AMD, is AMD going as well as NVIDIA?
It is, but not as well. So here's AMD. I got to get to 1 for 3, and it's the one thing that's not breaking out is CoreWeave. The strongest stock is the one that's not going. It's a little curious to me, but if it breaks this trend, I think it's just going to fly. That's how it rolls. AMD's not at the high yet, but I got out above the 112 level, so we 1 for 3 and flat today, and just back to the drawing board. We do have existing home sales coming out in 30 seconds or so.
Oh, my bad.
So, I mean, if you're trading, I don't think it's going to matter too much to most of the stuff you see us trading in here. Why does it still say I am not still short NVIDIA? I just noticed that now, but, I mean, come on. It broke out. There's my stop of the prior high, so I'm out of that stock. I'm sure it'll refresh. But in about 20 seconds, we'll get existing home sales. Probably doesn't matter to anything that we're looking at right now, but I'm sure it can be moving the market in some places. Snowflake, still a bit of a nothing burger in the middle. Jay Lee, you got out of your CoreWeave short as well. Yeah, I think it makes sense because if the market keeps screaming, I do think at some point it probably heads to the upside as strong as it's been.
Yeah, Tesla is absolutely ripping.
Oh my God. We'll look at Rivian in a second, Randy.
Today, but thanks, Randy, for the reload right here. Yeah, I'm still trying to focus on making something happen here. But yeah, we can check out Rivian. Rivian went to 117 a couple of days ago. Okay, 4 million. We didn't even go to Satya there, guys. Existing home sales just came through there, so we'll get from her in a couple seconds. The market, though, continuously going higher right there. Rivian down to 16 again, but a nice little top there. Randy at 17, but it's Tesla today. Rivian's heading lower. Tesla today heading much higher.
340.
Nice move for there. Yeah, 330 or so open, up to 340 right now and ripping right there. So existing home sales minus 0.5 versus 5.9. So I guess home sales versus minus 5.9. So actually looks like a much better number. There it is, 0.5 versus minus 5.9. So I guess that's good, right? More homes being sold than they expected. So good job on that one, U.S. economy. But yeah, there it goes, man. Tesla.
For one, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, we can check out. I mean, it's Toll Brothers. I mean, this is, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, well, that's yeah, it's real, Neil. Yeah, Toll Brothers not doing anything. So, all right, you know, another name that's been beleaguered and beat up over the last 3 years or so. Intel right now back down to through $21 yesterday and caught a nice bottom there at $20.50. So we'll have to watch out to see if that's doing anything. I'm still watching that Fannie and Freddie. It's doing volume, but it's not really, for me, it hasn't been that tradable. I haven't looked at that too much. But the NASDAQ and NVIDIA are what's ripping, man. Just to have been long those names instead of short would have been obviously, wow, 176.50 for Google. I might get in there and start selling some Google. I mean, I've already sold some. I might sell some more. This is a monster move upside there for Google. But I still have probably 2/3, maybe a little bit more. But wow, Google, huge move upside and still going. Unbelievable.
On the week, there's a head and shoulders area on, it's 183 or something like that. So like, yeah, 180 to 183. If you look at a weekly chart of Google, looks like a big one. Look, for Tesla in here, at this point, well, like there were shortable entries at the pre-market high, but there's no shortable entry at 340 unless you want to stand in front of a freight train. I've drawn a trend line from this high, but really you could also just look at it like this. I think if we get a fail under 340 bucks, I'll be looking for this to close under that trend line there instead of standing in front of the moving freight train. You know, like it's at the level we want. Let it actually set up a trade at the level I want. So I'm going to hit save. I have this up on another level too. Go back very quickly to CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave's now starting to look a little bit stronger.
Leaving?
Yeah, it's putting in a higher low and trying to hold VWAP. This might not be the continuation short. This is not the continuation short that we are looking for at this point.
I'm still trying to look at these futures to see what we're doing. Again, if we look at a little bit of a longer time frame here, the 20-minute chart, you know, the NASDAQ's trying to get back going. There's a lot of overhead supply up here, like 71 to 72. That's going to take a minute to get through that. We're not necessarily there. Yeah, we're at 69.50. But I guess I should have looked at it the other way around, too. Like there was a lot down here. But when the market broke earlier this morning, this is what I was thinking about was a continuation move down. And that just fortunately didn't happen for us. So yeah, the TQ's right now off to the races. Palantir just topped out as well at 125. That top wick, not a huge volume profile there or volume signature. It's my Joe's. I like to say volume profile, but I know that that's a study. So that's not what I'm referring to. But right there, 125 looked to be a little bit of a top. NVIDIA 134 is here as well. I mean, that's a level that I know Neil was talking about, but I know obviously things have changed when the market's gotten pretty strong right here, right now. I think we just want to look long and rather play dips than try to short against any of these plays right now, right? But like nothing's really lining up for breaking out. I mean, if we're going to do anything, maybe you dip buy strength into Google. Like, you know, it's been strong, so dip buy is what I'm saying. 175 just held perfectly. Wow. 175 held there, 175 held again. That's $1. So we could have made everything back just buying that one, but that's okay. We do not. Some of the quantum names could be going. I mean, you see NVIDIA going. You see Google going. You see QBT. What the mother?
Son of a
gun. QBTS, man, saying no love
yeah, we
for
sold
the
some
shorts.
at 11.
Yeah, if we sold it at 11.
No, not all of it.
No, but I'm saying fine.
Another
like,
10%.
That's what I was going to say.
All right, here
Keep
comes,
selling then. It's nicely done to the upside there.
Just very quickly, here comes Tesla. We did take our shot. I wanted that setup, so I I know what my entry plan was going to be, which was closing under the trend line, take the short at that bar. But if it breaks, this is one of those scenarios where if it breaks well above 340, I'll be out in between 340 and the high of the day, like just maybe like just a little bit shy of the quarters, because I want, if it breaks back above the original trend line that got me the entry, then I want the liquidity from there to get me out. So we can put a wick in, be fine. And my first out, essentially, the longer trend line is my first out. That's going to be at the $0.50, 338 it works out to. And then the prior high, like I feel as if it's so strong that you're just doing this pullback for the prior high into like 336.5 or 337. That's the entry plan. It's kind of in between two trend lines here, but I'm not going to let it get to the high of the day. That's Tesla. NVIDIA, as you said, is at that 134 level. Tesla's at 340, Neil, and it just did that topping tail candle. It's like you do one thing at a time. It just tagged it. That's a good looking reversion candle. Like I can do that, but it's already broken it. So if we're going to be in it, we should already be in it, and I'll try to chase it, but we're in Tesla right now, and I would make the assumption that CoreWeave potentially is giving you a good move, but there was that channel turn here. There's your topping tail candle. There's the entry. It's not as clean in terms of giving you where the obvious out would be, so I just give it to not the high of the day, but that prior bar in here. Tesla must have just gone as well.
Yeah, we finally took QBTS breaking through 17. I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll try it right there. Right now, we were just looking at 1650. It's still going higher right now. I'm going to get out at 1689 if we break lower. Let's see how high this one wants to fly. Maybe it doesn't at all. But wow, NVIDIA moving higher, everything moving higher. If there's anything you guys want us to look at, please, man, give it to us, because we're not struggling for names, but always looking for some more ideas. Apple, trying to take it out. I wrote down 203. I know Neil talked about that level as well, so we'll wait to see if 203 comes into play at all for Apple right now. All right, Mara, sure, good call there. Who is that in the chat? What's up, Miguel Pereira? How are you doing, my friend? Right there, let's go figure out what's going on with Mara. My phone's going crazy here with all these text messages. It must be about baseball or something. 17 and change. Okay, so Mara, yeah, great level there. Bitcoin not doing much. Maybe it's time to buy some BTC as we've been downside right now, trying to bounce off 11,000, and so does Mara. Great level. Pereira there in the chat. I mean, you might have found that one, 1575, looking pretty damn sweet to me as well. Okay, QBTS, okay, I see you. Let's see how high we can fly right now. A nice 30-cent winner or so on QBTS as we punch. Well, we don't, actually, that's a lie. We don't have 17 long. We have 17.10 long. Let me take something out here at 26. There it is. We'll take out 10% there at 26 and see if QBTS can just continue to go a little bit higher right now. I actually have an offer at 39. I'm not even sure why. We have one at 39. What was the highs into yesterday? So we've got up to $18 yesterday. We got up as high as $18.50 yesterday. So is there room to run? Answer yes. But, steam can come out of these names just as fast as they enter them, right? And so we'll take out 10% up there. That's pretty reasonable for me. Our stop is about 20 cents lower. So we'll take 20 cents. We'll wait for 20 cents and see where we get going. But the market trying to pull back a little bit, at least is NVIDIA off of that 134 level. You're already in it.
Tesla didn't.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Always start with the first one. Tesla broke the prior bar, so we're out. It did break the high, but I didn't wait for the high of the day to get out, nor will I do so on NVIDIA. It's just a personal preference of mine when taking that type of a setup that I don't want it actually getting to that high of the day. When it's that strong, you just save yourself like half the move. It doesn't have to break the high. You get an entry where you can kind of cut your losses. It should work right away when you're doing a trend reversal. NVIDIA immediately catching a bid in front of the opening range top there, 133.25, so you can see it in the book as well. I want this to be a VWAP retracement. That's the name of the game. Very quickly, CoreWeave. We're right not to try this one again. It's now in breakout territory. 115 is another all-time, 114 here is another all-time high, but it got to $120 the overnight or the early morning. So if you're tracking this one, like $120, if it breaks 115 is like it's actually the next level in there on CoreWeave. So watch out for that. Looks like it's absolutely screaming to the upside. IBIT, just one more here. We didn't get into IBIT, but that's a good looking entry. Oh yeah. There's your bottoming tail candle, and we're starting to trend back up off 63. It's like adjacent to 11,000, 111,000, not exactly, but it looks pretty good off of this base at the 63 level. So I'm going to take my first shot on IBIT in front of 63. It's like the second time I've mentioned 63, and I haven't taken the long on IBIT just yet. So we're going to buy some in here. I thought I got 10, so I got 11s. And we're going to give it to just underneath the 63 even level just for the first shot on IBIT. It's not going crazy, and I think the bigger opportunity is going to be when it breaks the trend. Like right now, it's still slightly lower highs being put in by IBIT. So the bigger chance is when it breaks the trend, then you can add into it. So just that and NVIDIA, which is holding underneath the 134 level. Tesla round 2.
What
Yeah.
is Tesla doing? 339. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, well, not 350.
That's the back end.
Yeah, that was a nice.
That's the back end.
That was a nice way.
This could be the back end of the trade, but I'm not gonna FOMO into it right here.
No. Okay, let's just stay patient with our trading here as we are getting a little bit of a pullback in the TQQs. So I was thinking about buying this name at $69 if that does come in. So a nice little downside push here for the market could get us long right now. So if that does happen, man, we are looking for basically the 50-period moving average is what we've talked about, 68.60. I'd hate for that to be where we wind up getting out. But look what just happened on the 5-minute chart. We just bounced off pretty good there, off 68, 69.50 or so. So good movement there on the TQs to the upside and a good short. You just talked about that short on Tesla as well, 68.90 or so. Let's just wait for this to come back in. All right, man, we reloaded this one. A good little trade here for us on QBTS as we get right back into, QBTS. Look at that reload down there. Oh my. We're showing you that we are capable of trading all kinds. And maybe I should only be trading some of these rippers right now. As we'll go 0 for 2 on NVIDIA and the TQs, but there goes Quantum. And again, join us every day, man. I mean, you didn't think we'd be trading this name at $17, but we are right now today. $15 open, 17 long. Let's go, QBTS. Wow, look at this runner right now, guys. Hit the like for this, man. Hit the subscribe. Let's go, man. 30-cent move there for Quantum as it gets you up to the upside right there, man. Nice move up into 1750 and change. We're out of half of it already because we got that sweet, sweet reload, man. So nice move higher right there. Green on the day, obviously, on QBTS. So I'm going to take another piece at 30. I don't know. We do want it to run up, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we are, taking profits where we do see fit, because yesterday, if we're going to zoom this out a little bit on QBTS, and again, thank you for being here, man. I mean, we'll look to trade everything. This little level right there, 1750, that was a good level yesterday morning, and then we broke it, and then we did this. So 1750, a good little out spot right here for QBTS. So we're going to wait to see what happens right now and put another offer near 1750. And then if we get that, great. IONQ getting some news here as well about
talking.
Something about it. Yeah. So look at IONQ today. Wow, woo-wee. Nice move there for IONQ.
Mitch called that one the leader. I was like, what makes it the leader? The only thing I know about IONQ differently, because I don't claim to know too much about the space. My family owns some shares in QBTS, but it's Martin Shkreli said that's the only one that didn't have zero value. So that's to me, like, I don't know. He's farmer boy, so what does he know about that? But I guess other people agree, because Mitch said it, and I'm assuming he did some research. It probably means that they have the most revenue, is my guess, because the others have essentially no revenue. 39,000 QBTS, I believe it was. So look, we're coming into the volume-weighted average price on NVIDIA. So this is where it abjectly failed the first short. And so if the market's bullish and we're bouncing there, my rule is get out, look for another opportunity. So we're 1 for 2 on NVIDIA, but we didn't short it at our level the first time, so that's a little bit of a fail. But the second one into that 134 was spot on. Tesla, I think that might have been a trap. Yeah, like I said, I'm not chasing that move. Look for a better setup on Tesla underneath the 340, an actual close underneath the bigger trend. Like the trend from the open is the one I should be tracking, and I shorted another one, which was forced action. So if we close underneath 340 here, you've broken the bigger trend line on Tesla. So good look over there in NVIDIA, and I got to go back over to my friend CoreWeave.
Oh yeah, CoreWeave.
Didn't break the high after all. So CoreWeave, it's not really setting up much of anything. Maybe AMD will be the opportunity here. Yeah. AMD's already broken its all morning trend and heading back underneath VWAP. I'll look for a pop and then fade back into 112.5. Let's see what happens. The market's trying to pull back, but we saw how strong it was early. I want to be rushing into any other shorts. We're able to be at least 2 for 2. going on the shorts there. But we'll be patient making our next move.
I want to check Snowflake. We sold some at 199, still 195, not doing too much. But if you ever entered an order where you're trying to buy or sell and the price you got filled, like that happened to me today, is it completely different from what you expected? Well, that is called slippage. And that can happen when you're trading on an old or underpowered computer. And it does wind up costing traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and how to avoid that slippage. Go ahead, make sure you do scan that QR code on your screen right now, and the link is also in the description to get a free copy of this guide. That's Easy Trading Computers. Look, no harm in checking that guide out. I mean, it's completely free. Scan that QR code there, check it out, just see what specs they're looking at. I mean, we have a lot of smart traders in the chat that have actually talked about this with us, what is required, what kind of computers they're trading on. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen and go find out what our good friends at Easy Trading Computers are all about. We want to thank them for sponsoring this segment. So yeah, go grab that, go check it out, Easy Trading Computers. So I was just like, you might have heard me like, oh man, no, but that's because we didn't get enough. Now we have it because it's down here to 69. I was waiting at 69.05 and it came back in. We missed it. It goes all the way to 69.20. I didn't miss it. We only got a small amount of shares because we were bidding 10s and then 5s. But now we have that little bit of a reload there on the TQQ. So let's see where we can go from here. We always take something out for 10 cents if we can get it. And then that most recent high again was in and around the 20s. So let's see how far we can fly now as we're back loaded in to the TQQs. Man, QBTS right back up to these highs again. But right now, man, my bread is being buttered over here with the NASDAQ. So well, I mean, this has been, honestly, man, this quantum, congratulations to Neil's family. But this is right now a huge move up. Bang, bang, and bang. Sharif, man, we're taking your energy, we're taking your style, and right there's quantum, QBTS, baby. We're loaded up, man. It's a 60-cent winner. We're trying to get a little bit more, but hey, when you're playing with size, this is a nice winner. So 65 cents right there on QBTS is what we're looking for. We said the high might be right here at 47, 48, 50. We looked at this yesterday. Let's see what winds up happening. More clearing out right now of our position on QBTS. We went short at 17, it broke it, we went long, then we reloaded, and glad we had done that. So come on, NASDAQ, man, you're the next one to go to the high side, but it'd be nice if you went immediately.
Well, it's trying to go, the NASDAQ. I might have missed I missed the punch on Tesla. I was just banging the table there, and it looks like that was the move. Like, it just came right there underneath the 339. It just pushed into 338, but it's already back up. So you should be in and have scalped a piece out. Now, if it retests the high, you want it closer to 340 to have a tighter stop. So I'm just going to move. Yeah, I'm just going to move a little bit up. I'm still tracking IBIT. We took our first shot at this thing, and it couldn't hold to 63. It did another bottoming tail candle. At this point, I'm just going to go for the trend break. Like, it's still kind of going, there's your set of lower highs. Have it close one and then break the next level up. So that'll be around VWAP here. If it's going to go ham, we've seen what can happen over there in IBIT. So let's just wait patiently for it. Yesterday, it did a very similar thing before going into the all-time highs. Like, it was gliding down at the open, and the first pullback, like right here, you just saw it go down, hold, even make a lower high, and then sort of explode to the upside. And then any breaks you took were good. It didn't matter what break you took in the second half of the morning. They were all good, dip buys, all that kind of good stuff. Google, which I know I guess you're not in it.
No.
You mentioned the 175, that's what it was. 170, if it's dipping again, 175 or the volume weighted average price. Those are the only two places I'm looking for to join the Alphabet party. We're going to be patient because the only ones that have worked today are when you've really picked your spots. Like NVIDIA worked because we waited for the setup off 135 and then it was pretty clean. So I'll be the same level of patience if we're going to be able to pick up a Google long in here off of 175 even.
And then someone in the chat just said, what's up, Ozan? Right there. But I mean, sometimes you guys are like, oh man, Sean's always talking Mag 7 names. Well, this is your biggest trade of the day right here, QBTS for me. Huge move upside right there as we continue to climb. I'm going to get another piece out right now. Our best out was 70, we can talk about it, 75, 79, something like that. 74, sorry, was our best out. We'll take another 67 right there and then watch to see what winds up happening right now with QBTS. What's my boy doing over here? What up, Alex? All right, 124 right now for Palantir, up 3%. Nice move, man. Just bounced off VWAP again. Too obsessed a little bit with some of these other names, but that was a nice play right there. We only have a third left of our QBTS, so let's wait to see what happens there. But Palantir pulling back in as well as the futures. So some more outs right there on the futures, and we're watching out because here it comes in right now. We're going to get, that sucks, man. We're going to get stopped out at 68.80 if the futures and the TQs do wind up breaking. So a nice move back down in there now for the NASDAQ, trying to bounce off of 68.85 or so. That's that low right there. That's where the 50-period moving average is. We're going to get out if we do break that. So we'll try a little bit longer down here right now and then see if we do wind up holding that basement. But there it is, man. Thank you so much to Arsis FX. I'm here for you guys. We all are. And QBTS here too since a while back. Good job, Sean and Neil. Yeah, I mean, congratulations. Like I said, we're here to try to show you some trading opportunities, whether or not, they're on board or not, whatever. It's up to you guys to see how you trade them. But QBTS, we appreciate that as, that's why you want to watch get our watch list too, right? I mean, we often are talking about some of these plays every single day on that watch list. So, definitely check it out if you're looking for plays. Here comes QBTS fading out a little bit. Let's take advantage of this. See if we can get up there. The Qs just fell. NASDAQ just broke the 50 period, so we got out. Boo.
I'll get to Tesla in a second.
QBTS,
that NVTS, that's the other small capper, the one that's on the watch list with the NVIDIA deal. Very, very clean trend line in there if you happen to be watching and looking for it to break. It's been trending down all morning long, but it's making a bit of a higher low and looking like it's going to break the trend. So I waited for the fills above 39 on Tesla. There's supply at 338.5. It looks like is trying to break, but we did get to 338 last time. Still looking to track to 337 or the volume weighted average price on that trade. NVIDIA's not doing anything. AMD was the other one. Yeah, AMD's now down through VWAP. So yeah, AMD's usually, sometimes it's just a better short than NVIDIA. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not in it, so it doesn't really matter at this point, but yeah, suffice to say it's a better short than NVIDIA currently. Should be in that one. If we don't break this 338 on the next 3-minute bar, then I'll take something out at 338.5 on NVIDIA or on Tesla for like 70 or 80 cents, but I'm looking for 338 evens here and then a play back into 337. But there are some buyers holding this one up. Oh, it's Apple is the one that okay, Apple's under VWAP as well. So Apple, again, another easier short trade for sure, but we're not in it, so it doesn't matter. I thought maybe we'd be able to catch that at that pre-market high. But staring down the buyers that are trying to win it here at 338.5, they're doing a very good job of it. So maybe I do need to take some out there. I just got some at 65, I think, in there on Tesla. Now we're looking for the retracement back into 337. It's pretty strong, so you have to take what you can get here on the Tesla short. NVIDIA, much better for the short end of VWAP. It didn't have a single green candle after it rejected. And look at that continue to fall. So I liked it to VWAP. I'm hoping Tesla can give me the same kind of mean reversion play and then move on to the next, everybody. Let's see what happens here because the market, it's a good topping tail candle. I'm going to show you the ES instead of the NASDAQ for a second. That's a pretty good topping tail candle underneath those pre-market and overnight highs. But you haven't broken the upward trend yet. So yeah, you've got a reversal candle, but you've held the upward trend at least over in the ES and the NASDAQ for now.
Yeah, QBTS back up to highs as well. Thank God for QBTS because this futures trade has been pushing me back, forth, and up and down again. We're back into the futures right now, but we've lost on this. Like we were short, lost, long, lost. So hasn't been really doing too much. I'm still liking this 50-period moving average. So I'm going to go longer through $69 there. But we have to have the momentum back to the upside. So if that comes through, then we're going to be punching long on the TQs, and then we'll try to use again some of these similar levels to get out on if at all possible. NVIDIA's at that same level that we liked before, 132.80s. where we shorted the first time, but we're going to wait to see if that gets going. I just want to make sure that my TQQ level is right, which it looks to be there. All right, guys, trade the pool. There's the QR code right there. Make sure you do scan that if you do have the opportunity to do it. Trade the pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings. Hopefully you never do that to prove yourself in the market, unless you're buying Bitcoin, right, Sharif, guys? Then it's worth it. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, not CFDs, and your downside is limited to your sign-up fee, which starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your PA. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing where your loss is capped. So that's a great opportunity for all of us. All you have to do is pass that evaluation. That's it. You're funded. Scan that QR code and also get 10% off from Trader TV Live.
Cap.
So no cap on that, but the cap is 10% actually.
Yes, the cap is 10%,
yeah, so
but it's no
there is
cap.
a cap, but no cap on that one as well. All right, so we got into a little really small piece here, so I don't want people to think like we're actually holding this. This is VWAP right here. If we break back down through VWAP on the TQQs, then that might just signal like, okay, kind of like a no moss situation right here, where, you know, if it breaks through, the market has fallen back in. I'm trying to wait and be a little bit more patient now because we've played off of the lines that we believe in, but it really hasn't been like that short into 69 never really worked. We were trying to play off 69 as being the high there. That didn't play. And then we tried to go long with 69 again. That worked okay, but at the end of the day, it didn't work. So right now we're just going to see what happens with VWAP. But the market is like, this is a tough way to trade the futures, you know, unless you really take that day break and then somehow you knew that was the top and you didn't hold it all the way back down. So right now we're trying to hold out for VWAP. So that's going to be pretty good. Again, a couple more outs up here right now in the 60s. For QBTS. My out is a break of 17, as long as that's in there still. Yes, it is. So we'll wait for it. Hopefully it can start to work out a little bit more for us right there on QBTS. Welcome back, our good friend Bears versus Bulls, man. So I didn't have to ban Hammer yesterday. I didn't see anything. Ramin did not either.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, so all good.
We have a great community, everybody.
Yeah, our community's aight. Yeah, thank you to everybody for continuously coming back. What are we at today for viewer count right now? Normally we're at 11 or so thousand, 9,500, man. Get that like button going right here, right now. Here's what it looks like from my side of things right now. It looks like we only have, we have 1.2K. All right, that's not bad. Let's see if we get up to 1.5, man. If you're watching right now, 9,600 of you. If 1 out of every 10 of you hits that button, then we'll hit that goal of 2K. So please, man, hit that if you can. I hope you like what we've been doing so far. Trading the futures. Neil's been in a few different things as well. So yeah, so far so good. The trades haven't really, on my side, been too hot fire. We just have QBTS, really, which I'm going to take advantage of that right now, coming back into the upside. And if you are, you know, a small cap or some of these runner traders, you know what that's all about. You got to take advantage when you get back to some of those highs. But then I always think it's important to leave something on for that higher play right there. So we only have about a third left now of this quantum play. We told you we had about half. We just exited some of that right now on the way back up to the highs. So half of the position out. Sorry, we just got out of half of what we have. A third left on our initial 1710 or 1707 long right there. Okay, now the futures are starting to climb back up a little bit. Good dip buy opportunity. Let's take advantage of that. It's only an opportunity. It's only money when you take it out. So right there, we'll take some more out on TQQs. Now 30 cents in the money. See? Like the break trades haven't been working good, but sometimes if you wait and you play off some of these magical lines, they do make a little bit of sense. We're still trying to go long though on a 69 break. Maybe the momentum can carry us through on the NASDAQ.
Magic lines are key, but the other line is if it's super strong, don't wait for it to break the high of the day. So Tesla, we're able to get some out of Tesla, but those buyers at the 338 half, they won. Once it's back above 340, I'm out of it. Like I'm not waiting for that high. Like it's got to work and it's got to work right away. Just for a quick, we're gonna get to Google in a quick little second, but NVTS, we'll probably mispronounce the name of the company. So we'll just go NVTS. Navitas, I think it's called. Just broke the trend line to the upside. There's Tesla breaking that high, but I'm out $1 ago. Alphabet pulled back into 175 and then broke a slight trend. If you make this a 1 minute instead of a 3 minute, it broke the trend. Now I do still like VWAP, and I always like VWAP better, but I said if it came into 175, we take a shot. And then NVTS broke this trend line from the morning here. If it can hold above 460, I think it's an add into VWAP and then a play into $5. $5, as you can see here, a brick wall, $5 for most of the pre-market. I think that's one worth watching. And just one, now on, every time a short is an exit on CoreWeave, I should just reverse it long. It's like for 2 days in a row. Like I'm 3 for 3 on my last 3 shorts, and all 3 of those longs were either faster or better or went further. Like what? It's just every single time there's an exit, you're like, oh, the buyers are in here, time to get out of your short. You should just be punching long in CoreWeave, but I'm not chasing it up here. It can't seem to break out that 115 top, but if the market keeps going, remember, it got to 120 in the aftermarket in the early morning today. So it's got some room out and above, right? Consolidation in Google's not really doing much right now. I'm sitting in here at like the mid 30s. I want it to get to that 176. That'd be a good target. So let's get an offer out in front of that. If it starts making higher lows, that would be a reason to add. But the like initial entry bounce off 75. It's not really trending back up just yet. So we'll leave it at the 1 salvo for now. Tesla, good thing we got away from that. It's continuing to go. And what else do you guys want us to look at here? I mean, Tony's saying Tesla, hold my battery. Okay,
that's kind of funny.
I mean, it's saying, okay, I can't say that. It's saying, shorts, you're in trouble. I was going to say something else. And yeah, it's not nice to the shorts. How about that?
Yeah, it's definitely not nice to the shorts today. Not nice to any shorts on the market unless you sort of shorted about 10, 20 minutes ago at that high. There it is, man. A nice little trade there. We're making some money back there on the TQs, man. Buying VWAP, getting out at 69. I mean, no matter how you look at that, that's 40 cents, right? All the way to the upside right there. But still, looking to get a bigger play. And I think a break there of 69 may trigger that. So let's wait to see if the futures want to do it right now. I mean, I'm not hearing any news or anything in our ear. If Satya sees anything, she'll come with us as well. But right now, not too much. We just missed that. Gas just came up, but we don't normally cover that. 120 versus 118. So if you want to look at a UNG to see if that's moving around a little bit, it came out as expected. So it's kind of a nothing burger there on UNG. You can see not much happening. 120 barrels versus 118 estimate, 110 prior. So kind of as expected there on the gas, nat gas. All right, QBTS back up to the highs again. It just keeps on dipping back into 1740. I'm just going to let this thing roll right now just because. I mean, let's wait to see if it wants to get higher. IBIT, great bottom there at 63. Maybe that's a trade as well. If that can come in as, you know, Bitcoin's trying to go, but it really hasn't been the story today. All right, there goes QBTS right now is an absolute runner. I was going to look at eBay, but forget about that. There it is, man. Let's take another piece out right there. Let's get out some 91s, guys. Yes, sir. Bang, bang, bang. The banger on the day for me right there. Hey, man, we're $1 in the money on a $17 name. So let's see what happens now at 18. I'm going to put another piece out right here at 96. Hopefully, we didn't get it. But yeah, again, good trade. Always want to have more shares, but we've done pretty well on this trade right now today as QBTS really holding fort for me as we continue to go a little bit higher on that play. I still want to get into NVIDIA. I still want to do all this kind of stuff.
NVIDIA's doing literally nothing.
Yeah,
I'm glad we got away from
the market,
that.
man. The market's fading back out again. A great short there at 69. I'm waiting for the breaker long, but that was a good little retest right there for us. So yeah, man, QBTS is a good name for me today.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You've got to be able to find,
hood.
like, the market's actually heading right back in here. I was about to say NVIDIA's not doing anything, but it just held a lower high. It's a potential head and shoulders setup, although not very clean because it's like it's got shoulders, but then that's not extended. This could still end up being short, but for now, I'll wait for 134 where it's set up before. NVTAS or whatever it is. NVTS. After breaking trend, it's working into VWAP and then the $5 level. Like, that's the plan of action. Like, I'm actually going to be on the offers out in front. $5 when you zoom out. Well, you don't have to zoom out very far. Had resistance in the aftermarket there at that price. And then if you go to the daily chart,
is right back again.
Like, we can all see $5 is a pretty gigantic level on NVTS.
What's happening?
Like, it breaks above $5, then I think that's a separate trade. So it's a monster level. I'm playing this only into $5, everybody. And then from there, we'll see what it can do. That always happens. I zoom out too far, and then it catches up later. All right, so that's going. We'd like to see a VWAP break, be able to get the $5 level. But here's Google. It got to 176 and immediately starts its stance back down. I'll reload it one more time in front of 175, hopefully with a better price, but the market's starting to come back in here. I do want to still go back to some of the things I liked short, because if we lose VWAP in the market, we could head right back to those lows. Bad news yesterday, and AMD, despite NVIDIA climbing higher, AMD can't seem to break VWAP. It's a weaker stock. It never broke out any of the highs. It's underneath the first place we bounced yesterday after the bond auction. So to me, this is a better shorting opportunity than NVIDIA. So I'm more likely to short this off the highs or short this under VWAP if the market starts breaking down. So long NVTS, long Google, and glad we're away from Tesla. That's now 342. And I'm going to pivot to liking AMD over NVIDIA at these current levels. Well, not at these current levels, at that, I guess, opening range high.
Yeah, we just got messed up again there on our TQ trade. Like, we got punched in, then punched out almost immediately on that, as it took 69 and then it just fell down 20 cents. So, in the vein of trying to, not just hold on to everything all the time, we got stopped out again as it just came right back into that level and punched me out. I was just like, I didn't want to sit here if it wasn't going to go, so we got out, but I'm still in it, long at 93 now. Our stop out was 80 break. We punched long, we took 20 cents worth of risk, it failed, came right back in, so now we're back, not caught, but we're back long right now. Oh, JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon right now talking apparently some China, so.
Wow.
It's not doing anything, just willing to still cultivate the Chinese market, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, I'm just a little bit upset that we don't have our full load on for TQs, but look what just happened again. It just broke back above 69 and then missed again. So, a court decision there that has to, Trump has to reinstate education workers laid off there, I guess, by Doge or something. So we'll wait to see where that happens right now. Shouldn't matter too much to the market. All right, Neil, what's on your mind?
Well, what's on our mind is that you can get the first month free over at eSignal, because if you're trying to find the trend, join the trend, find the hot stocks, what's moving, what's not, cultivate yourself a watch list, find that QBTS is moving. Maybe find out what's going on over in crypto land or in currencies. Everything is available to you with eSignal. It's highly customizable, reliable data. If the market's open, your data is pretty much good every single time. You can back test, forward test, try out indicators, see how they work for you in real time. It's everything you need in one place. It's highly customizable and very intuitive for you to use. So it's all about everything in one place. It's an all-in-one platform. You can link up to a vast number of brokers to trade through the eSignal platform. So scan that QR code, get your first month free with eSignal. And I had this monthly chart up as Google because it's gorgeous, but not the long just now. I don't think that would matter. Well, sorry, the headline that we just had. I don't think that would matter too much to the markets.
Oh God, Google, yeah.
But like we were curling back to the upside. I just reloaded in front of 75, and it's right back down. So I got to wait for VWAP. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate as to why we would reverse off of that headline with the Department of Education, but I suppose reporting any kind of executive order maybe is going to be seen as weakness because it's more turmoil and less certainty. But either way, we just lost the 75, so I did that little trend break. It couldn't get past the 176 even area. I'm still in that NVTS. It's a small capper that probably doesn't care. And obviously, as we're doing that, I did not get shorted VWAP on AMD. It held pretty much exactly at the volume weighted average price in that 112. This is where we were short before, and now it's looking a heck of a lot better. We'll see if we can't get picked back up in this. I do now prefer this at the current area if we can get VWAP to NVIDIA, which I look over at NVIDIA, and
everything's cranking
No, you
lower.
could have, like NVIDIA's at VWAP and trying to bounce. Like, here's the difference. It's at VWAP and trying to bounce. AMD is absolutely flushing. What is CoreWeave doing?
They're all flushing.
CoreWeave is not doing anything. Still holding some of the highs. It does have this going on here, though. There's your trend on CoreWeave. I've only taken trend breaks on CoreWeave with the exception of this fail at VWAP at the open. I'll see if we can take another one here on a clean trend break with CoreWeave. Let's see what's going on in some sectors that aren't tech with Satea and our Sector Watch.
What is up, everybody? Welcome. So today we are looking at the communication services, significantly high today. Google up 3.95%, wow, and Meta 0.72%, so looking green on the sector. Pretty bearish sectors we're looking at is the healthcare section. So Eli Lilly down 1.12%. J&J down 0.64%, ABBV down 0.23%, and the list goes on. And then also a consumer defensive is also looking pretty bearish as well, with Walmart at 0.35% down, as well as Costco 0.82% down. So pretty bearish on the day. And what else are we looking at? We are also looking at the financial sector. Pretty red throughout all of the financials. We're looking at Visa, MA, AXP. Visa down 0.20%, MA down 0.26%, as well as AXP down it is up 0.11%, but COF down 0.05%. Back to you.
Satya, good job on that for sure. Okay, like I'm starting to get real frustrated now because every single position I seem to get in doesn't want to work. But look at Google right here at VWAP. You know, that could be a nice looker right here for sure. It's amazing that we had that QBTS still. Thankfully, that name was saver for us. There's Brendan, you know, hard at work over there. Thanks, guys, for that. Is Brendan now getting ready to cover everything up? That's Obi's trading station right there. So yeah, that wall almost gonzino right there, very soon. Yeah, Obi, if you're remoting in, man, your computer at risk.
If it turns off suddenly, Obi, I'll just
yeah, easy trading computers. Go check those guys out if you want to know more about that. But yeah, thanks, Brendo. Getting ready to rock and roll. As you can see, man, Studio 8 is live and kicking right now as that project. Nothing's going to stop that project at all, and nothing hopefully will stop the NASDAQ right now as we're starting to get back up to the upside. Yahoo! We finally make a decent decision right there and buy off of VWAP again. Stop punching. Like we keep on punching the longs and then we get punching them out. So we don't need to keep on doing that, right? So let's just stay humble here and just wait to see what this NASDAQ wants to do and not try to predict like it's breaking out because it hasn't really given that sort of signature yet to do that, right? It kept on trying. And what I mean by signature is like it didn't break through the 69 and hold. Like it kept on coming up and coming back down. So if anything, this is a bearish. Where's my bear? If anything, this is a bearish signal right now on the TQ. So I'm gonna get a little bit more out here as we get up. I'm offering 90s now. I'd hate to miss that. Hopefully we get it 1 penny away from that. Hopefully we will. Big Bear AI. I mean, this is a good stock for us the last couple days. You know, I wrote down 350 for a long. It gets as low as 366, then makes its move up to 4, and now stopping on a dime. Did I get those 90s or not? No, I did not. Okay, so I'm going to have to offer some out right here. I just have too many shares. I don't have too many, but I have enough to do this where I'm scalping it out and not feeling bad about it. So nice recovery there on the TQQs. We need this thing to go like $1 to make back what we need, but maybe that happens. So we'll wait to see if that does come through now. Again, sans any news, right? Like we don't really have anything right now bumping the market. So maybe something will hit at some point that gets this going. All right, now we're back at that breakout level here on the TQQs. We basically had 4 figures. Now we have 3 figures on this. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with the TQs. And on that note, I'm actually going to take another piece out right here because it just looks like it rejected again up there at $69. So boo you, TQQ. Let's see where we go. But hopefully a little bit higher because that's frustrating, man. That's back-to-back times we make those outs there and does not continue higher. So let's keep going, man. Trump tweeted the bill passed. I don't know. I'm not hearing anything like that, but we already know that. So
yeah, we knew that was.
Yeah. Okay. Look at that, man. What a disgrace, man.
Apple, not Apple.
NASDAQ.
Google just lost VWAP, so
yeah.
You know it's always it's better. It got into that AMD, but it's always better if the markets go up. So it tries to hold 175. It tries to hold the volume weighted average price. Just wanted to show you guys because you'll see I was in it and lost VWAP. Now we're going to be out of it. I was able to pick up.
What a bad day.
Oh, come on, AMD. You gotta be kidding me, man. Did not get. Yeah, we wanted one more fill here at 82. I got some on the way up at 70s. Get on the bid. Got some here on the bill. There we go. I got some in at the 70s. It wicked VWAP. We got the 90 fill. I'm like, look, it just rejected VWAP, punched short. to get more. So AMD's continuing to hold to the downside right now. It's just one of those things, like for every win, there's a loss. And
I don't know what your ratio is like, man, but for every loss I have, for every one win, I have like 5 losses here.
But like, here's what's crazy. Like, what doesn't make any sense to me, and this is like, the first short that worked the best for me was CoreWeave. And now that the market's coming down, it's like the one stock that won't go down. Like, what the heck is wrong with this thing? It defies all logic. I was staring this down, looking for that trend break when AMD happened, and might be part of the reason we missed it. This wants to break out the high. So I guess we're patiently waiting again for another setup on CoreWeave. They're really good when they happen because like CoreWeave will give you like a few bucks pretty quickly. But yeah, it's not one you want to fight in an upward trend. You just can't do it. And when you got to let it break the trend, and it's pretty good when it breaks the trend. Sometimes you might, like that was never a big trend break. That's a trend break there. You can draw a trend line if you want. That one probably bamboozled you, but you could have scalped some for a win. That was a big trend break. Another one happened at the 108 level. The more I look at this, the more you look at this, shoot. Prior day high, resistance to support to run to the top. Well, that's in hindsight though. So, it's what it is.
Yeah, guys. Go ahead. No, I was going to say, I'm just telling the truth to everybody.
I'm reloading on VWAP on AMD, and I'm going to try to keep it in the pocket. Right? Like the idea being, right now, I'm going to be in like scalp mode inside of ranges because there's a lot of look at the stock. Like AMD has not broken the afternoon range in either direction.
Oh, now.
So until something happens proving otherwise, like why would you try to be more fancy than that? CoreWeave, I'm not going to trade it till it breaks that trend action. So, to be able to keep things in the pocket, I don't want to lose yesterday's day or have like losses that are bigger than yesterday because yesterday was a much better trending kind of day than so far this morning. So always make sure that you're relatively just fit your own trading plan in terms of risk to reward. I don't want to speak for anybody else in here. But for me, it means not fighting anything past our key levels. And what was that? I just saw GameStop. Of course. So GameStop just broke 30. I heard it in my ear. No idea why. If there's any news here, it's up 7%. That's a delayed reaction to Bitcoin being strong because they've been buying Bitcoin. Because this was it wasn't really doing much. But $30, I am probably at some point going to pay for locates there on GME, but not right now. Because we just got NVIDIA off that little weird head and shoulders thing. So again, just like AMD, playing it to VWAP. No more, no less, scalp trade because the market has not got a defined direction yet.
All right. There goes, like I was saying, man, very tough day. I see in the chat as well for a lot of you. So, welcome to the club right there. We're not doing that bad. Like I said, we're trading 3 names, 1 for 3. But the big hit, obviously, is going to be me just getting back and forth with TQQ. But on that note, we're regrouping, right? Like it just made a move up there. We've already seen it fail 69 a bunch of times. I'm almost just waiting for this to break lower right now. So I'm not going to reload this. It's given us a problem. We just got out on the way up there, more shares. So yeah, just trying to say, you know what? We could be wrong, and as Neil says, stay in the pocket right there. So regardless, though, man, if you're putting on trades and they're losing, that pocket gets a little tighter as you go. So here goes the TQs. If it breaks 68.50, we're just going to be gone, and then we can always look at something else because it's just bouncing off VWAP right now, right? So I want to give it just a couple pennies below that. Hopefully, we can bounce through. But, in talking about staying in the pocket, we get a little bit out of the comfort zone there and really hammer this this QBTS there and just got the reload, right? So now we'll wait to see. It's trying to break through $18 right now. That would be nice if that winds up happening for us on that. So, all right, IonQ. Yeah, IonQ is great. That's for sure. That's been the talk of the town here today. QBT is also a pretty nice trade, but IonQ right there, obviously a $35 name. So, we're $1 in the money on a $17 name. So this name, though, is double the price, but up $6. So yeah, that would have been a little bit of a better break there than the QBTS, but we take what we take. 34.50 right there for QBTS, or sorry, for IonQ, a great break. All right, guys, you know, like I keep saying, like we're making money back, which has been great, but we still got to get out when this comes back up to the upside. So there goes the TQQs. Let's get some more out there. We just took a 79. Like, this is the problem with me. I can't just sit there and stare at QBTS because I have too much else involved all the time there. So, you know, the next play for me would have been maybe a Google, but that already broke through view up. I know Neil was on that one, and there's the move down in for Google. IBIT looks like it wants to break. It just broke 11,000 there on the. I can't believe it's almost 1050 right now. Like, that is wild. Only 10 minutes until the midday show. Yeah, so all right, some more outs there on the TQs. Pretty happy with being able to get some out. Remember, we're long at 61s. We just keep taking out some 80s. So, you know, I'm talking all negatively and stuff, but at the same time, I'm only disappointed that we haven't ripped the top yet. But this trade has been fine, right? Out 30 pennies, or out, sorry, 20 pennies, risking 10, worth it, but not enough. We want to get a little bit more. So yeah, man, GME is mooning. But all right, let's go back and hear what Neil has to say.
Yeah, GME is definitely mooning to the upside. I don't know the odds of GME continuing to fly higher here, but if you're looking for
GME. Wow,
we'll get to that quickly. Like, I did pay for locates on GME, and I'm not saying it's going to flush, but if you look at the history here, whoops, where's my daily chart? There we go. If you look at the history of it, above the $30 level has been a fade zone on the daily chart. You can see it is pretty much as clear as day. The last couple of times we've tested 30, there was a move to 32. It's failed it. So what, for a whopping total of 3 cents per 100 shares, at real trading, you can short this stock. I don't know what it is at other brokers. I can just tell you how good it is, how cheap it is for us. I shouldn't say good, because we'll see what happens. It's such a strong upward trend that it's not going to necessarily be a trend break for me. Ideally, it does set one up, but like, that doesn't look very appealing for a trend break. I'll see if it makes a better trend on this higher upside. But if you are looking for unbeatable odds, then the place to go is ProfitX, everybody. Because if you switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, you're going to get to set the price. It's not one-size-fits-all bets on all the lines. You get better odds, and you craft your own picking strategy. You got real-time trading tools. Bid, ask. We did it with the OKC, actually, tonight. Got a great level yesterday, took out half the book, and now we're sitting pretty. Secure those best odds and track the action and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX's sports playing reimagined. Use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Scan the QR code out in front of you. And, of course, be responsible, everybody. Just a quick recap. I was just talking about GameStop. Well, there was that scalp and a VWAP on NVIDIA. Like, play it to the prior resistance. Look at it, hold VWAP. Just get out. But that's what's happening in the market right now. Like, you're getting step by step, essentially, maybe even trending back into the upside. And the same thing with AMD. I'm playing that in the other direction, shorting VWAP to the low. So, well, not playing the other direction, playing off of the other direction in the volume weighted average price. As you said, Bitcoin's starting to go, but I do have to go back over to Tesla. We got away from Tesla because look at it go, super strong. But where is Tesla right now? Do you remember we're buying that 343, 342 area the last couple of days with support until the afternoon? It just triple topped up here on the 15-minute at that same prior support level. So that's a setup for me. It also, I'm going to get rid of my trend lines in there, and just to keep it simple, throw the trend, which clearly has now set here. Like, it's a longer trend line into obvious resistance.
Whoa.
That's the setup play that I'm looking for. So outside of VWAP here on AMD, here's your trend break on Tesla. And as always, close under the trend line, play it to the volume weighted average price, and the first support would be about 340.5.
I like that, as always. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Stick with your plan, man, and get going. As Neil was talking there, we did have a great break of QBTS, but then again, stopped. So we got some 1805s right there on QBTS before it completely stopped at the bottom there. It looks like the futures are going to take this as we get ready to leave you guys. So we are still long here. Oops, that's not the futures. That's still QBTS. This is the futures right here. So we're long again, 58. So just took another bid just to see. maybe if we just keep scalping it out, I mean, it's a 10-cent worth of a hit. Let's see if we can get back into some of those levels. It doesn't look like it as we're trying to push a little. There it goes. It's going to break. So VWAP now coming into play here. If it doesn't break, I'm so surprised at that one, but nothing would surprise me anyways these days, as this market's been, there it goes, has been a tough one, but there's the break down below now. So I'd almost think about like going short now on the TQQs or on the market in general. But again, you know, making like big decisions like that hasn't necessarily worked out fantastically for us there today. It's better been waiting for levels. Like we waited for VWAP and take advantage. Like the only time it broke was now. So we've been buying this dip since for a half hour right there and taking advantage of those plays. The only time we messed up was when we kept on breaking back and forth and around. So, okay, that's what that is. I did want to check out, first of all, we have to do this because we needed to figure out what's for lunch. I mean, that's the first thing. And then I'm going to go into another trade. But what's for lunch today? It's a very, very simple one. It's the best lunch, possibly. It's the most standard lunch. No matter which country you're in, you're going to get these kind of lunches. It's just sandwiches. It's a variety of sandwiches, which often will come with Montreal smoked meat. Sometimes can come with tuna, egg salad, turkey, ham, BLTs, things like that. My wife crushed
egg salad?
A BLT. It doesn't say anything. It just says sandwiches. With crudité, which we figured out a while ago was, again, some veggies with some dip. So we'll look for that as well. And then it looks like side cookies. Well, that's interesting. That's what's for lunch. Yeah, we'll take it.
No one's that interested in the cookies.
Nah, no one's that interested in the cookies, are they? All right, so there we go right now. Yesterday, what a big day for money time in the company yesterday. Someone in Canada took down 40 grand. So that's a nice day there for somebody here. Congratulations to somebody who made $40,000 US on the TSX yesterday. That's a big number, man. So congratulations to someone trading Canadian markets yesterday. Amex NASDAQ there yesterday, 22 grand. Someone in, wow, what a different day today it is for the market. This was yesterday again, of course. Amex and NASDAQ, then Hong Kong. Someone in Hong Kong dropping 12.5 Gs. These are all US dollars, regardless of the exchange. TSX and then the venture exchange as well. So again, you know, real trading spurned here in Canada. We have a lot of traders that are in Canada, so these Canadian markets often get looked at. And then just here, probably SPY or some closing trades on the Amex. GLD moving around, GDX moving around right there. But Amex. Oh. Marijuana, they just approved Trump's pick there for DEA, but it's uncertain right now what that will mean to Mary Jane. So MSOS right there, you know, not moving around. We'll look at that for sure.
That's my joint.
Again, there, yeah, that's a good joint.
So, it's
TQ's downside as well.
My go-to karaoke song. Shout out to Rick James. The problem with trend breaks is like if you're waiting for a trend break to happen, the problem is when it happens, sometimes everyone else that's long is like getting out at the same time. And so like you get a flush like this on Tesla. Yeah, I left the orders in there. We didn't get picked up. Obviously, that's going to head to the downside. And it's already pretty much at volume at VWAP or halfway to VWAP. So we missed that opportunity in there. And again, that's the thing. Like if you were trading it as a resistance level, then you'd already be in. If you're trading it as a resistance like here on AMD, then you'd be in the trade because you're playing it in front of the number instead of the trend break. But I didn't chase it. This should be out in front of 111.40 on AMD. So that's holding under VWAP. So hopefully the market, if it goes lower, I think we tag this bottom and then break to the low of the day. But I did miss that Tesla trade, unfortunately. And then on a more sour note, I just paid for the locates 2 on GameStop and didn't get that one short either. So yeah, kind of a missed opportunity with GameStop. Like you saw on the daily chart, every time it gets above 30 in the last few months, it just flushes. So it did it again into the volume weighted average price. Let's go back to Satea.
Hello, everybody. So we have been down since last Monday off of the local highs of 101.95. So as we can see right here, this was Monday, May 12th of 2025. So we can see here that we've been pretty bearish since then. But one thing to note is we are approaching that $100 psychological level. So we can possibly see a possible change in trend structure. So just be aware of that. I'm looking at the 200 EMA around that $100 level and 24 cents. So that as a possible trend change in trend structure. But just be aware of the overall picture. We have been bearish since the start of the year. So if we look dating back from January, the height was $110.18, and we have been bearish since then. So just be aware of that. But again, the pivotal level, looking at that 200 EMA level, around that 183, 125 level. Back to you.
Thanks.
Something just hit.
Satya there. Yeah, no. So, okay. I mean, you know, like I'm like, oh, well, you know, I'm not going to jump at these cues at all. I'm just going to wait for it to come right back up. And then what? Okay. So some good outs there. And then we shorted VWAP and we shorted the 50 period again against the 69. But I don't know. This market is just, honestly, man, it's starting to give me some nervous feelings here, because it's just bouncing back and forth. It has not been a very good move to trade the futures today. I feel like we haven't really gotten I mean, if you guys are positive, put it there, man. So in the chat, but I don't know. I'm not going to be positive here today. But you know, the Qs make that move higher. I'm going to wait to see what happens right into around here. But like, this is the problem. The market goes up, comes back in. You think, okay, will VWAP hold? No, it doesn't. Will VWAP hold short? No, it doesn't. Does the high, break through? No, it doesn't. But there it is right now. We make a huge move higher right now. Mississauga, the guy in our chat just said. The guy has no idea. But apparently there's something about ABV right here. I've never heard GTA mentioned in my ear from Ben Zinga, but something going on with University of Toronto there.
I've also never heard Mississauga pronounced that way in my entire life. I've never heard that.
Agua right there. But okay, nice move down. Hopefully for the futures is what I'm looking for right now. And by the way, man, I know there hasn't been many winners today, that's for sure, but QBTS right now for me, big one right there, starting to go. So again, we'll be 1 for 3, but the big hitters are definitely here on the TQs, man. For me, like hitters on the negative side, waiting to see if it can be a big hitter short. Doesn't look like it as we get right back to the top, man. Q's definitely screwing me up today, as someone said in the chat. Yeah, look, I laugh about it because this is trading life, but no, it hasn't been good. As soon as you think you've got a trade on, it's kind of like, nope, we want to go the other way. But that is, that's trading. And, I'm not just going to sit here and try to push keys for you. I'm going to try to actually make a little bit of money. And today has been Oppo day, as the Qs have just sort of been, oh, it's already 11:01. What the hell, man? I got to go to the gym.
Yeah, I was going to, just very quick, I'll give you a quick update. I was only in one thing left, and that was AMD. We had our stop above 112. It was working to the short side. And then all of a sudden, we're breaking out. So I backed off it. The last thing I'll leave you with, I know we're going to go over to the midday. NVIDIA. Well, you just cancel that. NVIDIA is now holding the volume-weighted average price, and we're starting to trend up. So I'm going to look to play off of that long support. Instead of shorting into VWAP, just respect the fact that we're heading back into the upside. Well, I said last thing, but it's not actually, it's not the last thing. IBIT is still very much, I took one stab at it, but it's still very much holding this downward trend. So until we can close above the trend and break out the consolidation above. It's one thing to close above. It's another thing to hold above and then break out a high. Once that happens, I'm into a long. I'd like to see how delicious these cookies are we're going to have with lunchtime, because they are really good, and they're not as good as apple pie in a general sense, but there's nothing wrong with having cookies for dessert. And I'm sure Joe will agree with me. And you guys can ask him what he thinks of that, the reference.
Sure, he likes cookies.
Does he like cookies, or does he prefer apple pie?
Well,
the midday guys have got it for
I wonder
you.
what that answer is going to be.
Remember, there are a couple of IPOs today as well coming out. A couple of smaller ones. I'm sure they'll cover that as well.
I'm trying to get out of here, man.
At 2 o'clock, let's send it on to the Bash Brothers.
Ciao.
Yes. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I am Sharif, and there is a lot of small cap gappers running. I'm involved in one right now, WOLF. Great bounce off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. We've got a couple of outs on this bad boy, looking for the next one here at $1.47. The high of the day is at $1.52, having trouble with that $0.50 area, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. I've been involved in a bunch of other names as well. Got involved in SERV for a VWAP retracement back to the high side. Having trouble taking out 11.5 though, so we're going to keep an eye out on that as well. So lots of different quantum names as well running, as you saw the Katina Man this morning. in his long with QBTS. You have Ion Q as well as Rigetti. They're all moving to the high side, so quantum will be in play today, Joseph.
Yeah, all right, guys. I mean, we put on some good trades yesterday on IBIT, but that's the thing with trading. You just turn into another day, a new day with more incomplete information. So here we go. Yeah, I went 0 for 3 today, and I talked about the app played. I took 3 swings on this, got aggressive. So you can see entry 1. I'm like, all right, let's get this ball rolling. And if we're going to break through some of these pre-market highs, then I'm positioned relatively well. And then with an opportunity to add, it just didn't work out. So we took a hefty loss right there. And then I got even more aggressive for the hold. But you can see this down channel was just fully intact. And with the market moving higher at this time and Bitcoin wasn't participating, I knew I was in trouble. So I was like, okay, let me get out of this one. This was a small paper cut. So can't get too frustrated with that, but then we took another attempt here on IBIT, guys, and it just didn't work. Until we break this down channel, then I can't take any more swings at it, all right? So you just got to be patient until we sit on the opposite end of this channel. Here we go, I'll draw for you momentarily. So this is exactly what I'm looking at. If you get a 5-minute candle to open and close above this, then you might get that opportunity. But I mean, I believe we're pretty extended here in this underlying asset. Now, if you want to talk about fumbled bags of the day, never mind that. That was Google for me here, guys. I had a really wicked position on this one. Surprisingly, my first entry right here, so you can see I entered, added to that, and then I got stopped out. It was actually 33% heavier than this, and then I was just too fidgety, and I didn't hold on for the whole move. So that's a big time missed opportunity. I was down quite a bit, so it kind of messed with my psychology. And then there you go. We take another entry on it, and it didn't work out. But the tape seems relatively strong here on Bitcoin. I'll take one more stab at it just because I do believe we can get going. But I believe you have to be more patient. We have to crack that downtrend line and then sit on top of that there, Shreve.
All right, another one that's running today, SYTA. It's a former runner. It's a multi-day runner. We were looking at this one several days ago, having yet another good day, about 55% in the green with an 870 high right now. It does have a 5-candle lower low, lower high. Well, lower high. We'll see about this current candle right now, whether it ends up being a lower low. It's dancing with that $8 area, a little above, a little bit below, getting a bit of an explosion to the high side right now. So we're going to go long over here. Let's see if it can take out that $0.25 level. A seller at 24, I observed there. There it is. So we'll see if we can get in with this one. There we go. We get long at that level. We'll take some profits out in the high 20s as well. So this one on one right now. Let's see if we're able to extract some more. We're taking it to the high side right now. We're taking out all the levels, so good luck. Let's see if we can continue moving up here. Let's see if we can clear that 40 penny level. So we're long at 25s, which gives us a bit of room with this one. Seller at 30 now, so they've moved down their order, or the short seller or whoever, the profit taker selling the order. Now we've taken them out at 32s, SYTA, the ticker. Let's see if we can clear 37, seller again at 35. It's an 870 high, so we're gonna have resistance obviously at every level, but expect more resistance as we get closer to that $0.75. There we go, just took out all my sell orders but one. Let's see if we can continue up here. I've got more size than I typically take with these bad boys during the midday, so let's set up some more here at 45s. Don't want to take out too much too quickly, but here's the deal. Anything below 18.18 and we're gone. And I'm going to have to give this a decent spread over here between the order price and the trigger. So I'm giving this one room, but I've moved up my stop from a defend of 8 into basically just about 7 pennies below my order entry, okay? So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at SYTA. We're taking it into the 40s, and it seems to be stalling out here at 27s. Now, that could be just a momentary thing, or it could be the buy orders drying up. That concerns me. And there we go. We get a bit of a sell. As you see, the blue coming in on the time and sales there, that means exuberant selling. But look at that. Bamboozlement's real. And now we're taking out all the levels again. Here comes 40, rejection at 40. And there it is. All the levels getting cleared. Seller at 45 again. Boom. Up to that high side. Let's set up at 50s now. Okay, so we've got 25s on here and we got shares. So keep your eye on this one. It made another 5-minute candle to make a new high. Just be on the alert. 50 penny level, 70 penny level, key areas of resistance, the psychological area being the 50 and the actual technical price level, the high of the day, 70. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, so you can see, Neil messaged me as well, too. He's like, yeah, I'm just waiting for this down channel to crack. So we have to be patient until we sit on the other side of this trend here, guys. But yeah, I mean, so I want to break down kind of where I went wrong. I posted on X, so if you want, just go give your boy a follow as well too. And we'll talk about it right now. Is that okay? So Google, we seen yesterday on that bond news that we heard, the 20-year. Google held up relatively strong. We know that Bitcoin has been trading higher significantly for the past couple of days and maybe slightly extended in the short term. So I had two names on my watch list this morning. It was Google and it was IBIT for the continuation. But one thing to note is that, as you can see here, guys, Bitcoin wasn't participating in the rally to the top side. So that's signal number one. And then right out of the gate, Google was strong, and I was focusing on the time of sales. And when it started to break up, I seen that strength. You've seen large orders continuously lifting that ask. And I should have stuck in that name. And I'm just thinking out loud here. I know we say shoulda, coulda, woulda, but this is just me kind of talking with you guys how I can make that trade significantly better and avoid things that aren't relatively strong. So for me, that was the case, right? So Bitcoin slightly extended, was trading higher after hours as well too, put in a monster day yesterday, but then it also sold off on that news as well, all right? So you can see that. I'm not going to say there's any form of relative weakness, but it was participating with the overall market. Google was an outlier. It was moving on its own. It wasn't in correlation with the market for that specific time period. And then that's why when I came in this morning, I had two names. It was IBIT and it was Google. Google also was sitting on top of a daily range here. Let me pull it up here so we can see more of what I'm getting at. And you can see that we opened up on top of this resistance zone right here. For me, that's a signal of strength. And then with the tape being strong as well, that's an opportunity to be like, Joe, you have to take that trade and then you have to just stick with your guns. I mentioned to you before that because I was pushing a little bit heavier on my initial entry and I took a decent sized loss, my psychology was kind of messed up. And that's one thing that's really important is as you're continuously gradually starting to increase your share size is that you don't want to change your mindset. You want to be able to operate as if you're still trading 5, 10, 15, 20 shares, whatever it may be, if you're trading hundreds of shares. And that's why you have to just gradually, slowly increase, so you don't operate in a different manner than you were to as if you only had 5 or 10 shares. You want to execute the exact same, and that's where I faulted this morning. So lesson learned, we're going to come back. There's still plenty of time left within the day and some good opportunities. I do like this 5-minute indecision print here on Google, guys, for a potential long, but I'm going to start really, really small on this one here. I am, full disclosure, because of my losses on IBIT, I am down just a little bit more than half my shutdown, but that's nothing. We can climb back from this. We just have to be patient. There could be a good opportunity for Bitcoin to get rolling again, but we just need to sit on the backside of that trend.
I'll use that.
Go ahead, Satya.
Okay. Hello. So JP Morgan to lend more than $7 billion for OpenAI data center. So just to give you some background information, JP Morgan is actively integrating OpenAI technology in its operations. JP Morgan Chase is utilizing LMS Suite, an AI assistant powered by OpenAI's largest language model to help employees with tasks like writing emails and reports. They are also exploring generative AI in call centers for customer services. So additionally, JP Morgan is using OpenAI GPT model to create thematic investment baskets through a tool called Index GPT. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Satya. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on JP Morgan. Obviously, Jamie Dimon making comments about crypto a little while ago, helping that institutional push, obviously, into the name. All right, guys, I'm just gonna come out with it. I had a death in the family today, so I'm not gonna be engaging in the chat, nor am I gonna be extra exuberant. So you're gonna have to excuse me for today, but we're gonna put on the trades as best we can for you guys. And I'm in a new one right now. So before I get into the new one, I wanted to mention this one over here. We're done our trade right now on SYTA. This one did take out the high of the day into 887. It is tanking now. into $8. I'm a buyer again at this one at 7.5. Let's see what it does with 8 first and foremost. If it loses 8, then the next level I'm looking at is 7.5. So we're done our trade with this one. A good one from 8.25 to 8.75. So we'll look to execute again on it if it is warranted. I'm still holding my position in Wolf, looking for that next profit taker at around 49. We'll have to see how that cookie crumbles. SCRV's taken out multiple outs already. Nothing really to write home about as it bounces off the volume weighted average price. The reason I got into this one, I've been in it. I was looking at getting into it initially, and I decided against it because, well, it had a lower low, lower high pattern that it couldn't shake. And got into VWAP, found buying at VWAP, candle of indecision manifested at 11, and then we got a trend break here on the trend line. So I said, all right, well, we took out previous area high. We also broke the trend line. Maybe this one's curling off the volume weighted average price. So my thinking with this one is I'm putting my stop prior or current bar low. That is $11.37. We're long at 52s. So we're risking a little bit here to see what we can get. I'm also looking at Pony, PONY, $20.10 high. The volume weighted average price is at 19. I'm an interested buyer at the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to prove itself, though. Good move up, very directional. Obviously encountering some resistance, as it typically does at the $10 level. The whole dollar levels are areas of psychological support and resistance. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out now. That's the next possible entry for me. PONY at around 19 for that VWAP retracement. Likewise with SYTA at that 750 for that VWAP retracement, Joseph.
Yes, all right, brother. You're catching some love in the chat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, guys, we're in on some indecision prints here on Google on the 5-minute. You can see that we're below the volume weighted average price. We have this doji candle right here. Risk profile is now defined. If it cracks it to the downside, then we'll just hop out of this trade. Looking for a tap into the volume weighted average price. So yeah, I'm starting really small on this one. If it starts working and then we climb higher, it was briefly, but I still don't like it that the market is starting to turn to the downside, and we're still holding up here. So hopefully it's not lagging and then we get that dump past this candle. I mean, that signature isn't exactly what we want, but I mean, we pulled back for the past half hour or so. So I'm looking for a bounce and maybe a possible continuation of this trend. We can do some quick TA. This is the trend line. That's why I like this risk profile, is because now you can just get out once it cracks that. So that will be that there, guys. Good attempts. You want to stick to the names that are working for you. Bitcoin, until it sits on the opposite side, then I don't think there's going to be a long trade there just yet. I could be totally wrong, but you have to be patient on this. You can see how extended we are in the underlying. It's just another big move to the top side. I think when I looked at my phone yesterday, it was trading around 111,000, maybe even 12. I could be wrong. I forget the exact number, but yeah, you can see we tapped into 112 there. Okay, so yeah, we did get to those levels. Let's take a look at the daily. I mean, we're just going straight up here, guys, and I don't know if that's 100% sustainable. I mean, we have broken through that all-time high, which is a beautiful thing. We're now a couple grand over that, but look at that trend line, right? So I would suspect that we're going to get somewhat of a pullback, maybe aggressive, unless you get a short squeeze as well too, right? So we're just going to be prepared for whatever comes our way. We'll hop out of the trade. If there is a long setup, we'll look to take advantage of it. But right now the market's slightly choppy, guys. You can see that AMD is kind of moving sideways. NVDA, it was strong earlier in the morning, now pulling back towards the volume weighted average price. Tesla's still holding up relatively strong, but I want to see what we're being dragged down by here. We'll take a look at Microsoft, and I think it's Apple as well too. So we'll take a look at these two names from an intraday standpoint to see what we got going on. So yeah, you can see that it was participating with the overall market. You get that hefty pullback, and now you're heading back towards the opening price. And I'm pretty sure that Apple was weak today too, but I wasn't paying attention. Okay, it's moving sideways, so not too much going on. I mean, we could break out, but I do believe we are slightly extended as well.
All right, out of SCRV, stopped out there for a bit of a loss on the remaining amount. In SYTA again, trying to extract profits at 8, tight stop below 790. So 788 goes, I get stopped out, but we already extracted about half the position. There we go, we'll get stopped out. For the remaining amount on SYTA, it's going to come back into volume weighted average price at 750. That's where I'll likely pick it up. So I'm going to go ahead with a dip trade right now at that level for that 750 drop, and we'll see if it pops into that area, coming down aggressively into the 760s over here, encountering some buying. Let's see if it bleeds a little bit more. If it doesn't, I can definitely pick it up using the hotkeys. Looks like it may continue to sell up a little bit, or sell down, excuse me, a little bit. Buyer in the low 60s at the moment. Unable to kind of shake that buyer though down below that 60s. Well, now we do, and we dropped down a little bit more, but I didn't get the fill, so came right into 55s and it didn't fill. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to go long at this level, and I'm going to cancel the previous order. So we got 67s on now. We'll take some profits at 75 and 78. Let's see if we can get a bit higher over here. Anything below that 40 penny level gets me out of the position. So that's what we'll do on this one. There we go. We'll just wait over here for that amount. I'm going to give it a decent spread so that it doesn't miss my stop. I'm also keeping my eye on WOLF, continuing to trade well over here as it puts in higher highs and higher lows. Just got another profit taker there at 48s, waiting for the next one at 49s. We'll see if that one wants to come in or what the situation is. So waiting to see what SYTA does here. Does it find support at the volume weighted average price? And if it does it take it directly to the high side, or do we come right back down? So we got 67s on right now. It's showing me 67s on the level 2, 63 on the level 1, and I've layered my profit takers for a possible move up. 887 high on this one, so we'll see if this one can even get back above 8, but again, anything below that 40 penny level gets me out. SERV coming back into the volume weighted average price, as I see on my side chart there, about 11 1/3, 1135, give or take. So if that one wants to find support at VWAP and then make another move above, this time that 1160 area, I get back in. But until that 1160 area gets cleared, I'm likely to, not involve myself in this one, as it didn't hold that higher high, higher low profile initially. So SYTA, the one I'm focusing on right now, Joseph, up about 45, 46%, depending on what second you're looking at it.
Okay, nice. So we took a nice a little pop here on Google into the volume weighted average price. I only took 20% off there, guys. Now we're starting to pull back slightly aggressively. I don't like seeing this. If it comes back to my break even, I just have to accept the trade for what it is. I did tap into some IBIT. I like that we're back at the top side of this trend. But again, just starting relatively small. I need confirmation. I need the volume signatures to confirm to me that, like, hey, we're ready to move to the top side. And I'm not getting that right now. I mean, we're going to start really small, baby steps. We're sitting in this Google trade as well too. I seen George in the chat was saying let's see if we can break through the VWAP here. Yeah, we got to be patient on this. I don't like the way the market is moving, to be honest with you, but I mean, it is a strong underlying. Palantir is just absolutely insane. So yeah, okay, Neil, I wonder if you're seeing what I'm seeing right now. It looks like Bitcoin may be on the backside of this trend right now. But my only issue here is just look how little this volume is, right? Like, we want to see this volume really start to step up to confirm that we're going to possibly break out. So that's exactly why I'm starting slow. This could be a potential fake break, and I don't want to get caught in this because, again, I'm going against my rules here slightly. This is going to be my 4th attempt on Bitcoin itself, and Google's just not breaking through the volume weighted average price. So there it is, another big dump down. I took some off. Maybe 50% would have been more ideal because VWAP was the primary target, but it is what it is. So we'll be patient. We're going to focus on IBIT now as well too, guys. So we have 2 positions on the board. Let's see if we can start chipping away here. I mean, I mentioned where I'm standing from a daily perspective. I mean, from a risk profile as well too. So again, just chipping away. All right, I got to get out of this Google trade there as it's starting to pull back. It looks like it's rejecting VWAP relatively aggressive. If it does break through, then so what? I got a little bit off. I can't complain about that. But still sitting in this IBIT, looking to add into this opportunity.
All right, Joe. A good look there, man. Keep your eye out on that. In and out as SYTA, I added aggressively. You can't see it there at 7 1/3 on the dip, and then I extracted most of the profits into 760. So quick in and out, but I'm back right in because it's showing me a hammer candle at the volume weighted average price. We'll see if that means anything because it hasn't closed quite yet. It's got 2 more minutes before it closes, and I perceive a little bit of resistance over here. So long at 57s, can't really shake the seller in the high 50s. 50s to low 60s. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. Worried about a flush, right? Because we've got such an aggressive move down. And I'm really worried about the spread as well. It showed me 64s there. There we go. Now we're taking out all the levels. So we'll take out some more profits there as it pops up into the 60s. Now it's incumbent upon you to set up some resting profit takers, because these ones, they don't spend that much time at their levels, right? So if they're not going to spend that much time, then you're either using hotkeys or resting orders. Guys, just make sure you're using sound risk management skills. There we go, right into the mid 70s we go again. Let's see if this hammer candle wants to continue to give us higher prints. Seller at 72 and 73 that we can't shake, at least for the moment. So that's an invitation for me to extract some more profits at this level. Still holding some here, guys. Decent amount of shares on SYTA, in and out, really generating a lot of liquidity for people today. So we'll see if they take advantage of that. We'll see again if we can if we can get right above that $8 level again. SYTA having trouble with 8, but showing me a hammer candle at the volume weighted average price, keeping me certainly interested at this level. Let's have a look at WOLF. Yeah, there we just got the print at 49s. Now we're waiting at 51s and then 53s. So that's a look there. Back to SYTA. We got a sell order there. There we go. We took out some more in the high 70s and mid 70s. Again, struggling to really get above that level though. And kind of a bizarre kind of looking tape at the moment over here. So I'm not really sure what to make of this, but in any event, I'm going to cancel some of these orders here because we only got a couple of profit takers left. And I'm moving now up my stop into 749. So we're going to defend that 7 penny level and then hope that it doesn't trigger, quite frankly. So there it is. Let's go ahead and throw that there so that we're only risking about 10 pennies now on the remaining amount. So we'll see what this one does. Let's go ahead and set up some profit takers at a bit of a higher level. This current candle is red at the moment, but it's still not making a lower low. So I'm going to wait at 82s for the next profit taker, and then I'm going to wait a little bit south of 8 in the mid 90s. So I've moved up my stop. So anything kind of below 50 pennies gets me out of the trade. But what I'm looking for here is the general hold of this level. Let's go back now to SERV, because this one is continuing to kind of hang around the volume weighted average price. Now, the way I perceive this one to be trading is the money fills are at or a little bit below the volume weighted average price. And that hasn't been how I was trading it. I was trying to trade it as a reversion trade off the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to go ahead and wait for this one at about 11 1/3. My thinking here is to get some money fills off VWAP. If it clears 1160 though, I'm going to look at it a different way. All right, so let's go ahead, throw an order now for 1135, and that's what we'll wait there. So it's about 10 pennies lower than where we're hanging out right now. Let's go back now to SYTA, coming right back into my entry. So it's still not a lower low, but this current 5-minute candle, in fact, doesn't have a higher high either. So we're in the 60s right now, but the current high of this candle is essentially the high of the previous candle, which is about $0.75. So that's not what I want to see. I want to see higher lows and higher highs, especially on the 5-minute chart where I'm trying to reduce noise. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more room, about 6 more pennies, give or take, and then we'll see how this one does. IonQ is rocketing up, guys. IonQ is, I perceive this one to be the best of the quantum names on the day. When you look at the charts, it's really getting extended away from the 10 exponential moving average, which is around 41.11. The current high of the day, 43.40. It just touched it, and now it's putting an inverse hammer candle. I'd be a buyer either at the 10 EMA or at VWAP. The VWAP is substantially lower than where we're trading right now. So my first area would definitely be the 10 EMA at right around $41, maybe $41.10, give or take. But IonQ, more expensive than Rigetti and QBTS, but certainly a lot better performing when you look at the chart pattern today. So IonQ definitely going to be one that interests me going into the rest of the day. So there we just lost SYTA on the drop down. We'll have to see if this one wants to pick back up, because it still hasn't made a new 5-minute candle to make a new low. So if this is going to be the area low, I don't mind picking it up off here. And then I can give it to the stop of around 731. So let me think about this. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And there we go. Popped right back up as I got in. So we'll see if we can get that print. Yep, there we go. We'll take those prints again. Okay, good. So let's see what we can get here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm giving this one into 725, right? Because that is the prior bar low. So let's go ahead and wait for that. And then we'll throw in our orders there. So we got 49s on, showing me 56. So let's extract some more profitability up here. Joe, what do you got?
Yeah, all right. So Gary B in the chat's like, yeah, getting crushed on NVTS. Any suggestion, guys? Yeah, I can give you the most simplistic suggestion there possibly is, and I'm about to implement that here on IBIT. No matter what happens in the underlying, if you've taken too many stabs at it and you're continuously trying and it's not working for you, leave the stock alone, and that's what's exactly going to happen. I mean, I talked about it from a technical standpoint here on Bitcoin. If I'm wrong on this fourth and final attempt, and whatever happens after that, then so be it. All right, I took my stabs, I attempted my trades, I tried to execute my system, and I wasn't in sync with the underlying. So that is the best advice I could personally give you. If you're continuously trying something and it's not working, stop trying, right? Like, don't give up, obviously, right? But maybe just today it's not working for you. So that's my best suggestion for you, and that's exactly what's probably going to happen here in Bitcoin. We are sitting on the opposite side of the trend, which is a positive sign, but you can see the defense continuously come in here on the tape. I'll scroll down, and this is not what I want to see, right? Like, with a strong underlying, like, look at this defense. A clean flush on the bid, clean flushes, and then now when you run into these resistance zones, you take a massive move to the downside, and there goes Google, absolutely tanking. I'm glad that we got out of that trade here. I'll pull up here momentarily, and that's exactly why I get out break even. I've taken profit. Now I don't want to turn a losing trade into a winning one. Imagine I just held on to this. That would not be good. But I wonder if there's going to be some news on Google. So I'm sure Satya, if she finds anything on Google, she'll bring it to us immediately. But there you go, a big flush to the downside, a massive liquidity grab there, Sharif. The volume coming in and in the market. So you're seeing a little bit of a fluctuation here. But I'm still sitting in this trade. Small size here on IBIT. If it cracks some key levels, some key support levels, I'm out. That'll be my fourth and final attempt on that. And then there's a basket of other stocks that we can look to trade. So if one stock isn't working out for you, don't get married to it. Take your attempts, take your stabs. It's either your timing was off or it's just you're not in sync with it. Find something else to trade, and that might be my case here in IBIT, Sharif.
I respect that, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we got back in at 49s, and I scalped all the way up into mid-60s, but now I am concerned. I'm out of the position. I flattened out, and I'll explain why. That is 3 candles that have defended VWAP, and each one has a successively lower high, but it also has a higher low. So it's compressing, but it's compressing at the wrong end of the range. When you're looking for a compression pattern to break out to the high side, it needs to be preceded by higher highs and higher lows. This one is preceded by lower lows and lower highs. As you can see, we got into that 887, and now we're kind of forming a bear flag, right? If you were to flip this kind of shape upside down and flip it up, what you would get is a bull flag. So this is a bear flag in my humble submission, okay? So that's why I got the hell out of there. We're profitable on it, but I won't be looking to set up until we're out of this bear flag formation. Again, this is the flag component, right? That big move down from that 887, then hangs out at 730, and now we're compressing. Look at those higher lows, but lower highs in the flag component. Now, I could be wrong, right? I mean, it could end up moving higher. All I'm trying to do is just put the odds on my side. As I've mentioned many times, trading is kind of about putting the stats on your side. So I'm out of this one. And I won't be getting into SYTA until I see a fundamental trend change, one certainly that does not include a bull flag or a bull pennant. I'm long SERV. As I mentioned, these are the money fills, guys. I knew that this would be the case. There we go. So we're going to extract some more profits all around here. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking to play the range on SERV. So taking profits there on SERV. Now we're profitable on it after going a little bit negatory. Let's set up a little bit higher, though. We're going to go up 46. Now, I'm concerned as well about SERV. Even though we're in the money on it, I got the money fill at 35. But every successive candle since that one on the 5-minute that manifested at 11:10 is a lower high. That's not what I want. I'm out of this trade, too. That is certainly not what I want. Yet another bear flag forming here on SERV. I mean, this is not all bear flags and bull flags look alike. I mean, this is a bull flag right here. Boom. and then sideways consolidation, boom, this flag ends up giving up the ghost. I perceive this to be a bear flag off that $12 high day, and now we're consolidating with lower lows, with lower highs at the volume weighted average price. That ain't for me. It's just not for me. So I'm out of that. I got a bit of a range trade on that. We'll stay profitable and we'll get the hell out of there. WOLF continues to go up. So we're taking all the prints that we need there. Where is that at? There it is. So we've taken everything except that one print to the high side waiting at 53. So I've got everything I've wanted to off Wolf except the fact that I haven't been adding at the 10 EMA on the 5. And that's where it's been defending every single time. Now, we're in a bit of a different position right now on WOLF, just given where we are in price. That $1.50, as I've mentioned many times, can be an area of psychological resistance. So even though we are above it with the high of the day at that $1.53, I am concerned that this is the end of the good times are coming for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to not take too much more out until we can kind of discern what's happening here. Are we going to take that that 1.5 decisively, or what's it going to be? Like, look at us, just selling at 149. Here we go. Now we're at 151 with 150 showing up on the ask. By no means are we at the day's high. So what I was trying to say is if we get above that 150 and clear it, and then I don't have to worry about it as a psychological resistance anymore, look at this. Look where the money fills are. They're all a penny or two, maybe below the 10 EMA. So that's where I'm going to be putting my dip trades now on WOLF. If we clear that $1.50 decisively, I'll be looking to add into this position on retracements a little bit below the 10 EMA. Now, the issue with the 10 EMA is, guys, is that it is a dynamic level. It's constantly changing as the price evolves, as a new candle forms on the chart. The 10 EMA and every other EMA will move to account for the new position. So if you're going to base your orders on where the 10 EMA is, you've got to peg it or be constantly changing it. So keep that in mind. It's not a static level, and neither can be your orders. So keeping my eye on that one as it looks to bounce back off. Nothing much else for me to talk about other than the fact that these quantum names are insanely strong, and they're not giving up the ghost at all. None of them. QBTS, RGTI, IONQ, none of the three, none of the latter three has even printed below the 10 EMA. Not wick, close, or otherwise. Every single print, every single price level on IONQ, on RGTI, and QBTS is above the 10 EMA. It's very strong. It feels very buy program-esque right now. So I'm going to be definitely looking for that one, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, man. I mean, I was looking at the quantum space for the past couple of days. We had a solid day in QBTS, but then the other 2 days, they didn't do too much for my liking. And then here you go, you get to just waiting everybody out. And then, like what Sharif said, you get that buy program. But guys, we did have some Google news. So thank you for Brando for sending me this, sending Sharif and I this. DOJ is scrutinizing structure of Google's deal with Charter AI. So a civil probe in its early stages. No one accused of wrongdoing. Google faces DOJ antitrust probe over deal for AI technology. Google has no ownership stake in, I guess, I'm assuming there, Charter AI. So yeah, that's what we're looking for. So another probe into Google here, guys, and you've seen that volatility spike come into the market. That's going to be this one exactly. So there you go. And thank you, Darwin, for also telling me that as well, too. So much appreciated, guys, on that front. So some more antitrust for Google there, guys. So yeah, tough look. But I mean, it's been breaking out, so we can't complain. That comes out, I guess, obviously convenient timing, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, so we're still sitting in this IBIT trade here, guys. Oh, and I watched some of the Google conference as well yesterday, too. I liked a lot of things that Gemini are bringing out. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll send it off to Sate.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I have more context to the Google news. So Google and Character AI sued after teen dies following interaction with Game of Thrones themed chatbot. So Google is really under fire with this, and so we can see this selling off a little bit here. And so AI startup Character AI must face a wrongful death lawsuit filed by a Florida mother who claims the chatbot encouraged her teenage son to take his own life. Back to you.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see there at all.
No, you don't want to go down that road. No. So yeah, that's not good at all, guys. So yeah, I mean, here it is. We were strong earlier in the day. Now we're getting that news as well too, so you can see the weakness displayed. The SPY is a lot choppier, I find, than the Qs here. I mean, both of them are kind of trading in sync. But you get this nice spike above the pre-market highs, and unfortunately, you just don't have the ability to hold it, right? The volume's not there. It can't be sustained. So you just come right back into the middle of that range, and you can see we're just hovering around the volume-weighted average price. A lot of these 5-minute candles overlapping, and for me, that's honestly, I'm a breakout trader, right? You guys see, I try to take advantage of breakouts. I use the volume-weighted average price as my line in the sand, and I look for the deviation of that. When I have choppy days like this is not when I'm at my best. This is not the market where I kind of excel at. So what you have to do, and I'm just speaking out loud, is just size down a little bit. I know it gets funny, like putting on shares and everything like that, but if the current market sentiment isn't in your favor, then that's when you just need to cool off a little bit. And then if things do happen to work out, then you also give yourself enough risk so you're not gun shy and you have the ability to put on some more size when that opportunity arises. So for me right now, it's just scale back a little bit, get a couple wins under the belt, and if the market decides to find some orderly price action, we'll look to take advantage of that.
All right, here we're back in SYTA. Let's see if this one wants to hold up. It's getting an aggressive bid with higher highs and higher lows. We're long at 88s. Let's see if we can kind of move up at least, into that mid-90s. There we go. We're taking all the prints now. So let's take out some more over here as this one zigs and zags. Not sure what's going on with my sell orders. All right. I don't know why they're not coming in. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. Are we?
I did. Maybe let me try an execution.
I got out the entire thing.
Oh,
it's okay. It's my mistake.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So let's watch here as this one zigs and zags. If it can clear 8 decisively, I'm going to get back in. Okay. So this one is losing 8. So I don't feel too bad about fat fingering into that one. Maybe I was a little gung-ho there. Too quick to jump in. I saw a bit of a trend change. I saw a clearing of this level. I anticipated a move back above 8. Maybe we still get it. We really haven't dropped too far below this current candle right now. The previous candle, this is the 1 minute, by the way, guys. Sorry, I screwed that up. I meant to put the 5 minute. I was just looking at the prints. So anyway, this level over here, 8. Look at this candle. This candle will be a bamboozler, right? It takes out the 3 prior bar highs. This candle over here, that candle, and this candle clears all of them, and then it drops a little bit down. The current candle that we're in right now, the 1140 candle on the 5, is a bullish engulfing candle. At least it currently is. I mean, it still has 5 more minutes to close, so who knows? What I'll be waiting for here is a decisive break of 8. I think if SYTA can really get above 8, we have another shot at taking out that 887 high. Especially having broken that lower high trend, and the candles that all breach VWAP all have higher highs and higher lows. Or sorry, higher lows, excuse me. That's what I meant to say. So here we go, right back into the 90s again. We're still not clearing $8 though. So I'm gonna pack my patience on this one. I don't wanna jump into it too quickly and make a mistake, but I'm definitely interested in this one. It's up 52%. It's done a lot of volume, 37 million and change, but it's got to set up in the right way. I mean, obviously the money fills were where I was getting in over here at 740, but we didn't hold it all the way to 8, so that's my problem there. Let's have a look at WOLF. We continue to take prints, just took 56s out. I've layered in at 58 and 60, so we'll see if this one wants to keep going. WOLF over 21.5%, looking to go 22 here. Here comes 157. If we can clear the sellers at 157, obviously we'll be at 8, and then we'll see how that one goes. Rigetti and IonQ as well, I want to mention, are pulling back in a little bit. So this might be an opportunity. Rigetti is at the 10 EMA. IonQ not quite yet. The 10 EMA on IonQ about 42.10. Rigetti, about $0.75. So this could be yet another entry right now on one of these names. Now here's the deal. If these two candles close the way they are on QBTS, IONQ, and RGTI, it'll be the first, believe it or not, the first 2-candle ret setup on any of these names since about 1020. And those 2-candle ret setups at 1020 were a lot smaller, relatively speaking, than the ones we have now. We're at the 10 EMA right now on Rigetti. We're awfully close to the 10 EMA right now on IonQ. IonQ is a bit more parabolic of a name, so keep your eye out on that. especially having been up a lot more percentage-wise than any of the other three. Rigetti getting a little bit of a defend here. I'm likely to trade Rigetti as opposed to IonQ just so I can manage risk a little bit more, but I need proof that it's going to hold up at the 10 EMA. So it's at the 10 EMA as we speak. Whether or not it continues in that direction to the downside, we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to be punching in just because it touched the 10 EMA. I'm going to need to see a little bit more. We are getting a little bit of a defend here. To be fair, we are getting some buy orders in the low to mid 70s, a little bit in the low 70s, a little bit in the mid 70s. So it is finding some support at that area. So others are seeing what I'm seeing. Whether or not we get a bit of a deeper retracement too. So here's the deal. The current candle low on this one is 72s. I'm going long. Let's go ahead and wait at 68s, and then we'll give this down to 60. Let's see if we can extract some profits on this bad boy. There we go. We're already moving up. Not bad look. Let's see if we can take out a little bit more over here, and then we're going to layer our orders possibly into the high side to take out some more. So RGTI, my first foray with these quantum names today. Hopefully it won't be any malfeasance on this one. Let's keep an eye though on WOLF because we just took out all my prints. So Wolf, absolute rocket on the day. Fantastic look for Wolf. I appreciate you, Joseph. Just need to take out some more profits here on Rigetti. Let's see if we can take out some more there. Back to WOLF, guys. I'm going to set up at 69s on this one. Let's see if we can extract some profits there, Joseph. Let's see what we can do on that one.
That's a face slapper on that one there. All right, guys, we got a shekels here, Sharif. 69.90 shekels here, my guy. Guys, what's the deal with warrant tickers like SYTA versus SYTA? WCSK, CLSKW, etc. Do they somehow imitate the OG stock or what? Also, Wolf is filing Chapter 11. Is there a future for this stock as a long or game over? Great question. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that so Brandon sent me an answer, and I seen that Havana Woody also answered this question because to be honest with you, I didn't know. So warrants are tradable rights to buy stocks, not the stock itself. They get their own ticker like SYTAW because they're bought and sold separately from the common stock. All right, so it's a different offering. Warrants have distinctive value, strike prices, and expiration dates differing from the actual shares. Okay, so it kind of sounds like an options contract there for me when I was reading through that. So you have a specific strike that you own that, so you have the rights to it at a specific price, and then they also expire. So that sounds a lot like an options contract to me there, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't know if you,
And you know who else deals with them? The OG Darwin, always looking at warrant contracts. Constantly, yeah. Even for these small cap gappers, he lets me know. He's like, hey, the warrants are up 130%, but the equity is only up 50 or whatever. Yeah.
So what is, okay, so with that example, what you just told me, other than it kind of moving not necessarily in correlation with the underlying asset, what is the primary benefit of trading a warrant?
I don't know what the benefit is, but I understand that it's more of a debt obligation than having an equity.
Okay, all right. So, so it's like a debt obligation. They issue it, you buy it at this price, at said price, it expires at X time, et cetera, and you own whatever strike price.
So,
okay, so that's interesting. Maybe I'll do a little bit more of a dive into that because that's interesting. So there you go, Nimrod. As for Wolf, I couldn't tell you. You see Sharif's trading that right now, but we're getting the ball rolling here in IBIT, and I'm talking about, I'm using fractions of what I had on yesterday, guys. It obviously isn't the best feeling as you want to push as much size as possible, but I'm also going against my rules on that fourth attempt. We're now running into these pre-market zones. We were curling over. We held some levels relatively well, but it was the grind that got me here. So now we're just starting really small, just chipping away. I might have missed the opportunity to add heavy, but I don't believe we're going to get that massive breakout or kind of that short selling covering kind of squeeze type PA that we seen and experienced yesterday. So I think this will be more of a slow grind, but I'm glad that we're on the opposite side of this trend here in Bitcoin. Let's see if we can break these pre-market highs.
Well said, Joseph. All right, Rigetti, guys, we're doing it here. We picked it up at the 10 EMA, and here comes 13. So I took a one quick beak wetter above 13. I've got one exit left, and I'm going to leave that exit for a high-day break. Currently, the high of the day is 13.10. We're at 13. It was a very, very consistent candle between the one that manifested on IonQ and Rigetti. Not so much QBTS, though. So let's have a look at what I mean. So look at the candle that manifested right there on IonQ, a bit of a hammer candle that closed red, to be fair. Very similar candle that we saw on a Rigetti, which is where I'm pointing right now. However, IonQ, we were still getting red. This one is still selling off. And you have a lower high on this one, whereas on Rigetti you have a higher high, and on IonQ you have a higher high. So there is some selling coming into the quantum names now. Rigetti seems to have weathered it better than QBTS. IonQ continuing to sell off. So now if this candle is to close this way on IonQ, at the current time right now with the current price, that'll be a 3-candle pullback now. So what I'm going to do here for Rigetti, I'm going to move my stop up to break even. Simple as that. I'm going to give it 1 penny. I'll give it to 78. And so we're long at 79, obviously. So I'll give it to 78. And if it comes back down to that level, then I'm out. Simple as that. I just want to cover my trade on Wolf in 1 second because we're done this trade. So we just took out 69s on Wolf. That is the high of the day, $1.69 HOD now on WOLF. That's where we're out. This thing is up now 30%. It's very consistent, very directional, but that's the good news. What's the bad news on this one? Well, I use the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 as my informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. Similarly to how some people might use the RSI or MACD, I just happen to use the 10 EMA on the 5 for that. So how do I do it? What's my move? Well, I look for a pronounced move from the price action away from the price level of the 10 EMA. And there's no set formula for that. It's more of a visual thing, right? Rather than, a scientific formula. So when we get really extended away from the 10 EMA, on the 5-minute chart, what I do is I start anticipating a pullback, and I typically don't want to punch in at those levels until we get a closer retracement into the 10 EMA, and then let's see if the buying comes in. So this one is getting a little extended. It's got a topping tail candle into 169. This current candle kind of engulfed by the prior one. If it prints a new low, like this current candle that's manifesting at 1150, if it breaks anything below 160, I'd be anticipating a retracement maybe into that 150 area for a hold. Now, we saw 150 act as a bit of a resistance level. Look at that flat top break. Now, we had breached it once momentarily over here at 1030, but that was quite fleeting. It wasn't until this candle at 1135 where we decisively broke it. So my next look here for WOLF will be that $1.50 area. Maybe a little bit higher than the $1.50. And as I mentioned earlier with WOLF, I perceive the money fills to be a shekel or two or a penny or two below that 10 EMA, right? So that would probably put me at a $1.51, a $1.52 dip buy. So that's my thinking there. Now let's go back to Rigetti because I guess we're close to getting stopped out of there as it comes back into the 80s. As I mentioned though, I've moved my stop 1 penny below my entry. We've only got 1 out left on this one. So I'm going to give myself some time to see what we can get on this one, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, brother, on the Rigetti trade as well, too, on that Wolf. So 2 good trades on there. So yeah, I mean, we got that move up, guys, and then now we're coming right back into this range here on Bitcoin. So you can see that defense is clearly there. So I don't know if it's going to be in play anymore today. We had that attempt of the break of the downtrend, and then you can see that the volume is also starting to pick up on the defensive side as well too. So that's it, right? Like we don't want to continually. What's that saying? I don't even know. You beat a horse or something until something. I don't even know how it goes. But yeah, I'm not trying to milk a stone here if it's not offering what I think it could. So there's going to be plenty of other names. I mean, the quantum space is hot, and if we break through the volume weighted average price, I'll feel no way about getting out of this with like literally a paper cut, right? Because it's not doing what I want it to do, and I just want to continue to just have risk on just for that opportunity to come. And if it doesn't, then by all means, you walk away with a little bit of a red day, and that's beat a, no, I don't think it's like, is that how it is? Yeah, beat a dead horse. Yeah, there it is. But I just went with milk a stone. So, yeah, that's what I was, yeah, it's good enough. Exactly. So either one, you're not getting what you want out of it. So, yeah, that's just what I was getting at. But here we go. A nice big rebound here in this underlying. One thing to note is that the volume is starting to pull back on that selling pressure, 5-minute time frame, that is. So if we can crack through this 63.45 level, then we might be okay. If not, we we break view up to the downside, adios muchachos on that one, all right? So because again, we've got to stick to the rules, and we don't want to be just continuously trying something that may not be working. And that's when you have your your worst days, right? It's like when you're just being stubborn, you're not willing to accept what the, yeah, I know, sorry guys, you're not willing to accept what the price action is, etc. And then that's when you just wipe away all your weeks or a month's worth of profits. It's just when you're not allowing the price action to dictate what you're gonna do. Satya, what do you got for us?
Yes, so there is breaking news. Kraken opening digital tokens of Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia to people outside the US. So Kraken's new product, X Stocks, will launch on the Solana blockchain and offer more than 50 tokenized stocks and ETFs, including Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia. So they are going to be offering it on a 24/7 basis where, you can trade stocks from 9:30 to 4, but this will be 24/7, resembling cryptocurrency trading. So that is very interesting. Back to you.
I think that's interesting. Yeah,
Absolutely. I mean, I
very
think
interesting.
I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I think, we're just 2025, bro. Why don't we have 24-hour trading everywhere?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like 20, if not 24/7,
I don't
then
know.
24/5.
I don't know.
At least, right?
24/5. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about
how
that.
difficult
man.
is it to have some computers running, dude? I mean,
Like, for me, it's just like, okay. I think it's good to
think
have
it's
the
a
break.
social thing?
Yeah, I
like
think
a
it's
societal
yeah,
thing?
Yeah, I think it's good to have the break in between. I mean, I think that trading is borderline addictive, regardless of what it is, right? I don't need to
not
be
wrong,
up,
bro.
I don't need to be up in the middle of the night being like, oh, come on, break out. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like I'm happy with the 4,
I respect
and then
that.
you come in the next day, right? You got all of Wall Street participating as well too, so you can kind of, if a stock's moving, you'll get the massive participants moving the underlying. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case if it's 24/7.
No, you bring up a really good point. I mean, to be fair, obviously society has addiction issues in many things. We don't need to add another one.
No.
I get that completely. But on the other side of the coin, a big headline comes in. You want to punch in to take advantage. You can't. But somebody else can.
That's a very valid point as well too. And honestly, full disclosure. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll get that as soon as I finish this point here, Andre. So I have a good friend of mine, and he likes to sports gamble, etc. And one morning in our group chat, I wake up to a text, and everybody's like, haha, laughing. He's like, boys, I spent $5,000 on the slots on his phone. Yeah, he just hulked out. He's like doing digital slots on his phone. And it's so not like him to do anything like that. Yeah, and I'm like, yo, that's exactly why you don't need 24-hour trading.
It's a good point.
Next thing you know, you're out partying, and it's like, okay, news headline on Apple. You're a couple beers deep and drinks deep. All right, let me punch heavy on that. Tanks on you. And the next thing you're like this. But yeah, Andre.
I got you.
Play it, brother. Can't full size that? For much.
All that money you just made there, all gonna come to me.
At 11:59,
Yes, sir.
your DMs are going to be exploded. I will start off with happy birthday, immediately followed by where is my money?
Bro,
Insane.
hold on.
Hold on.
You got to change the rules midway. I'm giving myself an extension.
No, listen, I'm a fair businessman.
I was gonna get more money.
No.
Yes, that's why we changed
No,
it.
listen.
Yes, it is.
Money. Let's go. He doesn't even know what to do. They're filming stuff live. Listen, look at this. 9:31. We're in it. We're doing it live. I'm still in this trade, and I will be for the rest of the day. Let's go. 9:31. I need this clip. I need a YouTube short. I don't ask for much. That's it. You don't gotta play it again. Yeah, there we go, guys. Go check it out on X and on YouTube. Sharif and I, the new hottest YouTube short out, Sharif, featuring you and the I guys. So go check that out on Trader TV Live. We're having fun with that one. Bitcoin 125K. Let's go. I seen Ramin said, are you Team Sharif or are you Team Joe? So guys, go check out that video, that YouTube short on our channel there. So that was a fun one. I enjoyed that one for sure.
All right, guys, I'm in MLGO, traded this one yesterday, and we're back in again today. So it's pulling into the 20 exponential. It's a little bit below $2, but I felt that this one has breached the 20 multiple times today, and it seems to be, I should say, where the money fills are. So I'm long 199. It's showing me 199. It's an ugly candle that I'm currently in, though. It's an inverse hammer candle with a topping tail and a lower the body's at the lower end of the candle. So what I've done is I've given it to the not prior bar low, but the 11:35 a.m. candle low. So that takes me down to $1.91. So if it loses $1.91, we're out. We'll see what we get there. I've layered some orders above 2. This one has a tendency to spike up sometimes, as you can see. What it's done at around, let's just say 1040, again at 1055, yet again over here at 1140. So it has the equal amount of ability to spike down as it does to spike up. So that kind of puts it puts the risk both ways over here. So we'll see what we get here. In at 199. Let's see if we can get something to the high side. Nothing really for me right now on anything else, but I'm keeping my eye on WOLF because it's continuing to move back up. So I'm out at 169. Bless you, Neil. And here it is again at $1.69, up 32%. Very strong. But I don't think I'm going to punch in here, guys. And on top of that, it didn't come back into that 10 EMA. It did hang out, so it consolidated for 3 candles, which is 15 minutes, give or take, which is good enough because it allows the 10 exponential to catch up with the price action. And that's, again, important to me because I'm using the 10 exponential on the 5 here as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold. So it doesn't have to pull back into the 10 EMA, it can stay sideways, which is what this one did. I wasn't alive to that, and so I missed that. Full stop, okay? So I'm not in it at the moment. I'm just an observer right now, but I'm still in, what's it called, Rigetti. And as I told you guys, I moved up my stop a penny below my entry, but Rigetti now coming back into the mid to low 90s. We're still not above 13, nor are we really decisively above the prior bar candle here. This is the 1 on Rigetti. Allow me to flip to the 5, zoom in a little bit. So here we go. Now we're moving into 13 here on Rigetti again, but being met with some selling as we expected. Go ahead, Satya.
So right now we're doing happening now. So right now we're looking at the QQQs. We are seeing higher lows on the triple Qs here. So we can see that we're approaching the 200 EMA at the 516.55 level. So this will be a key pivotal level, whether we reject off of that 200 EMA or if we hold and support it. Another key level that we're looking at is 517.56. So that is the high of the day today. So look out for those 2 levels today. And then going next, we're going to the SPY. So the SPY is a similar look to the triple Qs. So we do have the higher lows happening here. We are approaching that day's high, 585.29. So that is something that we're looking out for, whether we reject off that level or if we blast through that level. And then we have the 200 EMA sitting here, 587.55. So watch out for that level for a possible rejection. See you then.
It's your lesson of the day, everybody. And this is going to be a relatively simple one. But if you remember, we always talk about whoops. Well, that's actually pretty key. Because a flat bottom break is an indicator, Sharif. And we always say, if you're going to use an indicator, make sure the stock that you're using it on or the setup you're using on, it's respecting said indicator. Now, for me, drawing a trend line is not necessarily, you can't just have it in your platform and it automatically draws trend lines for you, like having VWAP or respecting a 50-period moving average or something like that. But you do still want to trade that setup, like a trend break or a trend dip buy, on something which respects that price action. And the reason why it's lesson of the day is you would have seen me not do much of anything at the open, and then all of a sudden it's like this setup and that setup, and we're like, I'm taking this break and I'm taking that break of a trend. The first thing that I traded today was CoreWeave, and it's the cleanest trade because it gave you it was a VWAP trade when it broke to the downside, simple to the low. But if I go back to what I said in the afternoon yesterday, that was, and again, I said it again this morning, I went 2 for 2 on CoreWeave, getting a couple of perfect reversion shorts. But what I noted was, yeah, this is really good at trend reverses, but they're better when it reverts the trend to the upside than the downside. Like, these are good trend breaks down, but like when it breaks the trend and goes up, they're like they happen so quick and they're very clean and it goes right. Like, you can literally hold it to the high without even worrying about those trend reversions. Like, they're so good. So what I had said was, yeah, you want to play trends on this stock, but you also want to favor them to the long side as long as it's bullish. So the reason why I'm making it the lesson of the day is partly because I didn't. In this particular case, you can see, again, I shorted it, had a successful short, and the second it was time to get out and it broke trend, it was an even better long. And then look at it again here. Like, maybe not the cleanest in the world. I'll grant you this is not the cleanest break because you might not have been able to get that long, but you could have had the long consolidating over it. So identify first, does it respect what you're looking for? That would be, does it do good mean reversions off of the trend lines that you're able to draw? Answer for CoreWeave, yes, and then I should be identifying that it's better long than it is short, and then all of a sudden we'd be having a fantastic day. If I was mean reverting this long, I'd have 2 huge trades that I could have 10 losses on any stock, and it would be good. But instead, I have a solid win that's not big enough to cover up some of the losses. So that's the first thing you want to do. The other thing that you have to be able to do, I mean, ultimately, is like, try not to get FOMO, because a lot of people would have seen this. I tried a couple of times at Tesla at the 340 level. And that's, again, trading off of a level is very different. If you're trading it off of 340, I wanted to get rid of this trend line in real time just to make it cleaner. If you're trading off the 340 level, you take a couple of shots. I had one successful in the 3, but then it breaks higher, 40 doesn't hold. Okay, fair enough, that's the level we're waiting for. But the other side of that coin is, well, when it did give me the trend break, it was actually pretty good, and I missed it. And you've got to understand, like, if it's respecting the trend up and you miss this break into the downside, the best I could do in a situation like this is have no part of it over here. I've done this before. We're like, oh, 340 doesn't work. It gives you the pullback to 38. Well, let's immediately take the 40 again. Well, you got to stay away from that trade because it's still now holding higher lows and all, like, not even seeing VWAP, all that good stuff. And I could easily have just been back into the short here and gotten really stubborn about it and made an absolute mess of the day, but you try not to. So you've got to first identify, is it respecting what you're looking for and which direction is going to be better? And I'll give you one more price action play for this because I think this makes a heck of a lot of sense. And I'm going to go to QBTS on this. Is it respecting the thing you're looking for? Okay, so I go to QBTS, and it's my first trade of the day on the stock. It's in an upward trend. And what did I just say about mean reversions with the trend on CoreWeave? Whether this works or not on QBTS, usually I'd stare at this all day long trend. It's just green, green, green. Unless you have this breakout here, your first dip buy comes in at 17 bucks and then hold and then hold. So when it tests this trend line, usually I'll be sitting here doing absolutely nothing but waiting for it to be a short. That's just how I roll. But this time, win, lose, or draw, respecting what I saw on CoreWeave, I'll be long this first into the high. And if it breaks down underneath, I'll reverse it. Absolutely. I'll reverse it into VWAP and then maybe hold some into $17. But the other side of the equation lies too. You've got to respect not just your overall plan or what indicator you're using or trend line or whatever it might be, but the best way to execute off of it. And CoreWeave taught me that even though it worked shorting those every single time, it was flat out better using reversions long or trend holds to the long side because it was a bullish stock. Just because you win on a trade doesn't mean it was the best that you could have done. Like, there's no, well, I just typed in QBTS and I wanted to go back to CoreWeave. Yeah, great. We got $1 on our first scalp trade. We got $1 again. We got $3 there. That's great on CoreWeave. But does that mean that I traded CoreWeave well? Like, what would you say? Is there a single person out there that would be celebrating the fact that you won in a short on CoreWeave today? And you didn't see me celebrate it this morning, and you won't see me celebrate it now, and you won't see me celebrate it when I'm on the train. Because the way I see it, I have a trading strategy which set up a long that was 3 times better, and I didn't use it. And then the worst part about it is it set it up again twice as good as a short, and you don't see any executions there. So win, lose, or draw, I'm going to take a shot on QBTS in that same range, because you're always trying to get, as Joe says it, 10% better or 2% better, whatever it is. I don't care what it is. You're just trying to get better. And that means being highly critical of your decisions, regardless of your P&L. And you can be P&L green on something, but you know that you should have done a heck of a lot better on it, and you've got to be willing to acknowledge that. For myself, it's being more effective. When you have an indicator or like trend lines or whatever it might be, it's your ability to trade off of them that's the other side of the equation. Yes, great, they can indicate that you should be doing something at that price, but the something that you should do, the market's going to tell you. And it's been telling me that I should be using these outs as longs. I just won't bring myself to do it on CoreWeave. So that's your lesson of the day. I hope it makes sense for everybody. Try to get that 1% better. And come on, Bitcoin. Now would be the time to break out the top, because I'm sitting in the same thing as you, Joe.
Very much, Neil. Excellent lesson. And yeah, catch Neil every day around that noon hour. Neil's lesson of the day, everybody. All right, guys, I'm still in micro algo looking for that general area hold below the 20. It's got a 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 candle red setup at this level. It's also given up the ghost at that double top 198. The volume weighted average price is at 190. I've actually got my stop a little bit above that volume weighted average price to this prior bar low, this one right here. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. I got 97s on at the moment. It's showing me 95s. It just lost a bit and I just got stopped out. So there it is. Micro algo below volume weighted average price now. But this is kind of where the money fills are, as you can see in the pre-market there. It did lose VWAP. So let me debate whether or not I want to get into this one at this level. This is an aggressive sell order that's coming in here into the mid-80s. MLGO just lost $2, lost VWAP. This is the area where I'm going to go long over here. So we're going to go 179 down into 170, and we'll give it some time there to possibly recover. We'll see if we can get something back on this one over here. I've seen this story before with microalgo though, so that's the situation. I'm throwing in my orders for a possible move back into the volume weighted average price. That's my thinking here. What's it called? Rigetti didn't stop me out. Rigetti is very consolidative now, below 13. So this is quite interesting what Rigetti is doing here. So it's just kind of very sideways, moving into that $13 area. What's up?
Individually wrapped cookies.
Oh, that's
What
nice.
kind of, is that an oatmeal there?
Oh, it's not bad. Yeah, I know you're all
like that one there.
Joe, you like oatmeal cookies.
Yeah, that's the only cookie I'm gonna go for there,
you
brother. Is the oatmeal.
All right. They're back there. All right, guys, we're taking out some prints here on MLGO. So got stopped out, but I do like the money fills below VWAP. So a couple outs already. Let's see if we can extract some more to the high side over here. I'm waiting at 92s, 94s, and 98s. So that's my look on MLGO. We're 0 for 1. Hopefully we'll go 1 for 1 on this one and make some money back. QBTS really nicely kind of curling here in a way that I'm not seeing Rigetti do at the moment. But also Rigetti didn't get into the 20, whereas QBTS did. The 20 exponential moving average on the 5, that's what I mean. So you're kind of seeing that rounded effect, still below highs, while Rigetti is kind of consolidated, very sideways. You're going to seeing that curling effect on both IonQ and QBTS. And again, I still have to side with IonQ as the best looking of the bunch. Look at this one, holds the 10 very well and then curls. Whereas Rigetti did hold the 10, right? Didn't really lose the 10, but not curling, very sideways. QBTS, on the other hand, lost the 10 quite substantially and got almost into the 20 and is now curling. So IonQ more expensive than the others, but certainly a lot better of a look chart pattern wise and price action wise, I'll submit to you guys. So despite the fact it's well, I'd say more than double the price of QBTS, certainly more than double, almost triple Rigetti, it's doing quite well here, Joseph.
All right, yeah, guys, let's go. I added once again here. Just I am getting a little aggressive. Somebody never said like quit with the can and just learn to Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I appreciate. Oh, Thomas, I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I've typed in some code. I remember with my old hotkeys, I learned a little bit about writing scripts for hotkeys and everything along those lines. But I am nothing compared to the individuals behind me in the algo room. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start. But I appreciate those kind words, man. That means a lot for sure. But. Yeah, we'll get into that. I watched some videos on it, like Python. I think there's Python and something else. I forget what the other one name is, so it shows you how much I know about coding and everything. But yeah, I mean, and to add to that point, I seen someone in the chat say, would I run an algo if there was 24/7 trading? Sure, I would just maybe get my boy Jose to write me up a good one and then see how that one worked out. But yeah, other than that, we're discretionary trading right now. IBIT, let's see. Again, I'm getting aggressive here for this break. I am anticipating, guys, and I'm looking at the 5-minute time frames, and I'm just like, Joseph, if this comes against you, be prepared to get out and accept the fact that this thesis is not working. Look at this volume by time, all right? So you can see that we're stair-stepping down with the attempt of trying to break out. You want to see the inverse of that, all right? So you want to see us start to stair-step up, right? So that means there might be more participants looking to get involved and not necessarily stair-step down, okay? So we are playing with fire. But that's okay. When you play with fire, you do have the potential to get burned. But we got our fire resistant gear on, right? And that is going to be our stop losses and just getting out of the trade when we're supposed to. So that's the game plan. We cracked through some of these pre-market highs. I think we're in for a good solid move to the top side. Again, if we break 63.51, then we might head into the 63.70 area. But let's pull up the options chain to see what we got going on with IBIT. If there's any overhead resistance around these specific areas that we're looking at, and then we're continuously bumping our heads into. So 63, 64, nothing crazy, to be honest with you guys. I see more size at 62. So whoever's short those calls is already underwater. So we're past that liquidity stage. Now we're into 63, 64s, but only 11,000 contracts at both of those strike prices. But then at 65, we have 20,000. That's still not as big as what we got at 62 with 47,000. Maybe we do continue to get this ball rolling. I mean, Bitcoin's been trading significantly well for the past month or so, over a month now probably. So again, a nice big move to the top side, a break of that all-time highs. We experienced it yesterday. So maybe we get that squeeze, Sharif.
Yeah, I wanted to mention also, guys, NVTS. That's the one that we put on the watch list today. It has an NVIDIA adjacent headline. And it's up 127%, but it kind of breached my rule about the volume weighted average price, so we didn't really look at it. As you can see there, this one was moving in the aftermarket. I don't know on news or what. 415 was when we got the move. We didn't breach the pre-market high, nor did we take out the aftermarket high. So you got a double top there in the aftermarket yesterday around 650. This morning, right at 4 a.m., we get into 657, and then we sell off quite aggressively. We were kind of trying to curl up there in a VWAP, so there was nothing for me on this one. It's still up 125% on the day, so it's likely going to show up on your scanner as one of the #1 gappers, but when you look at the price action, it's a bit of a sell-off. Likewise with the volume profile, down and to the right, really losing the volume there. I mean, it's got good amount of volume, no question about it, but the volume is dwindling. I don't think many people would disagree with that. So I'm less likely to want to involve myself at all in it. It'll have to get above that volume weighted average price for me to get involved. Currently, volume weighted average price is at that 4 2/3. So yeah, a little bit of ways from that current price action. Still in MLGO over here. Took another profit taker there quick at that 189 and 190. Let's see if we can continue to move up here. See if the money fills are just a little bit below that volume weighted average price, and then we can kind of move up into 2. I've layered my orders. We'll see how this one ends up doing. QBTS curling up quite nicely now, guys. It has been kind of take your pick about which these quantum names is in vogue at any one moment. Sometimes it's Rigetti. I've made very clear Ionic, IONQ looking like the best. But now it's QBTS's turn here. Fantastic look off that 18 1/4, 18 1/5 bottoming tail candle. And here comes $19, 18.85, 18.45 with that 19.13 high of the day. So this one looks like it might be on one, looking to curl up possibly into that high. Rigetti still hasn't stopped me out, believe it or not. There is a buyer here at 80. Now I should probably take advantage of that. But here's what I'm seeing, which is kind of dissuading me from taking advantage. I see lower highs all throughout this high, since the high of the day break, or the making of the high day at 1310 at around 11:30, 11:35 today. We've been putting in lower highs. All the while, we've been defending generally 1280. And that's why I haven't been stopped out with my 1278 stop. So what does that mean? That means it's a descending wedge. And the descending wedge has two characteristics. One is lower highs, and two is not lower lows, an even area low. That in this case is at 1280. So this is a flat bottom break candidate, despite the fact that it's holding the 10. So I'm a little hesitant to want to add at the 1280s. That's what's keeping me from adding here. Maybe I'm observing this wrong, but that's kind of how I see it at the moment. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now on Rigetti. I'm just going to let that one cook and see if we can extract some profits into the high of the day. I'm still holding the majority of my position on MLGO. Just took another print there, but looking to do certainly a lot better than I have on it on the day. The next print there, 92s. This one is having a lot of trouble clearing 94, so what I've done is I've moved up my stop just a little bit there to account for that. All right, Rigetti coming back into 13 in the same way that QBTS is coming back into 19, and IonQ is about 50 pennies off the high. So IonQ very strong right now. Keep your eye on that one. Wolf just made another high of the day. We got out at 69s. It printed 73s. And here it comes again into that 10 EMA on the 5, which is around 165, 166. I mean, is this an ad? I have no idea. I can get in baby shares here for another attempt. Let's do that. We'll take half the position we typically do on this one. And a breach of the 10 gets me out of this one. So we'll get in here on WOLF just to ride the trend. And then I put my order just a little bit below that level there. So that's my thinking on WOLF. Let's go back over here to MLGL. Yeah, not much to write about there, Joseph. It's really having trouble reclaiming the volume weighted average price.
All right, guys. Yeah, so everyone in the chat, I've seen everybody's talking about the Bitcoin breakout. Yeah, we caught some of that. I only have half of the position remaining right there, guys. I took, just a little bit more than half there. I took 33% off right there, and then it was just 10% right there. So yeah, I'm still sitting on half. If it comes back to this break even, then I'm just going to have to get out because I'm looking for this breakout to be sustained. But if you want to talk about the volume stepping in, that's exactly what we needed to see. So Bitcoin did put in another all-time high right there. So it tapped into 112 there momentarily. So that was a really good look. But you can see we're coming right back into the range. The SPY and the Qs putting a nice indecision print at these highs. So I think I'm going to get short the Qs here, guys. I just small size. I'll go long Ts. SQs. I'll go long SQs. Just using the low as my out. So there we go. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna flatten out of Bitcoin there, guys. Coming right back into the middle of the range. So there it is. We took a nice little move on there, and we got aggressive. But again, still red on the day. I needed the move to be more sustained, and I didn't have that much size. Even though I'm adding, it's just like the size wasn't that drastic. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Here we go. Enter, add, and then as we go and head towards some of these previous resistance zones and some key pivots, we add a little bit more, and then we are fortunate enough to get that volume to step in, and that breakout was sustained. So that was that move. But I mean, I'm 1 for 4 on this name, right? You can see that I was aggressive on it. So it is what it is. We did get a little bit of an opportunity, just chipped away on that front. So yeah, we'll take it. Some days you just got to take what the market gives you. You can see, let me pull up the Bitcoin chart as well too here, guys. And I mean, I don't know, how much more do you expect us to just go straight up? Like, this is essentially what we've been doing here. For me, I would have liked to see more of a liquidity grab into the hundreds, high 90s, and then we make that move. But I mean, it's like A, B, C, D pattern, left, right, and center. This is beautiful stair-step price action. So you get like, you move step 1, another move step 2, another move step 3, and then it's like, okay, after how many steps are you going to be slightly extended? So we got to take that into consideration, and that's why I'm not surprised that we didn't see those clean breaks here throughout the day here in Bitcoin, guys. So yeah, I'm still going to keep my eyes. Actually, yeah, sorry, I want to get involved into the SQs right now off of that signal, guys. Small size on the SQs here. Oh, okay. Oh, it's displaying something else. I'm like, yeah, what's going on there? Okay, so this is essentially what I'm going long off of here on the SQQ, guys. Is this indecision print, a double top here. From an intraday standpoint, we couldn't tap into that high a day. We reject it. We put in that inverted hammer. If we crack it and go to the top side, I'll get out of the trade. But now I am long SQs looking for that move back to VWAP.
All right, here, guys. Here is the story about Google that that Satya reported on earlier. Got the full story here. It really hasn't affected the price that much. Let's be honest. It's still up 3%. It did sell off a little bit off the highs, but here it is. The U.S. Justice Department is probing whether Alphabet's Google violated antitrust law in its agreement with Character AI that allows a tech giant to use the AI startup's technology. Bloomberg reporting this, by the way. Antitrust enforcers have recently told Google they are examining whether it structured an agreement with Character AI to avoid formal government merger scrutiny, the report said, citing people with knowledge of the matter. So essentially what they're saying here is they're trying to circumvent the regulator. Google last year signed a licensing deal with Character AI that granted the search engine giant a non-exclusive license to the chatbot maker's large language model technology. The company also hired Character AI's co-founder Noam Shazir and Daniel DeFreitas, both former Google employees. Quote, "We're always happy to answer any questions from regulators," a Google spokesperson said. "We're excited that talent from Character AI joined the company, but we have no ownership stake and they remain a separate company." Character AI and the Department of Justice did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment, but Google did, as I just read the comment there. The DOJ can scrutinize whether the deal itself is anti-competitive, even if it did not require formal review, the report said, adding the antitrust probe was in the early stages and may not lead to enforcement action. So, Joseph, a lot we don't know, nothing really to write home about.
Nothing in stone yet, so there might not be any action taken part on that. So that's a valid point there. I think that's important to take in there.
Yes, sir.
Most definitely. All right, guys, listen up. Trade the pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings. One-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. All you need to do is pass the evaluation, and this is it. You're funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off your start with Trade the Pool at Trade the Pool, guys. Go check it out. Scan that QR code. See if that works out for you. And I mean, a one-time evaluation fee of $47. That's just the bare minimum. And then there you go. You're going to pay tuition regardless. So you may as well get started with Trade the Pool.
Yeah, guys. And if you're in the States, obviously you're subject to the PDT rule, the patent day trader rule. That helps you get around that, obviously. And it's also good for practice. Let's just be honest about it, guys. You know what I mean? It's a lot better to practice on somebody else's dime. Obviously, you're having to put some money up front, but it's a fraction of what you're actually getting in risk. So if you ask me, it's a great deal. Hence why we're on this prop floor here, right? I mean, that just kind of goes without saying. So shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool, and shout out to Money Mitch coming through yesterday with some great ideas, as he typically does. Happen to love the Macho Man glasses.
Yeah, the Macho.
All right, guys, WOLF, I'm back involved in that one at the high, but I'm looking for a hold of this general 10 exponential. We got a money fill just below the 10 EMA, and now I'm setting up at 67s and 69s and 71s. So let's see how this one ends up doing. The one that I am concerned about more is MLGO. And the reason is, even though it's at VWAP, when I observe the wicks that go above VWAP, each successive wick is a little bit lower than the prior wick. So what does that mean to me? That means sellers, in the way that buyers become more exuberant, sellers can also become exuberant as well. And they're selling this one at lower and lower levels on every successive 5-minute candle. That concerns me. Despite the fact that I have my entry at 86s, very close to the prior bar low, so I can kind of only risk a couple of shekels. But if you recall, I'm 0 for 1 on it. So we're trying to get some money back on this one, so I don't want to make any stupid mistakes. All right, thank you, Brendan, for that. The new IPO, guys, is open. It is MNTN. All right, MNTN on the New York Stock Exchange. Allow me a second, MNTN. MNTN, there it is. All right, so we did have an opening price there. Let's load this up on a trading screen, Joseph, so we can have a better view of what the time and sales looks like. Again, guys, on the New York Stock Exchange, the NY, there we go. So what's the situation with this one? It looks like we opened up at $21. We're flying up here. The IPO is open, boys. MNTN on the NYSE. There's a seller of note at 50. Can we shake them here on MNTN? A decent spread. There's a monster seller at 50. Just got shaken. Now it's up to 60. Is this a long? No, right back down into 50 we go. In fact, we're at 47s now. Let's see how this one ends up doing. The high of the day, 23.95. We're currently trading, as you can see there, at 23.50. So we're stair-stepping down. On the ask, 60, then 50, now 35. I just saw 24s flash there. What's the situation? Are we going to find support? We're nearing the whole dollar right now. The spread's opening up, 19 on the ask. 6s or 8 now on the bid. So keep your eye on that one. We've already done almost 2.5 million shares and we've barely been open a couple of minutes. And here it goes to the high side. Let's go. See, oh, it didn't let me in. Let's see, can we shake this seller at 60? That was a seller keeping us down before. We're shaking him. There we go. It's not letting me in. Okay, so I guess maybe we don't have permissions on it. That's fine. In any event, we'll keep monitoring this one for you. It is taking out the local area high, and here comes the high of the day. $24 just showed up on my level 2, and there it goes. So I tried to get, it's okay, you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. Taking out the highs, 24, 25, 24.50, really squeezing now, guys. Be careful. Here comes $25. We're really zooming up here bigly right now. MNTN, the ticker on the New York Stock Exchange, a new IPO that we knew about today. I put one on the watch list. Brendo brought us this one to our attention after we had sent the watch list, but we already know about it. So that is going to be part of the daily routine now. We are going to look to see which or if there are IPOs. It seems to be very in vogue now to have these IPOs, and here comes $25. Seller of note at 25, maybe a few hundred lots from what we can see. It's usually what we can't see that gets us in trouble, and that certainly was the case, at least initially there at 25. So the high of the day, guys, $25 on the dot. Keep your eye out on this one. So keeping my eye on it as well as the other trades that I've got on here, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that, guys. Yeah, so you can see that we're short the the SQs here. We're long the SQs, that is. We're looking for that move down. A big-time fake breakout here on Bitcoin, so I'm happy to have got out of that trade. Look at this shooting star doji right at those extreme highs, guys. So happy to have hopped out of that one. The weakness, I mean, on the 1-minute time frame, it looked like we got that breakout volume, but then you can see we're just met with substantial selling there. Now heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. I mean, I will take this sideways price action and even a pullback. I mean, and that's what I want to see. I do like the trajectory that we're on, but a pullback, I want to see some healthy price action that is just going to continuously steady climb us higher and higher and higher, and just hit the teens, hit the 115s, 120s, 125s, 130s, and then I mean, Tom Lee, my guy, says $250,000 by the end of the year. So with that being said, if we do see those types of numbers and $500,000 by 2028. Best you believe there's going to be some big-time moves, and we just have to be positioned well and not take too much emotional damage in the process of doing that. So just be cool, be patient. And here, I'll pull up my chart now, and this is exactly why we get out when we're supposed to, guys, because you can see that Bitcoin is really starting to move to the downside. There you go, right? So again, once again, aggressive, enter, add. We start taking some off 33% there, 10 there, and then we do get stopped out the remaining. But imagine I was just bag holding this. Now I turned a profitable trade into a losing one, and that's not what you want to do here, guys, all right? So sometimes you got to take what the market gives you, understand what the price action is staying from on multiple time frames, and I think that's a skill that I'm most definitely working on as well, too. What is the daily telling me? I stick to 3 time frames. Let me just be frank here. I stick to 3 time frames. That's going to be the daily, the 1, and the 5, and then I just kind of refine my system around that. Yeah, I'll look at sometimes the higher ones, but all my trades are based, swing trades are based off the daily, intraday trades are based off the 1 and 5. Simplistic as that. I told you I'm a simple guy, and I don't want to complicate it any more than that, all right? So there we go. SQQ is starting to work for us here, Sharif. Looking pretty good. Let's see if we can get into the volume-weighted average price into the lower end of this range. I think Google's going to play a big-time factor in this move to our potential potential target. If we do break through some of these lows of days, then I think the Qs in the overall market's going to start to participate. So there you go. I added a little bit to this position here, guys. You can see trying to make these winners as big as possible, but also staying within risk measures there.
All right, guys, we got long on MNTN. We took about $1 there. It is halted to the upside now, guys, 25.82. The halt, we got in at literally 24.85. So this one is halted now to the upside, 61.33%. If this is your first halt, they come in waves of 5 minutes. So keep your eye out on that. We'll see if we can get open again within 5 minutes, but they do come in waves of 5, 10, 15, etc. So good look right now on MNTN. We're going to see if we can kind of open up. I appreciate you, Joseph. We'll see if we can open up sooner rather than later. Hopefully it's a 5-minute halt, and then we can have a look at this one. So I don't have more information on this one. Let me see if I can find some information on my blotter to give us an idea of what kind of IPO this is. So let's just have a look over here. Here it is. So while this is halted, let's talk a little bit about it. So, MNTN is an advertising platform for internet-connected TVs, which has Ryan Reynolds as its chief creative officer. It secured a valuation of $1.62 billion after its shares gained 31.25% of the New York Stock Exchange debut. It's obviously up more now. The U.S. ad tech stock opened at $21, as I mentioned, compared with the IPO price of $16. That's bullish already, in the fact that it was the IPO price for the buyers who buy it off the public market was 16. It ended up opening at 21, which boosts the prospects for other companies looking to offer first-time share sales. MNTN and some existing stockholders on Wednesday sold about 11.7 million shares at the top of its marketed range of 14 to 16. So I guess maybe no blackout period here. They raised about $187 million doing that. The debut marks the latest in a string of success for companies seeking to go public. That's why I was trying to tell you guys that we're going to definitely keep that on our radar. From now on, we're going to be looking to see which IPOs are in play for that day. So MNTN, the other one that I have over here which hasn't opened quite yet, let me tell you a little bit about that one since we have time right now. It goes by the ticker HNGE, excuse me, here it is. Hinge, that's going to be a $32 IPO price at the top end of the range. They raised about $273 million. 8.5 million shares will be available in the float. About 13.7 million shares, including existing shareholders. Again, the ticker, guys, HNGE. Valuation of the IPO about $2.6 billion, which is markedly down from what they raised at during in the private market in 2021, where everything was inflated. To be fair, $6.2 billion. Now the IPO is $2.6 billion. Obviously, there is a private market premium that we haven't talked a lot about on the show, but obviously it makes sense, right? You don't have to face the ire of the regulator. You don't have to listen to what the shareholders want, et cetera. You don't have to have all these other issues that the public markets have. That's why you have a private market premium. All right, guys, we're at the high of the day right now on Rigetti, so we're long at the $0.75 $1. We're going to take it out here, and we'll see if it can break the high. Also taking multiple prints here on WOLF. It took out all my prints, so let's go ahead and set up 74s, and then we're going to set up at 82, see if we can take out some highs there. We'll see what this one does. Yeah, the Rigetti's trade done. MLGO not looking that good. I'm break even on it at the moment. In fact, I'm in the money by 1 penny, but I'm negative on it because we're 0 for 1. We're trying to make that back up. I don't know if this is going to be the trade for me. It's really hanging out at a level I don't like. Guys, NVTS, that NVIDIA adjacent name we talked about, just got to VWAP from the south side. So it's retracing into VWAP, and it's got two. One is an inverse hammer candle, one's a doji candle. Both of them have topping tails through VWAP, but they are being met with selling. So if you're interested in shorting these small cap gappers, this is an interesting area here. especially with that 4 double bottom and a retracement into the volume weighted average price. So keep your eye on that NVTS, the ticker, up 142%, but trading south of the volume weighted average price. Okay, MNTN is open. It created a new high a day, but it opened markedly down. It's at $25. Does it hold 25? It's not holding it right now, Joseph, so we're going to have pack our patience before we decide to jump back into this one. Fantastic look today. Lots to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. Good look there, brother. And nice scalp out there on MNTN there. Nice in and out there, too. I seen you're in the dollar club there on that one, so it looked like. But yeah, good stuff there, guys. Sharif, I might have taken a page out of your book on this one, just doing some notes and stuff, going through some things. And we talk about NVDA a lot, and we got that news as well yesterday, guys. So let's just go over something that I was just reading and some of the deals that they've been striking across the seas here. So Trump to ditch the 3-tiered licensing structure for the H20 chip, but allowing to expand and open doors to countries that are not classified as an American adversary. The U.S. is moving forward with deals that would let the UAE import up to 500,000 of NVIDIA's top AI chips annually starting in 2025, according to Reuters. Of that, 100,000 chips will go to the G42 that you were mentioning yesterday as well, too, Sharif, an Abu Dhabi-based firm backed by the Sovereign Wealth Fund. All right, so that was really interesting for me. And then we were also talking about the Saudi Arabia deal, has now partnered with Humane to sell over 18,000 AI-focused chips, amounting to nearly $700 million with the Saudi firm Humane. Thus, it's evident that the AI trade has mutually benefited NVIDIA and AMD without a clear winning, according to the Bank of America Corp. Analyst Vivek Arya. NVIDIA and AMD strategy partnership with Humane is estimated to be worth about 15 to 20 billion over the next 5 years. Now, this is extreme. This is exactly why I like this specific news, all right? So one thing to note, I think this was really important, is to Trump to ditch the 3-tier. And now he's just kind of, with China and the H20, that is, and now he's just kind of expanding, trying to subsidize for what potential profits have been lost there with that. But I think these guys are going to be equally as good partners, maybe if not better, in my opinion. I don't think you're going to get that fierce competition, I guess, in this AI race that we're currently in, from kind of these Gulf countries that we're seeing from the likes of China and Huawei, et cetera, all right? So that's what I was just doing some research last night to see what those numbers exactly were, and I like what I'm seeing, and that's why I'm bullish on this stock for the foreseeable future, and I think it's good news for AMD as well, too. And I think AWS struck a deal, so that I think it was around $4 or $5 billion. So yeah, I mean, some good stuff coming out from that side of the world, guys. We're still sitting in this SQQ trade. You can see that we're just hovering around specific areas. If the MAG are being strong, then that can justify why we haven't quite broken down yet. So I'm going to be patient. The precise entry was right here. I didn't see it. I was a little too late to that dance, but that's okay. I think we're positioned relatively well. And there it is on the 1-minute time frame. That is a really, really nice short signal right there. Close as a genuine inverted hammer there. You can see that we couldn't breach the earlier high in the day, the session's high there, and then now we're just flushing right back towards the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can break through some of these key resistance zones, break through VWAP. If we do punch through VWAP, then we can definitely see some more downside. But if the big boys are being strong, then it may not be the best battle. We'll take what the market can give us here.
Absolutely, Joseph. Yeah. Well said, my friend. All right, guys, I'm still holding this position on WOLF. We just took out the high of the day. Again, it's $1.80 now. I've set up at $1.82. This is the second entry, so we've been in this for $1.40. We were all done our position at $1.60, got back in at $1.65 because it kept holding. So here's what I perceive, guys. Bull flag number 1 off that implied balance low that we printed at around $1, consolidated at $1.40. That's where I got in. So that was the range, $1.45 to $1.40. That's what I perceive to be bull flag number 1. Bull flag number 2, the breakout from that $1.45 upward into $1.70. Then we created yet another range, $1.70 to $1.65 consolidation. It looks like we are on the formation now of the third bull flag. We'll see. You never know how these things work. And even if you get the third bull flag in the sense that you make the pull of the bull flag, and then even if you get a consolidation, there's no requirement that we see the formation of the pull of the fourth bull flag. It can start retracing at that time. So what we have here, 2 completed bull flags on WOLF, and what I perceive to be the formation of a third, at least the pull portion of the third bull flag. So keep your eye on Wolf. It's a dollar name. So you can size in substantially into this one. You know, you can take 10,000 shares, 5,000 shares, whatever it is you want to do on that side, and whatever it is you're comfortable in doing. There's ample liquidity. It's done about 80 million shares on the day. You're not going to have a problem getting filled at the level that you're requesting. There's ample amount of liquidity here. So keep your eye on this one anyway. Rejecting at that $1.80, but been very respectful both of the higher highs and higher lows and the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So WOLF, not a bad look at all. Rigetti continues to go up, so does QBTS. IonQ though, my goodness, this one is the one today, okay? So we talked about these ones taking turns about which one is stronger, which one is curling up at what time. IonQ is up 35.5%. It is at the high of the day, 45.55. Rigetti's also at the high of the day. QBTS just made the high of the day, 19.19. Fantastic look. But when you observe these ones, what are you looking for? I'm looking for strength. Well, how do you gauge strength? Well, you can gauge it in a number of ways. You can look percentage up on the day, how far off the intraday high we're at, or you can do what I do, which is to keep your eye on where the price action is relative to the 10 exponential. And when you look at where the price action is here on IonQ relative to the 10 EMA, it is $1.60 higher. Now, obviously, it's more expensive, so we have to calculate that in percentage terms. But you don't really even need to, because you can just have a look visually. QBTS coming back into the 10 exponential. Likewise with Rigetti, not as close. IonQ, not even looking back at that one. Now, again, more expensive. You're going to have to size in a little. You have to be a bit wiser with how you size in. In addition to that, you can also get hit on it because it's a bit more spready. So the cost of doing business on IonQ a little bit more than on your friends QBTS and Rigetti. So keep your eye. Just because it's a number one quantum name doesn't mean it's the easiest to trade. Okay, so keep your eye on that one. I chose Rigetti just because of the price, and they were moving. It's moving quite well. But you can see Rigetti, the weakest of the three percentage-wise, up about 19.75. You got QBTS 23.5, and then IonQ 34%. So that is the look there. Let's keep an eye out on that one. I could be an interested buyer at Rigetti at 13 if it sets up in the right way. We're continuing to keep an eye on Wolf over here as it gets into that $1.80. Now it's back at the high of the day. There's substantial size, as I expected, at that 10 penny area and as well the high of the day. So we'll see if we can shake some of these sellers and print a new high. Let's go to the other trade that I've got on right now. MLGO, back break even on this one. I didn't take anything at 92s or 94s. This one is straddling VWAP in a way that I got to tell you, I don't have a good read on. Okay, I don't know if this thing's making higher highs or higher lows or is just very, very evenly consolidative. We'll see. I've got the low end of the range for now, so if the range breaks, the trade's over, Joseph.
All right, guys, check it out. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you've expected? That's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of that guide. So go check it out. You may as well go check it out. If it's free, you can get a guide to see what kind of setup you need. I know I did a lot of due diligence buying my computer, and to be honest with you, I didn't know too much before I started doing this. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Guys, go check out Easy Trading to see if it is your fit. But guys, yeah, let's take a look at the SQQs here. We're starting to slowly grind lower. I am long, so there I'm synthetically short the overall market. If we breach the volume weighted average price, then we might be sitting in a good position. I did want to add at the lower end of this range, but I just didn't pull the trigger just yet because I have to keep an eye on what all of the other big names are up to, right? So what are the likes of NVDA? Are we still grinding higher? Are we going to head lower? And you can see that it's relatively a choppy mess. So we'll go through a couple of the big names because if you're trading the Qs, you want to see the most heavily weighted underlyings, all right? So we'll go through NVDA, AAPL. Let's see what Apple is up to here as well. Oh, okay, so a nice recovery, trading above VWAP here, guys, but knocking on the door of some of these pre-market zones, all right? So you can see we have some clear resistance in and around this area, and it's coming into play throughout the intraday session. All right, so there's Apple. Now we'll take a look at Softy, as we like to call it here on the floor. Okay, so moving lower, that's a positive sign. We are now heading back towards that opening price. So you can see for all my orb traders, that's the opening range breakout. You get this nice open, but that's an indecision candle. If I'm trading a 5-minute orb, that's not the best signal for me to go long at the break of either the body or the wick. You choose, but that's not something I would specifically do, even though it did work out, all right? So just understand that that happens here in the overall market, is that, okay, you get that print, the thesis works out, but is that a signal that you specifically want to base a trade off? For me, that's no. All right, so Google, let's pull up Google here. All right, so we're starting to move to the south side here, guys, and a lot of these names, this is exactly what I want to see. We'll pull up Amazon. This is Obi's favorite. Another short signal here, guys. That is a positive sign here in these shorts. We're now tapping into the volume-weighted average price. Let's pull back up the SQQs. We're right there in VWAP. I'm not going to take anything off just yet. Again, I'm not too heavy here, Sharif. Small size, we did add a little bit, but yeah, we'll take what we can get.
Yes, sir. All right, I got back into MNTN for a quick scalp. We took 40 pennies quick as you like. This one has a double bottom now off the volume weighted average price, albeit with very limited amount of data with which to generate that VWAP. Doesn't matter though, because that's exactly what it did, whether the data is limited or whatever. You're getting two bottoming tail candles, both of which found support at the volume weighted average price. I happen to get in on the second one, having not observed the first one. So what's the deal? Are we just going to look to VWAP forever and ever more, or is there a trade to be had here above the volume-weighted average price? Well, I'd like to see a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Now, the problem with this one is it can wick to make a new high because the spread is so wide, while the bid doesn't actually clear. So that's the problem with these ones that are super spready and using that system of the candle to make a new high. So what I'd like to do is wait for on a closing basis. That comes with drawbacks as well, because if you wait for it on a closing basis, given how parabolic and volatile this one is, it could get away from that prior or the previous area high by a substantial distance before you're actually able to get involved. So what I'm keeping my eye on here is where the sellers are coming in on the level 2, or the buyers, excuse me, on the level 2. I want to see big size posted, and I haven't seen anything posted that's large. Look at these. These are all filled with 1s and 2s and 6s. There's no double-digit lottage on this name. So I'm not kept very optimistic about that, but that doesn't mean that there's no trade to be had here, because what we know is a lot of people like myself and everybody on the floor, we're not actually posting most of our orders. They come in live. So if that's the case, then you're not going to see them on the level 2 when and if we decide to do them. So yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. We just got a third 5-minute candle to open now, and we have the previous 2 candles are candles of indecision, but they both hold up at VWAP. So let's see what this one does. We've got a current higher low. Maybe we can get a money fill at around 23.30, 23.50, right? That's where the money fills previously were on the prior 2 candles. I'm talking about the 12.40 and the 12.45 candle. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw a dip trade there. Now, if it doesn't print, it doesn't print. That's fine. I'm going to wait at 23.55 for an order there, see if we can get a money fill on a bit of a retracement south. So MNTN, which is a new IPO, Ryan Reynolds involved here, IPO. So let's see if we can get something there, Joseph.
He has to fund that civil he's in there.
Yeah, well, he's been doing some stuff, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. We're long here, Joseph, on MNTN. I'm posting there at 70s. It's showing me 95s, but again, the spread prohibitive on this one. So let's see if we can get something there. I'm just going to send it to you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely there, guys. All right, so we caught another fill here on the SQQs. That's a positive sign. We like seeing this. All right, so we got some news here on IONQ here. Trending right now, CEO told Barron's he wants to be the next NVIDIA, and it's all it takes to bump the shares 25%. This will not end well for IONQ as shares start to surge. All right, so there you go. He wants to be the next Jensen. I think he has some ways to go here, but I mean, aim for the moon, or what is it? Aim for the moon, shoot for the stars, or something like that, or anything along those lines. I mean, you got to dream big, and that's how things come into fruition. So there you go, continuing to climb higher. You can see that we opened up at around $34 and now trading at 46. So yeah, a high of 45.50. This stock hasn't looked back. You want to talk about micro pullbacks? Here you go. This is a micro right here, and then look at the volume by time too, guys. So when you have an extremely strong underlying like this, and then you're looking to participate in the primary trend, well, when you see a volume profile like this here, look how we stair step down on this breath, and then boom, immediately a couple minutes later, you get the strength step right back in as you take that additional leg higher. So that is a positive sign. If you want to talk more along those lines of how we're going to analyze volume and price, here you go. We're climbing. Some nice volume, consistent, steady volume to the top side. Oh, we're going to pull back. What happens to the volume? Drops off a cliff, and then you see it step right back in there, guys. So that is a picture-perfect example of if you're looking to participate in a trend and you don't want to just be buying the highs, etc., analyze when you may be in somewhat of a pullback. What is the volume telling you? Is it slowly starting to decay and decrement, or is it starting to pick up and increase? And if it is starting to pick up, maybe be a little bit more patient on your entries. But I like that for an example. The CEO wants to be the next NVDA. I mean, by all means, if that's the case, we better be buying this stock right now because it's got some ways to climb there, Sharif. But we're still sitting in this SQQQ trade. We got that fill right above the volume weighted average price. I posted up there. They're small profit takers. They're like 2.5% or 5%, sorry, because I want to hold on to the majority of this move to see if we can head back into opening price, and that's going to be my primary target.
Well said, Joseph. All right, guys, I got in at 23 on MNTN, and we did well on this one. So we got 23s there. Actually, to be fair, it was 23.06, and then we scalped up all the way in about 23.60. It's zigging and zagging right now at the third of a dollar. Spread again. To be expected, 33 on the ask, 21 on the bid. Let's see if this one can hold VWAP. Right now, it kind of feels like a bear flag with the top end of the pole of the bear flag being the high of the day, 26.29, and then the consolidation area being essentially 24 to 23. So a bit of a dollar consolidation. You can look at it that way. You can also look at it as an area support where the volume weighted average price is acting obviously as a level of support. We don't have much data off which to work except the volume weighted average price, and that's exactly what we're getting right now, support at that 23.20 where VWAP is. So I'm out of this trade. I got out for a scalp. I'm done it, and it's losing 23. Here comes the low again, 23 holding for the moment, and that's where I got in last time. I'm not sure why my hotkeys don't work on this, but I can punch in manually. But when I use my hotkeys, it must be something that I set up in the setting of my hotkeys that doesn't jive with these IPOs. So I have to figure that out.
I was working on the other one.
Yeah. I was punching in using the hotkeys. I set up hotkeys today on my platform today, guys. One punch key, so I don't have to actually enter in the size, enter in the price, and I set an offset. Like, I know that's basic stuff for a lot of people, and I have that on my platform, but I don't know why I didn't do it on here, and it probably makes a lot of sense to do it on here. In any event, 23 defending here, Joseph. For the most part, we still haven't cleared that, 24.25 decisively. So I don't know, man. I don't want to overstay my welcome on this name. I got to tell you the truth. So I'm done trading it until it can get out of this funk that it's in. It's in almost a 20-minute sideways consolidation ever since dropping below that 24.25. So that's what I see there. Let's go and have a look at the other one here. MLGO straddling the volume weighted average price. I've been in and out of the money on this one since I basically got in. I'm negative on it. So we'll look to do a little bit better on this one. Yeah, that's my situation there. Wolf, we continue to do well on over here. I didn't add into Wolf, and that's probably a problem for me. I certainly should have been adding, because that candle at the 5-minute chart at 12:45 was the money fill. So we've got 65s on long. We just printed 75s. We did reject 80. The next profit taker I have is waiting at 82. So we'll see if that one can make its way up. Guys, I want to remind you, we have 2 IPOs today. One is already open. I've been trading it. It goes by the ticker MNTN. And then there is HNGE, which is yet to open. We don't know when these things are going to open. It's part of their charm, I guess. In that they remain elusive. So this one is not open quite yet. As soon as it does open, I'll have notifications over here about it, and we'll bring that to you guys. So MNTN and HNGE, 2 new IPOs for today, Joseph.
Thank you for that. Marcus Steven Johnson, don't do me dirty like that, man. Come on. No, I'm only playing. Yeah, all right, guys. We caught another fill here in SQs. So I am long the SQ, so I'm short this market, and I displayed what kind of the trade thesis was based off of that indecision print double top there, and you have that inverted hammer at those highs there, guys. So yeah, let's see if we can catch another fill. I'm gonna post up at 37s to see if we can catch something on the ask there, guys. So I'll pull. Well, I'm not going to say what Obi said. I know Obi likes saying that. Maybe I will pay homage to him. Slap that. Actually, I don't feel like saying that. But all right, so there we go, guys. We posted up there. Let's see if we can catch that fill. I mean, obviously, hindsight 2020. I should have been a little bit heavier on this trade, but it is what it is. I can't complain. The execution isn't going horrible. There was another add opportunity right here that we could have taken advantage of and then maybe doubled up the size and just used that free roll method that I was referring to. That would be a sick hotkey if we can construct that here, but I don't know if we can. But yeah, so that's it. We can see we have another order posted up there at 24.37. If we can catch that fill, that would be much appreciated. $1 super chat from my guy, Marcus Steven Johnson. Much appreciated, brother. I know you're only pulling my leg there, so yeah, we got to have fun sometimes. Let's see, NVIDIA going to get some big block orders, FYI. All right, Ozan, let's see what you're looking at. I got my eye on the quantum space, and rightfully so. You can see how strong it's been today, but RGTI taking another leg to the top side there, guys. So that's a big time move. So you can see we move higher consolidation phase, and then we just pop through some of these resistance zones and are just continuing this move to this higher move, right? So big time. And oh yeah, and we were doing some TA on this not too long ago. We're on the backside of this downtrend, consistently forming these higher lows, and then now we're just punching through some resistance zones. So that's something positive. I like this, the volume supporting that, and that's exactly what we need. We just want to follow the volume and try to keep things as simple as possible. I'm going to be patient, see if we can catch this fill here on the Qs. And I told you guys that the primary target is going to be opening price on the overall market, and that's going to put us around 513.
All right, man. I'm just throwing in a stop over here. Let's just clean up our stops from the previous. So I've got MLGO. I've got a trigger at 79 and all the way down to 70. Okay, so I'm going to do the news. So just making sure that we have all our stops in place. So let's go ahead. Kind of a late news day, guys, but we'll go through it anyway. Obviously, we all know about Bitcoin hitting all-time highs. Find out where it's at right now. It's about 111,286. It seems like the actual high, not the wick high here. Allow me just to go to my 15 so I can actually see where the closing prints are. Yeah, it looks to be about 111,000. Here it is, 111,881. That's what I'm seeing on mine, but I do have wicks, which are suspect, that go about to 112,560, but I think yesterday we kind of established that those were not kosher. So anyway, yeah, this one's saying 886, so I don't think it's that fundamentally different than mine. Go ahead, Stea.
DFDV is popping up on my volume scanner, so this is approaching the previous high on the day, so we're breaking through that level. Back to you.
Satea all day. It's kind of a small cap gapper adjacent. The problem with it though is it has a dollar spread. So we're just going to cover that one super quick because I literally just loaded up. I think it's actually on this screen here. Yes, no, that's not the one. Where is it at? There it is. It's over here. Okay, so this is a big, but as you can see, 52.28, 52.80, and that's a good spread right now. I've seen it as wide as $1.50, so be very careful with this. But that's the bad side. The good side of DFDV is it was very, very respectful of the volume weighted average price once it did pull back in. DFDV, here it is. Let me show you exactly what I mean. There is the hold up there. So you get to that high of the day of 51.53. It drops into VWAP right around 43, holds it beautifully, and then makes that V-shaped recovery into that high day 53.58. So it's up 46%. And if you're wondering what this is, they are called DeFi Development, formerly Janover Incorporated. They provide AI-powered online platform that connects with the commercial real estate industry. I think we looked at this one yesterday. In any event, $749 million market cap with about a 4.2 million share float. So good look there on DFDV. But just allow me to kind of load up my news. There it is. Okay, good. Is it this one? Yeah, there it is. So let me just load that in from the side here, guys. There it is. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. As I was talking about, the rally is partly driven by Moody's downgrade of the U.S. sovereign debt credit, adding to Bitcoin's appeal as that kind of the hedge against the fiat risk, especially with spending being a little bit aggressive. The Genius Act also didn't hurt things, which is stable coin regulation. That passed a key procedural vote in the Senate, boosting the regulatory clarity. Obviously, that's good for the industry in general. There's an ongoing crypto push, though, with President Donald Trump and David Sachs obviously championing that. There is a formal dinner today being held by Donald Trump and company. Apparently it's about Trump coin. I'm not exactly sure. In any event, you know, usually when there's anything crypto related, it is a good time to listen. Also, the institutional shift for Bitcoin with our friend Jamie Dimon the other day coming out saying, you know, he still doesn't like it all that much, but he's not as averse to it as he was in the past. And now JP Morgan enabling Bitcoin purchases for clients, which is a good credibility boost. And then this one is one of my favorites, the decorrelation from stocks. Again, you know, I always jokingly say when I'm with Brendo at the big desk, if I want to buy the Qs or the NASDAQ or Apple, I'll buy those. I don't want Bitcoin moving with these Mag 7 names. That's not what I'm in it for. And that's kind of what the move is here, Joseph, as people are looking at it now.
I agree with that. Sometimes I find it's, even though we have no control over it, I find it slightly frustrating that when it's heavily correlated with the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Because it's like, why? It has essentially nothing to do with it. But it also brings to the point where I think where you just touched on is just the institutional adaptation of it.
Exactly.
That's where it's coming from. That's where we see the correlation.
I agree 100%. And the thing is, you know, we know it's a risk asset. Okay, we got that. But it's also a store of value. And that's what I'm looking at it for, guys. So good luck there. Let's talk about Zoom. Zoom reported earnings yesterday, the pandemic era favorite. You know, it's been a tough time for Zoom as of late, but looks like they're getting their house in order there with a decent report here. Revenue came in at about $1.17 billion, which is above estimates. EPS also came in at $1.43. That beat the $1.30 the street wanted. That continues their profitability push, guys, but muted top line growth. So they are able to kind of shore up costs and get their spending in order. But in terms of growing revenue, they seem to be having issues with that. Maybe because, you know, there was a COVID era obviously was the best time for them with everybody at home having to use their
one second there, Sri. Yeah,
Yep.
so we got the
it's open.
Hinge is open now,
open,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out there. We're going to go through the news here momentarily. You can see we've got...
No, let's cover this.
We'll cover it. So we got about 2.6 million shares here put in the first couple minutes on HNGE. Not the dating site, guys. This is something totally different. So yeah, here we go. Continuing to climb. What did we open at? We're trading at that opening price right now around 39.10s. And now we're continuing to climb. Be careful with these IPO, guys. For me, there's not enough data, nor do I have a large enough playbook or sample sets for me to trade these. You got to start somewhere, but if you're going to trade it extremely small to start there.
Absolutely. Good support at 39 here, Joseph, initially, even though the low is 38.50. So let's see if it holds up at 39. Maybe there's some money fills to be had here at the $0.25. Here comes the third of a dollar, so a bit of a sell there. HNGE, guys. It trades on the New York Stock Exchange, up about 23%. I was giving you the information on this one a little earlier. I'm interested here on a 39 hold. I'd like something a little bit closer to 39, though. That way it gives me a very close hard stop. So the $0.25, it's losing the $0.25. Now 10s coming in here. Now it's losing 39 altogether. So just drop below 39. Is this now the buy above 39? Let's go long over here. Oh, not even anywhere near my order there. So the spread is prohibitive on this one, at least when I punched in. So let's see if we can get a little bit moved back down. Maybe I should have had a resting order. I think that would have been a bit more of an appropriate move back into the single digits. We are at 39. Do we defend 39? The prior bar low. Wow, so we have a higher low with the prior bar low being 38 1/3. So we can get in here and give it to 38 1/3. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And right up it goes into $1, quick as you like that. There it is on HNGE. Get 39 bottoms. What a move up there was for HNG. Let's see if we can post again and defend that $39 area. We're going to post up at 7s. And the prior bar low, or the current bar low, excuse me, is $0.33 of $1. So if you're looking for an area stop that gives you, some sort of structure, I would submit to you guys 38.67 is the current bar low right now. So that's the move. We're long again at 39.07. Let's go ahead and post up here, and where I'm going to put again 38.60. And we're going to have to give it a crazy amount of room there because that's the spread on this one, right? And right up it goes again, and we take it out again over there. So there it is, 39 defending here, Joseph, on HNGE. It's a good level, even though it did wick into 38 1/3. Be careful with this one, as Joseph made very clear. We have very little data of which to work on this one, so keep your eye on it and trade it carefully.
Yeah, most definitely trade it carefully, guys. So there you can see Sharif was scalping in and out. I don't know if necessarily now is the time to be holding it for those extended moves. You can see you just wick 50 cents, 60 cents, $1 like it's nothing. He was in and out in a matter of seconds. So yeah, guys, just keep your eyes on it. Be patient and don't allow yourself to get chopped up in an IPO. All right, it's not like the CoreWeave or the Newsmax that we were seeing. I don't think that's going to be anything along those lines, but I could be most definitely wrong. But yeah, there it is, guys. HNGE. All right, guys, let's pull up the SQ trade here. We're still just slowly cooking away, chip in a chair, as I would like to say. So we're just punching, taking some fills here. We'll post up at 2440s right now, guys, to see if we can catch another fill right there. I don't want to take out all my size. All right, so let's go. There we go. So we got another order out. Let's see if we can catch this. We're now south of the volume-weighted average price. The momentum in some of the bigger names seems to be picking up. As you can see, Amazon taking a big-time dive back into the volume-weighted average price here, guys. So that is good for my thesis. These big names starting to sell, that's exactly what I need to see. And I want to see some breadth in the overall market, too. I mean, this is how strong NVDA is. It's just consolidating. It recovered half of what it lost yesterday. I didn't think we were going to climb all the way back here today. Considering what we've got going on from a daily standpoint, I mean, 35% off of those lows. You can't ask much more than that. Sorry, excuse my French there, guys. It's 52% there from that local trough to where we're currently trading at. So I want to see a breath because I want to also add into this position as well too. So you can see that we are starting to pull back, forming these lower highs, and bringing some of the price action into some of these gap fill territories. So that's something that I want to see, middle of the range. I was talking to Brankos this morning. I said, I'm loading the boat around the mid-120s. If we can catch 125, I'm going to be grabbing some more contracts. I still have a bit of my swing, but that's just the shares. All those contracts are gone. But again, with these deals from the Gulf countries, I like this for the long term. I do believe this is going to be the run for that all-time high. Now we just have to wait for those pullbacks, and then maybe we can position ourselves relatively even better to grab these contracts and then be positioned into that break of the all-time high. And then we also got earnings next week as well, too. I believe it's on Tuesday or Wednesday, guys. So, again, be patient for that. It could be the move that is going to bring us to those all-time highs, especially if the guidance is through the roof. We know what's going on with the H20s. With that being said, let's pull up the expected move on the chosen one there, as I like to call him there, NVDA, and see what we got going on for next week there, guys. So here we are. No, that's not right. So yeah, okay, this would be the next week. So again, an 8.8 expected move there, guys. So that could put us at a high of 144 or a low of 121, all right? So just keep that in mind. I'm going to be looking forward to that. If we do exceed this expected move, I do believe we're going to head into that 150 territory. And then to fall the week following, there could be some solid price action. But first, we need that report to come out. It needs to be positive, and the street has to like it.
Well said, Joseph. All right, micro algo finally breaking out here. So I did try to pack my patience with this one. We got a few prints, and the tape now is moving a little aggressively. So here comes that 195. Actually, we just passed 195. That's why I got the print. Now I'm setting up at 198 next. It's a 214 high day. It was a VWAP straddle from the south side, but here we go, breaking out, taking out highs. So in the next profit taker, 198. Let's see how this cookie crumbles simultaneously. I took out the high of the day again on WOLF. I got 83s there. The high of the day is 85. I've set up now at 95. Been in this since $1.40, guys. We scalped out, added back in. So this is the one that I was talking about, the bull flags, right? So keep an eye out on that one. Let's see if we can take out that 190 level. Guys, both the IPOs are kind of selling off aggressively. On the bottom right-hand corner is HNGE. That's the one that opened up later. On the top right-hand corner is MNTN. That's the Ryan Reynolds one, okay? So they're both, they're both above the technical IPO price, but they're all below their open price now. The IPO price and the IPO price and the open price are not the same. The IPO price is what it's sold to off market with the participants participating in the IPO vis-a-vis the investment banks, and the open price is where the schmucks like us get to buy it on the open market. Okay, so they're not the same thing. They're both above their IPO price but below the open price. So MNTN and HNGE, two great looks on the day, two IPOs on the day. Let's keep an eye out on that. WOLF continues to hang out highs. Rigetti is just taking out all the highs. So is IonQ. They're both quite aggressive to the high side. We finished our Rigetti trade far too early. We should have been more alive to the consolidation and the respect that it had for the 10 EMA on the 5. Here it is. 13 3/4 right now, the high of the day on Rigetti, 45.90 on IonQ, 19.19 on QBTS. They're all fantastic looks on the day. Quantum and Vogue, keep your eye on them if you're looking for something very directional, because I'll submit to you guys, they have been quite directional. So here we go again now with MLGO. We popped up into 97s. I didn't get the print because we didn't get to 98s yet. We're up 25%, and what's pleasing to me now is that we're above the volume weighted average price. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Still got some shares left, still negative on it though from that initial trade because we added a few times and then ended up getting stopped out. So you win some, you lose some. Let's keep an eye out on Wolf as well because it continues to make higher highs and higher lows. I talked about NVTS earlier as a possible short. This is the one that has a deal with NVIDIA that really broke out yesterday in the aftermarket. Right at 415, this thing rocketed up from like $1.80 all the way up to $6.50. But look at that. Since that time, what do you guys notice about the price action? We can't really seem to be breaking that trend. The lower highs is a bit of an issue here. Now, if you're looking for a trend break from the trend line, that's number one. That's step number one, I would say. And then what you're really looking for here is a break above a previous area high. Now, I'm less likely to use that 650, the double top in the aftermarket and the pre-market as my level. I'd rather use that 560 area. Look at that pre-market action here, which we had plenty of volume, guys. Some of these candles had about 600,000 shares, some a million. So there was plenty of volume being done in the pre-market. We can't just say it was sparsely traded. So if we break above that 550, I'm going to tell you guys NVTS might be a long. It's got a couple of things working for it here. It's cleared VWAP here quite quickly without really consolidating too much. It's broken this kind of trend line that we've informally drawn. And all it really needs to clear that 5.5. So NVTS, good look. Let's see if it continues that way, Joseph. For now, it's been kind of a sell the news kind of event.
Yeah, for sure, Sharif. All right, guys, so I'm just trying to catch this fill here. I've seen it hit the ask multiple times, but I needed to come in on the bid, those 40s. So yeah, I mean, you can see that it tapped into it multiple times, but I just never caught that fill just yet, guys. And now we're starting to climb higher in the overall market. I mean, this quantum space is absolutely going parabolic, going
really
nuts.
good.
Yeah, this is insane here. Just continuing to climb here on the session, guys. I mean, if we want to talk about a percentage metric of 36 to 37% here on the session, and it's not even looking back. Like, these are such micro pullbacks here. It's so strong, and you don't want to go against this right now. So, like, if you're continuously trying to look for that mean reversion or trying to short these tops, good luck, because it's not being displayed anywhere, and you don't want to try to short these strong underlyings. I mean, when I first started trading, I remember someone told me, yeah, I don't even look at shorting Apple or anything along those lines because I just believe they're strong stocks. And that was in the time when we were just continuously climbing higher, and I took that advice to complete extent, right? Because I'm like, yeah, you're so right. Like, why am I trying to do that? And that's exactly what we're seeing here in the quantum space right now. You go across the board, Rigetti climbing higher. Why am I on Microsoft? Yeah. Rigetti, RGTI, continuing to climb higher. Like, breath. Oh, yeah, all right, cool. That's all we need. Boom, take another leg to the top side. QBTS. Katina Man's been crushing this one here. Still, again, climbing higher, pulling back. Not as strong as IONQ or our RGTI, but still, it's still hovering around those highs of days, right? And then we got QUBT climbing higher, just putting in another leg to the top side. So again, until there's a definitive signal, you get that isolated volume print with an extreme isolated price action print. At that point, that is the only attempt that I'm trying to short these signals. I'm not going on any form of short in these names on a C plus or a B plus. It has to be A plus plus in order for me to even think about taking a short in this space right now.
Well said, Joseph. Here we are. This is Bitcoin chart, guys. This is actually the Bitcoin chart, not the IBIT. We're coming right back near these highs. Here we go again, 111,550. Let's see if we can get up, maybe actually touch 112,000 proper, not, that 80. We're $300 off all-time highs, and this is a really good look, even though we're consolidative, because the market is been what it is today. When it was selling off, Bitcoin was holding the levels. In fact, it held 110,500 quite well. That seems to be the low end of the range today, and that range has been kind of in play all day, all actual day, since we took that high right at midnight yesterday. It looks like right around midnight we got we made those all-time highs right at 11:45 at night yesterday. Since we made those all-time highs, look at these area lows. It's been an 110,500 area hold. Fantastic hold. So we're about $1,000 above that range, but it does feel like a range we're stuck in. About 111,600 to the top side, 110,500 to the downside. So to me, this screaming, I'm going to break out. Because what preceded this consolidation was higher lows. And look at this. Even if you look at the day area lows, forget about the prior day. You're looking at intraday lows. They're all higher lows. Ever since we put in that area low on the day right around 5 a.m. at about, 110,420, every successive low or every successive candle is a bit of a higher low. So good look right now for Bitcoin, guys. Let's see where this one does, what this one does, I should say. Keep your eye on it overnight. Obviously, Bitcoin, a 24-hour asset, 24-hour trading asset, that is. And it seems, I don't know, Joseph, how you feel about this, but it seems like a lot of these moves, I know yesterday was a bit of an exception because we got an all-time high like on the show live, which was very exciting and everything. Yeah, but most of the time, I mean, it's on the weekends or it's overnight,
like
or
6, 7 o'clock.
6, 7 o'clock, right?
Moving, yeah.
So yeah, if you guys are interested in this, obviously, and you have, if you're trading this, you're not holding it, you just got to know that some of the outsized moves that they have, that Saturday night, Sunday night coming into Monday, oftentimes before the futures market opens up at 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. I'm looking at Bitcoin from like say 12 o'clock onwards to see what the extent of the market is. But maybe I shouldn't be doing that anymore because we're just saying here that we don't want to see Bitcoin correlated with the overall market. So that might not be the right move anymore. In any event, keep your eye on that. Bitcoin is now 111,610, coming into the high end of the range now, Joseph, about $200 off all-time highs.
Okay, yeah. So there you go. It's absolutely climbing there, guys. All right, let's check it out here in sports playing. Flexibility is everything. Yeah, ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to $300. Yeah, I mean, as for the Bitcoin thing, we're climbing here now, Sharif. I like that looking at it. The market seems relatively strong. But I will be honest here, though. I want to see a bit of a pullback. I mean, you've seen the run that we've gone on off of the lows.
You're right.
And, I mean, we're stair-stepping, which is relatively good. But I want to see a pullback, even though we have kind of been consolidating for a long period of time. We were in a downtrend. So maybe we do just go extreme buying and borderline parabolic. But what have we seen from history? When you go parabolic, what comes after that?
Mean
right?
reversion.
Right, exactly. You get a hefty pullback, and not everybody wants to sit through that. So I'd rather see nice, calm, cool PA, climb higher, pullback, climb higher, pullback, not just straight in a straight line.
Yeah,
But I mean, I'll take it as well too, obviously. Right at the end of the day. But I got stopped out of my SQQ trade here, guys. I did add aggressively right here, so I was just free rolling. I was only risking my unrealized. I wasn't going to take a loss on that trade, even if it does go back to the downside. That's what happens when you do that. Why did I decide to add right there, Joseph? You may ask. I can tell you, is this candle right here, right above the volume weighted average price? I'm like, okay, this is a good indecision. Was this a liquidity grab, or was it going to be a genuine move? As of right now, it looks like some of the big names are climbing higher. Bitcoin.
We at 736 now. We're less than $100 off all-time highs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this print here, Sharif, it was a genuine print right here. So I don't know if that was
a genuine print.
Yeah. So that was that 112,000 right there. But I mean, as soon as you crack that, you've now put in another all-time high on the.
Yeah, well, 112,000 is a good level too. So, guys, MNTN could be a flat top break here, guys. This is an ascending wedge. This is the Ryan Reynolds IPO. So you get that area bottom there, 2150, higher low on the subsequent candle, higher low on the subsequent candle, higher low, and now you have a higher high. So this one feels like it was the opposite of what we saw over here. We kept seeing support at that $23 level, which was VWAP, and we were using that as support. We broke down below it, and now we're putting in higher lows, and now we're also putting in higher highs. So MNTN could be on the move up. You know, it's kind of hard to tell because there's just so much, or there's so little, I should say, data off which to work. But I try to pick up on these chart patterns, and this one does look like it might be making a move up here. But so is micro algo, and more pleased I could not be. I really did try to pack my patience with this one. Let's go ahead and take some more profits here. I don't have any other profit takers that are layered. It just got into $2, and you know, I'm not surprised it rejects it. So we're going to set up at 205. We're going to set up at 210. With the high of the day being that 214 area. So let's see what we get here on MLGO. Great hold at VWAP, but it really did prolong the hold from 1205 until we got the breakout at 110. I had to hold this for an hour and 5 minutes. Never really being that much out of the money, to be fair, because we had the bottom end of the range. So I got it at $1.86. The worst it did was 182. I had my stop below 180, so it didn't trigger. And then most of the closing prints, if not all, actually, for whatever reason, defended that 186, even though it did wick below it once. So here comes 190 or $2 again. It just got into 2 and it rejected. But I feel MNTN might be on one here. The current candle is yet another higher low, not quite the higher high quite yet. And now we have a higher high, but be on the lookout for that $24 area, and above that, that $24.20. There is 3 topping tail candles, all of which rejected at $24.20. I'm talking about these 3 here. Here we go, guys. It's taken out those levels. Now it's above 24. Can we get above 24.20? It feels like a flat top break, V-shaped retracement here with a good amount of volume. We didn't open that long ago, and we've already got 7.3 million shares on a 20-some-odd dollar name. So not bad. It's rejecting that 24.20 yet again. Okay? It did it 3 times, and at least for now, it is the 4th, with that topping tail candle coming in at 24.18. So for whatever reason, MNTN has a seller at 24 1/5, a random area, not that one that I would have anticipated. Let's see if this topping tail candle ends up turning red. It's currently green and holding that 23.5, south of 24 though, most importantly. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here, because if we get that break above 24.20 decisively, now obviously it can be a false breakout, there's plenty of those, but we could easily see that 26.29 high a day and even more. So here's what I'm going to do. I already know that this thing's been rejecting 20 and I don't need any more proof. I'm going to go ahead and set up a resting order at 24.25 and I'm going to give it to 24.40, okay? The reason I'm going to do that is because the spread is prohibitive. It's 9 pennies right now. I've seen it way wider. So I'm going to tell the computer, trigger a buy order at 24.25, but pay up to 24.40 for set shares. That's what I'm doing. I like that possible flat top break. If it ends up being a false breakout, it ends up being a false breakout. That's what trading is. So here we go. The order's in. If it takes out that 20 penny level, then I'm getting long on this one for a possible breakout trade, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. Yeah, Bitcoin did put in that another, put in that other all-time high there, Sharif, but then rejecting relatively aggressive there. But the volume is supporting this breakout, and you can see from the price action prints, these are genuine moves, right?
It's 11 coins there on that last one there. Eh?
Yeah,
12 coins.
Oh, yeah?
12 coins, 11.97 coins on the last 5-minute print, 15 minute.
Nice. Yeah, so yeah, really nice look there. I mean, this is some quality price action prints right there, right? So you got the volume supporting it, and this is what I refer to, not cause and effect, but effort and result, right? So you can see the effort within the effort being the volume and then the result in the price action print, and you can see that here, right? The effort is there, you have that volume, and then you close almost as bullish as you can get right there. You have a small bit of selling pressure. So if on this pullback, the volume is relatively weak and we see it start to stair step down, this is what I was referring to earlier on IONQ. All right. So if you're going to get that breakout, it's going to be a genuine move. Then on this pullback, wait for that volume to start decaying and decrementing, and then now you can look for an entry possibly to the top side here and the continuation of the trend in Bitcoin there. So yeah, Pizza Rat says the calls are calling. I love hearing that, my friend. I think that is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, let's. I was just asking your opinion. Oh, Daniel T. Oh, sorry, brother. Yeah, no, but that's what I was saying. I was saying no. That's what I was meaning. I was just talking about not trying to short the strongest sector in the market. That's just something that you don't want to do. If you want to find something, go through the weaker sectors in the market and try to look for the continuation of the trend or potential breakdowns. And with that being said, we can do that right now for you. We'll go over the top performing and the worst performing sectors here. So in first place, we have consumer discretionary up about 0.6. In second place, we have the tech sector up about 0.5 percentage point there, and the communications sector up about 0.25% there, just a little bit less there, guys. And then you want to see some weak sectors, here you go. Energy sector in third last, down about 0.3. Healthcare, 0.5% down, and then you have utilities down about 1.3%. So if you're looking for the short or the continuation, then go and find some of these weaker sectors, guys. And if you're looking for the continuation and strength, then there you go. You can see some of the better performing sectors there, guys. So yeah, again, that's just what I was referring to. I can't press your keys for you, all right? But just look at the chart and ask yourself, do you want to short this right now? Truly, do you want to short this right now? My answer is going to be heck no. Heck no, right? So like, again, just find something that's relatively weaker and go with that, because this is the strongest sector, no questions asked.
Yeah, well said, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch MLGO over here, looking for a $2 break. It's having a lot of trouble breaking two. I'm going to pack my patience. In fact, I'm going to add at 190. There's not that much time, about half an hour left on the show, but we're only about 97 pennies away from that level. So we're rejecting 2, but I perceive us to have support at 190 because that's where we had resistance. That's where I was getting out. So I'm going to put an order for this one at 191 to front run that level. So let's go ahead and put it there. So I'll be looking to add into that level. So I'm keeping my eye on MLGO, still involved with that. I'm still involved with Wolf over here as it continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. I didn't get any the money fills at the 20. And now, in fact, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 lower high candles on WOLF. So that's the bad side. The good side is we're also putting in higher lows. So if you look at the lows and look at the highs, it's a bit of a compression pattern right now happening on these ones. I'm watching the quantum names and I'm seeing a little bit of weakness now coming into the quantum names. This could be the area where we start picking up some. So let's have a look at IonQ. As I mentioned earlier with IonQ, how respectful it was of the 10 EMA. You can kind of take a gander there between 1150 till 1215, where we were straddling the 10 exponential, and that gave you buying opportunities. Well, here we go again. This candle at 130 just touched the 10 exponential at 45.50, and it's bouncing off at about 25 pennies off that area. So IonQ touching the 10 could be a buy. Rigetti, kind of the same look. Getting into that 10 exponential moving average and finding support again, kind of forming a hammer candle despite the fact it's still red. So keep your eye on Rigetti. Let's see what QBTS, sorry about that. Let's see what QBTS is up to. It's below the 20, but look at all the bottoming tails. That shows you that buyers like it around this level. I personally would be on the lookout here for QBTS to break below that 18.25. If that 18.25 broke, I'd be likely looking for a bounce play off that volume weighted average price at 17.75. The reason I say 18.25 is because that's an area low. Okay, so I don't want to see lower lows and lower highs and then wait in front of that. So if it comes into 18.25 and it bounces, that's a great buy area. If it loses it, I'd be looking at currently 17.75. The volume weighted average price dynamic, obviously, so it could change. My trigger order on MNTN for a 24.25 break and pop hasn't triggered. So despite the fact that this one is still putting in higher lows, we're not getting that higher high break. So I'm starting to think maybe, just maybe, I should be building my position in here with, a loss of maybe say 23.50, 23.40, and I'd get out. The idea here being would get that really good price so that we could scalp into that 24.25, 24.25 area resistance and then hold a piece for the dream. If it does clear that 24.25, then we're holding the piece. So I'm starting to think about this one a little bit more. I'm talking about the IPO MNTN. It seems to have support in and around that level. Let's go ahead and have a look at the time and sales, see what that's looking right now. There it is. So it's a 5 penny spread here on MNTN. Not a bad look at all. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to punch along here, and I'm going to give this to the 40s, okay? So that's my move here. I'm going to go 23. Excuse me here. Well, I got this ready. 23. We're going to say 23. Let's just go 43. And then we're going to have to give it a good amount of room in case this one does lose the bid. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to look to take this one long and then scalp out some profits in front of that 24 at 24.25, okay? And then I'm going to leave my order, my resting order active for a breakout trade above 24.25. So that's my move right now on MNTN. Let's see if it ends up working. If it doesn't, all good there. All right, so let's move back into the other one that we had on right now, MLGO, still having lots of trouble with $2, and I'm leaving my order active for a 190 dip trade. And WOLF, I don't know about this one anymore. If it continues to kind of lose the high there, I might just take it out for whatever profits we're in at the moment, Joseph.
Yeah, we got a big time super chat here from Coach Hartman.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, thank you very much, Coach. Sharif, it's actually 40 euros to be exact here.
Oh, wow.
Sharif, yeah, Sharif, a bottle of scotch for your loss. Our condolences
I appreciate
from the
you, my
group.
friend.
So
Thank you very much for
love
that.
there.
I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Coach Hartman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. You're touching people everywhere,
It's
man.
great people. We have the
Yeah.
best viewers in the world. There's no question about
Yeah,
that,
there's
man.
no
I do
question.
appreciate that, guys.
it,
Sorry we
man.
can't have the kind of energy that we've got every day, but I don't have an aunt that dies every day either.
Yeah, so I mean, when it's time due, we respect the dead, and thank you, Coach Hartman, very much
Appreciate that,
for that
Coach.
one. Yeah, that's very, very kind of you. There. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. It is that time. Ozan, your favorite segment of the day here. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Nima Ahamidi, are you going to trade Tesla today? It's not on my radar. I can pull up my notes for you guys here momentarily. I had two names on my notes here this morning, guys. And that was the likes of Google and IBIT. That's it. Hyper-focus. I know I was having a conversation in the chat with somebody. I was like, yeah, no, I can't look at too many names. My brain doesn't function like that. I'm a simplistic guy. What are the two best traders? What are the strongest underlyings? And that's what I came up with earlier this morning. That is going to be IBIT and Google that best fit my system's criteria. I can go over my one Google trade that I put on, and it's a bag fumbler, unfortunately, because we were in exactly where we wanted to be, but we just didn't execute to our fullest potential. That was our second trade here. But you can see it took me multiple attempts on Google. Otherwise, we would have been riding this wave here, guys. But I got aggressive on that first entry, and I knew this underlying took some more time. So this is what I was referring to earlier, is that when you're sizing up, I've been having these conversations that I like to size up gradually, so I'm not changing my execution. I don't want to mentally change the way I'm looking at the charts just due to the size that I'm trading, because the market doesn't know. This triangle doesn't know. It doesn't know how many shares this is, right? But you know, and you don't want to necessarily affect that, all right? So there you go. I was entered again, and then I got stopped out. And then I didn't put on as much size, but I covered some ground. I covered the losses that I initially endured here on Google, but it wasn't necessarily to my style. I should have been in this name longer, and I could have been in a couple more shares. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. What do? We learn from our mistakes. And then we just look to get better the following day. Neil was saying it. I say 1% better every day. I mean, if it was 10% better, then it would only take 10 days to be perfect. But unfortunately, it's not the case here. It is what it is. We learn from this. We come back tomorrow. I think Google's going to be strong for the foreseeable future. There's going to be plenty of opportunities throughout these trading sessions to get back into these names and find these absolute monster trends.
Absolutely agree with that, Joseph. Guys, QBTS is finding a beautiful move right back above 19. There you go. The money fills on QBTS just a little bit below that 20 exponential. Fantastic look now as it looks to get right back into that high of the day. It's a measly 20 pennies off that. What a move up today for these quantum names. It's been a fantastic look for all of them. I mean, maybe ARQQ not participating. That one we were in a few days ago. It had been a good one. Today it's not really participating. It's really the QBTS, RGTI, and IONQ show. As it has been essentially since the jump there, as you can kind of see, this one really started, they all really started going right at, 9:45. So 15 minutes after the bell, the buy programs turned on and all hell has broken loose to the high side. And I can't tell you I'm displeased by this in any way, shape, or form. I happen to love quantum. I like trading these names. They're always in vogue, and they seem to have a lot of buying behind them. So who's going to complain about that? All right, MLGO just took out $2. We're waiting at 205 next. It's at 202 right now. So good recovery today for MLGO. That said, I didn't get the ad there, sadly. It didn't come down anywhere near 190, so we're kind of flying with light shares. That's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. 214 is the high of the day on MLGO, so be on the lookout for resistance in that 10 penny to 14 penny area on that one. All right, I'm still waiting, or I'm still involved. What should I say? What am I saying? I mean, on MNTN for long, it's been holding this general area. I've given it to the mid 40s, low 40s for a stop out. It hasn't stopped me out, but it hasn't been breaking through $24 either. So the volume profile really starting to dwindle here on MNTN, and that really isn't good for the longs. You need a good amount of volume to continue moving up. You don't need all that much volume to move down. So since I'm in a long, I will need the volume on my side here. So MNTN, I want to say I don't think it's the least volatile of the two names, but HNG has been kind of nuts. It's well below the open price there, whereas MNTN, not so much. So HNGE looks very much like a bear flag with that 39 and change high, 39.80, something high with a 37.02 low. So we only got a $2 worth of range and the volume really dropping off here. So HNGE certainly not being as well received possibly here as MNTN. Maybe has something to do with the star power that Ryan Reynolds brings, and he is obviously Canadian, so we'll shut him out there. Not really sure about his wife though, but in any event, we won't go there, I guess. So we'll keep.
Hey, you gotta be careful, man. Catch a civil over there, man.
Yeah, well, I didn't say anything. Right? I said, I'm not sure about her, but yeah, you're good point, Joseph. Yeah. Everybody's suing these days.
Yeah.
Rigetti at the high of the day again, guys. 1382. Here we go. Rigetti getting in right into that $14 area. We could see a 14 touch today. It looks like at least we're about 18 penny off that. 18 pennies off that level. So we'll continue to watch Rigetti here. I mean, fantastic entry, but not a good hold, and definitely should have been exercising more patience on that. Let me flip to Wolf over here because it's kind of losing that trend. I'm long at 65s on Wolf. It got to 85s. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give this to 69s, okay? So we're going to move up our order right now. It's going to have to defend that 69 penny level, so we'll throw that stop there, and we'll cancel the old one. So Wolf, there it is. So we'll cancel the old one there. And then I also have to cancel, I've got two stops on MNTN. One's a breakout trade and one's a stop loss. Okay, good. MLGO as well. I got to cancel that stop as well. MLGO's dropping below $2 again. So we clear 2 and then we drop below 2. So I'm really unsure what to make of this going forward. I've only got one out left on it, so it's not the most important priority for me right now. So keep my eye on that, and I'll keep my eye on MNTN. Simultaneously, I'm keeping my eye on Bitcoin as it hangs around that 112,000. Great look today, guys. Keep your eye on those higher lows, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, thanks for pointing that stuff out. Fantastic stuff. We got bull breaking out here as well, too, folks. Volume really starting to step in. You see us punching through some of these key resistance zones there. What, bull, Katina Man, or RGTM? What, bull? Oh, yeah. It's breaking out. I mean, the volume is there, too. So good shout out from you guys. And my good friend, I don't know how to say, but I guess my Palantir style trade over here, that is going to be Robin Hood. Katina Man, Mr. Robin Hood himself, taking from the rich and giving to the poor, putting some more cash in your boy Joe's pocket here as we continuously climb higher. I mean, I've been buying this name for some time now in the 40s, and we've just been climbing higher and higher and higher. I can say that with a grin on my face, but yeah, there you go. We almost punched those all-time highs. Okay, we did. We tapped right into them roughly there, guys, and then we pulled right back. So I think at some point we will, but you can see that we're kind of just doing that stair-step pattern ABC style of trading here. You get that leg higher, pull back, leg higher, pull back, leg higher. So now you just need to wait for that pullback, and then hopefully you can make that leg, that third leg higher there, guys. But yeah, Hood strong today on the session, intraday session. The market is gaining a lot of ground here, so I'm happy to have been out of that short here, guys, because you don't want to be holding on to this. We'll pull up the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, I just don't want to hold on to it. I mean, I was looking for the opening price, which was right at around 350, 513. We didn't get that. So yeah, I added right around here. Didn't get that move as we continuously climb back to the top side. So don't want to be fighting the trend, especially in this market. I like how Katina Man was saying it not too long ago. He's like, yeah, essentially, technically, we are in a bull market. We are more than 20% off of those lows, significantly more, almost 30% off of those lows. So there you go. Waiting for a pullback. I do believe that this gap will get filled, though, eventually, right? And for me, the sooner the better, right? So just get it over with. Fill that gap, hold some of these resistance zones that can now act as support, and then we can look to break that all-time high. At the peak of this consolidation phase, we were only 3% off of the all-time highs. I said earlier there's zero chance with the way the market was looking a month ago that we are going to trade around those all-time highs. I wasn't expecting a couple week or a couple month bear market. I thought it was going to be more extended. That has not been the case. A monster recovery, 30% off the lows, 3% off of those all-time highs. You don't want to fight this market. It's strong. Are we going to get those gap fills? I would like so. I would hope so, because that would give me more of a gauge of where the market is, and it's slightly more healthy. If it does get bought back up, then it's like, okay, now we can start participating and adding more shares for that break of that all-time high, because I have mentioned it one more time that we were only about 3% off of that there. So, yeah.
Can I say something? Katie Stockton, obviously a noted chartered market technician.
CMT?
Yeah, she was on what's that show before Squawk Box called?
Not Tech Check.
No. So before it, like at 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Yeah,
I forget the name of the show. Anyway, it's that dude who anchors it. He had Katie on. And Katie, obviously, she's a heavyweight in the technician industry. She was saying that everything was yelling, believe it or not, and I don't know how I feel about what she's saying here. Everything's screaming reversion. Everything is screaming overbought. And everything is screaming like we're supposed to drop back down. So she's saying we could see new lows. I find that to be a ballsy call on her part.
Yeah, that is a ballsy.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to be like, again, Sharif, the tariffs they're not gone, right? They're only paused for 90 days, right? So if some deals don't go the way that Donald's expecting them to, then we can most definitely 100%. See like a move back down towards the lows. And the China, I think China's something really, really big too.
And the debt. Remember that 20-year yesterday? That was met very bad reception. Yeah. The good news about that is, and I did a little bit of reading on that, guys, about the 20-year yesterday. It's the one that's in least demand out of all the other treasuries. So the fact that it wasn't met with that much demand, I don't want to say is better, but it kind of is, right? Like if you had seen that kind of or lack of demand for the 10-year or the 30-year or even the 2-year, then we could, or the 5-year, we could be, I guess, be a bit more worried. I'm worried. I'm worried because I think the bond market also doesn't like the tax cuts that are coming with the bill that passed today in the House. Now, what the House did was it made the 2017 tax cuts from Trump 1.0 permanent. They hadn't been permanent until that time. So what does that matter? Well, because taxes are revenue, right? And if your balance sheet isn't in order, dropping revenue is a bit of a tougher look, because then obviously you don't have as much to pay off with the debt. So I think that the bond market or the treasury market may not really like that. We'll have to see if it passes the Senate in its current form. My understanding is the senators don't have an issue with making the tax cuts permanent, the 2017 tax cuts. They have other issues about entitlements that they want to see removed. So we'll see. We'll see. We saw some stuff in there today that looks like it pleased some of these more right-leaning or more fiscally conservative representatives in the House. Whether or not it's enough to please the bond market and enough to get passed in the Senate, and if it gets passed in the Senate, is it bullish or bearish? So lots of stuff, man. I mean, I think we really need to take debt into account. And I don't know all of a sudden why the debt now is in vogue. Where has the debt, where has this been, this obsession with balancing our books the last 4 years? Why were we always just spending, and not really focusing on the debt? And now we're focusing on the debt, and tax cuts are all of a sudden bad. So I see the, kind of talking out of two sides of our mouth here when it comes to that, and being selective with what is in play and what isn't at the moment. So we'll see how the market takes everything, Joseph. Right?
Absolutely. And I was reading some stuff on the consumer as well too, how they may be a little gun shy, and we might see some weakening in the consumer as well too, Shreve, because we have experienced about 3-4 years of inflation, right? And they're scared to kind of head back into that realm of heightened prices. So yeah, I mean, a lot of curious stuff here, a lot of good stuff to talk about. It's great for our market. The volatility is great, and then we'll just play the price action as is. So yeah, Robinhood is just going insane right now. I love seeing this here, guys, continuing to climb higher, breaking out. This is going to be a key pivot. Let's see if we can break through that. With that being said, let's take a gander at the options chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest at 66 there roughly. So yeah, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, okay, so nothing crazy. I mean, 65, we got 10,000, just closer to 11,000. 66, we only got about 7,000 there, less than that, 6.9 to be exact. The highest level is at that 70 with 13,000 current open contracts at 70. So that's telling me there's room to run in Robinhood, guys. So by the end of the week, I wouldn't be surprised if we're just shy of that 70 strike price there. So yeah, I like that look a lot. One thing, I think it was Havana Woody, or Pug Life, was talking to me, and I was thinking yesterday as well too, Sharif.
Sure.
You were asking me about the, was it CoreWeave puts?
Yeah.
The CoreWeave puts. And Havana, or it was either Pug Life or Havana, said, yeah, just kind of use it as an insurance policy. Look at it as an insurance policy. And as I'm on my drive home, I like to think and everything along those lines. And you're like, okay, let's get into those 75 strike prices. But then I'm like, no, lift that and go to 95, where I think you have a better opportunity just to go like further dated out and then see if you can get that move to the downside, because there's so many things that come into factor with that, right? So you can't, and why I would say not 75 and go with that 95 or whatever it was, is just because think about it, if you were going to exercise that contract, even though you're not going to.
95, right?
Yeah, exactly, and further dated out, just so you don't have to worry about the time, because if you're only a month out, then you only have a couple weeks before theta really starts to kick in. So if you really do like that short idea, you can use the further dated out expiration cycle. It will cost you a little bit more, but if it does decide to start breaking down later than you expected, you're not going to, that contract won't be as affected by time decay.
That's
right?
very interesting.
So, and that's one thing that's really important as well, too, guys. The reason why I brought this up is someone in the chat asked me, what kind of dates am I looking at? If I'm going to use this leverage product, I may as well try to take full advantage of it by buying the time as well, because it's still only going to cost you a fraction of the amount that it would cost you to actually buy or short the actual common stock. So for me, I think that's where a lot of options traders get chewed up, is that, okay, it's like, yeah, I bought it a week out, I bought it 2 weeks out, but it takes a week for your move to get going. And then by the time that you start heading in the direction that you want, the time value has been absolutely chewed up. So for me, it's just buy the time and just use the leverage product to the best of your ability and take advantage of the fact that it doesn't cost you as much. You just pay a little bit more in options premium.
That's a great point, man. Yeah. Guys, I want to mention that some of these, I don't want to call them meme names, but I don't have another name for them. You have GME here. I don't know why it's up 5 2/3. Chewy's up 2 1/3. AMC is up almost 8%. Carvana 3.5%. I just throw a bunch of different names that I call, meme stocks in there. They're all strong on the day, so I really don't know what to account for that. But in any event, I want to bring that to your attention. A good look nonetheless. So we'll keep an eye on that. Guys, for, they're not doing too much volume. GME's just below that $30 area. It seems to have a 30.43 high, so certainly not a bad look for the name on the day here. So keeping my eye on my current positions. I just closed my position on Wolf, so that trade is done. Good trade on the day. But the one I'm really focusing on now is this one. It is not MLGO. But MNTN. So this one just got a 1 penny off my profit taker, and then it did reject. It didn't cross, by the way. So what I'm thinking about this one is there seems to be a seller, a real big seller here at 24.20. And I think that if we take out that seller at 24.20, it's going to be a really interesting look to the high side. Whether or not we're able to get into that 26.29 high of the day and even further, that's a bit of a different question. We'll have to see if the buying comes in fast and furious there, but certainly there is something afoot here with 24.20. And how you take advantage of that is going to really be up to you. What I've done, my move here, which is a low risk move, was I got in at the mid end of the range. I'm looking to take profits ahead of that 24.25, and then I've got a breakout trade order. If it does clear 24.25, I've told the computer to buy and to pay up to 24.40. So here we go with 24 again. We've got every single candle, guys, since that 1 p.m. bottoming tail candle that went into 21.50 has been a higher low. So buyers have been picking this up at higher and higher levels. To me, I see ascending wedge, but whether or not it ends up manifesting in an ascending wedge and you get a big break to the high side, we'll have to wait and see. But this one looking like it's setting up real well. Now, HNGE has kind of been the opposite. It's very zig and zag. Go ahead.
It's just, sorry, I'm just talking on the side. RGTI, it's
going.
Not stopping.
It's going.
It's just continuing.
So is IonQ.
Is it still climbing higher? Like, this is crazy.
IonQ just printed just printed another high day, 47.29. I mean, well, so a QBTS is like 19 pennies off the high as well. So, I mean, they're all really at that high. Great trade, Sean, today. You've been taking that one since the morning. We're going to shout you out, brother. You took something outside your lane and you absolutely killed it. Satea.
Yes, so speaking of pennies, the U.S. Treasury Department says it will phase out the production of new pennies. So President Donald Trump asked the agency to stop producing the coin. So the elimination of the penny could lead to a slight increase in prices due to rounding, and it could also change the way consumers perceive small purchases. While the penny's production cost is more than its face value, the impact on the markets extends beyond just its cost. Back to you.
Yeah, for that, and that's something how long? Has it been 10 years now?
Yeah, it's been a while.
10 years?
It has been, I don't know if it's been 10 years, but it's been
How
a
long
while
has it been, boys, since the penny's been gone in Canada? It feels like 10 years. It feels like a decade. We haven't had pennies here for, almost a decade now, so we're kind of used to it. We round up to fives, so we got the nickel still. Yeah. But, I mean, what do you pay in cash a lot?
No,
Neither do I.
Everything.
Of course, right? Most people are tapping now. So I don't think that's really a practical problem, like everyday problem, because most people are tapping.
Yeah, right? I think most people are tapping. Tap everything. Again, you guys know I have a little bit of beef with the Dallas credit card system. I don't know if that's how it is.
Fine, bro. Right? You're right. When I go to LA, it's the same
you have to sign the check.
It's like, not as good. Like you go into a store, they may or may not have Apple Pay. You might actually have to insert your debit card.
It's like you guys came up with it, not us. Like why can we tap everything left, right, and center? It doesn't even matter what it is. But when I was in Dallas, it's like, okay, sign the check and then sign another check for the tip, and then your credit cards get charged, and then a week later you're getting charged even more because they're taking out the tip. And I'm like, yo, what is going on here? Just let me take my card, take my money. I'm giving you 10%. That's the type of guy. I'm a 10% guy. My grandpa told me be a 10% guy. I think that's reasonable. If the service is immaculate, then you get 15%. That's simple, right? I'm not going anything over that. I'm not cheap. Hey, I'm not cheap. I'm not adding another 20% on top of my bill. 10 to 15%. That's just me, all right? Hate it or love it.
That,
but I mean, IONQ, guys, let's take a look at this chart. Look at this massive engulfing candle right here. $34 we open up, and now we're trading at 47. This is absolutely insane. I know exactly what I'm going to be looking at tomorrow. So yeah, that's it. I love this sector right now. Let's see if the strength can continue.
All right, guys, MNTN, we took it out there. We were long at 75. We took it out at 15s or 10s, excuse me. But now it did cross. Look at that. It got into 24.20, but my order at 24.25, pay up to 24.40 has not triggered, okay? I'm gonna leave that order active. I think that this is a good setup. I perceive this to be a good setup, it looks like an inverse head and shoulders. That's what I see. Now, whether or not it's an inverse head and shoulders, it doesn't really matter all that much to me. What matters more is the higher low and flat top situation. This is what I'm looking at, guys. This is what's keeping me quite optimistic. Look at that pattern where we put in higher lows and then there is your flat top right there. So kind of that's the ascending wedge, and the triangle, that's kind of the triangle shape there. So I got printed, but it didn't cross substantially enough the candle. This candle has a 24.26 high. That wasn't enough to activate my order. So my order, if it was to be activated and not trigger, you would see a buy order waiting there on the screen unfilled. That didn't happen, so my script order still hasn't triggered on MNTN. We're seeing 12s now on the ask and 02 on the bid, so it's now holding above 24. Keep your eye on the volume profile too. So if you want this breakout, if you're of the bias like myself, that this is gonna be a flat top break, it's gotta be supported by volume. And all we've seen since this thing opened, since the second candle of the open here, has been lower highs on the volume. So we're gonna need to change that. Like, it's gonna have to start curling like the price action. You can't have price action volume divergence and have a huge breakout like this. It's just not gonna be that kind of situation. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Good look. Wolf also moving to the high side. MLGO at $2. Speaking of two, it is now 2 o'clock, Joseph. So send them off, baby.
Yeah, all right. Everybody's telling me I need to bump that average tip up. All right, I'll start at 15 and then a high at 20, guys, just to make everyone happy.
So you're 10. Yeah.
Hey, listen. No, but if I ever order Uber Eats, I'll always give the guy a little bit more, right?
Yeah,
so I'll tip that. Yeah, and he comes up, he delivers it to me.
And he's from the condo too. He's coming up.
He's coming up the elevator and everything along those lines. But if I'm going to a burrito spot or anything like that, I don't understand why you're just doing your job. You don't get.
No,
you're not serving me
I'm
anything.
not tipping. If I'm picking up. If I'm sitting down, I'm tipping.
Different story. Yeah, exactly.
No.
So there you go. 10%. You gotta be happy with that.
Boys, you tipping on the pickup or you're only tipping on the sit down? If you're picking up food. He's not tipping. Katina Man's not tipping if he's picking up food. Neil, no. Pick up, no. I happen to agree with that.
Pick up, no.
I mean, what are they doing?
Bring it over here.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, welcome everybody.
I mean, it depends.
Just to finish it, like there could be, I don't know.
It depends on the circumstances. Like if you're going, I don't know, if I have like a $20 bill and I'm picking up a couple sandwiches, I'll give $2 or $3.
Yeah.
You know.
The other thing too.
The problem is taxes are 13%.
But sometimes if it's like a huge order or something like that, or like maybe they.
How much preparation was?
Yeah, if there's like a ton of preparation, or maybe they did something really good for us, really nice, then maybe I would.
Are we going to Sataya?
Yes.
Amazon's going nuts.
So Pershing Square just came out with some news out here. So Pershing Square exec is reportedly saying they've taken a position in Amazon, noting that CEO Andy Jassy is doing an incredible job. So they're taking a position in Amazon. Back to you.
I'm also taking a position in Amazon then. I'm taking a position in Amazon right now. So I just went long Amazon right now, very, very small little position there, because why not? We'll see. We've seen stocks go up on this news before. I think it's probably now that we're just reporting it. I mean, the story was out a couple minutes ago, but that doesn't mean that it can't still go up. So you do get a FOMO buy like I just did. That's been going there. I'm just buying it just to hold on to this for a couple of seconds. Not much risk in here, but let's think about it. If this story wasn't there, it's probably at 204. We do have some downside push possibly coming, 204.50 right there. That's maybe for that might be a level anyways right there, 204.50 for Amazon.
I have my 3-minute up here so you can see the 204. Yeah, the 204.5. The last time we were up here, support to resistance to it had already dipped into that once. So shout out to you, Bill Ackman.
Yeah.
Big Bill Ackman is responsible for one of the most exciting moments, or half responsible for one of the most exciting moments on that other channel, CNBC. As everyone knows, it was him and Carl Icahn. But right now, I'm going to give it, I just put a stop underneath the $0.50. And if it consolidates here, I think it's worthy of an ad. There's a weird thing going, so, okay, we'll get to all the names you guys want to talk about, but I'm long Bitcoin and short MSTR, which seems weird, but it hasn't been weird most of the day. Because I don't know, I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with MSTR, but it's been trending down the entire way. And I'm like, okay, well, if Bitcoin's at VWAP and loses the volume weighted average price, well, MSTR has been insanely weak anyways, so then that should give us a chance. So that's the look here. I understand, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a logical reason, maybe some kind of a hedge that people are talking about that could be causing it. But I feel as if we lose the volume weighted average price on Bitcoin and trend down, MSTR as a whole and vice versa.
Yeah, so here we go, man. Amazon is turning around a little bit on that. We're long at 205.5 right now. I don't know. It's definitely not going up the way I'd hoped it would on this kind of a move. So we're going to get stopped out. Oh, I didn't even put a stop. Well, I changed the wrong stop. I put it out there for Apple. We're short Apple, which has been a good one up at these levels for sure. So 204.39 or so. Okay, here we come right back to the upside. There we go. We get a little bit of a, sorry, wrong stock again. Yeah, anyways, I'm short Apple. That was a good one. Okay, we're also long TQQ. That was a good one. All right, but Amazon right now is getting me going here. So we're long Amazon, maybe not a good one. Let's wait to see where Amazon goes right now. It is bouncing around, almost like this news is just hitting now, right? I mean, look at the way this level 2 is going here. We're long, we're in this name. It's so far so good here for us. Remember, our average price was 205, so we're just getting it out now in and around this price. We got a 205. Yeah, we punched the high, and then we got that little price near the low. So, all right, let's see what winds up happening here on Amazon, breaking of 204.50, and we're out. New news, pushing Square out on that one. I heard the guys at the morning show talking a little bit about quantum. We're $2 in the money now on QBTS, same trade from the open, and we have about, well, now we have less, man. We have about 5%, maybe a little bit less than that still on QBTS, but just a bunch of outs up here, man, at 19. It's having a big problem breaking 19, so I just keep on getting out of it in and around this level. The high of the day is 19.19 here on QBTS. So yeah, man, you're coming back with $2 there. We just put this trade on. It's funny because Joe was fighting the SQQ, and meanwhile, I didn't want to say it in the chat, but I was going long on the TQ, so I think we both wind up winning on that, but there it goes. Nice move to the upside right there as we just trying to play off VWAP, and then we found a little bit of a level there at 68.50. Actually, pretty lucky that we didn't break lower there, so we were close to getting stopped, but a nice move higher. And Amazon, good thing we took the opportunity to get out there when it ripped back up. We actually have some profitable fills. Looks like we'll wind up down though on Amazon, especially if it keeps on going here. So let's see, man. Pershing Square taking a stake. Nice story there for AMZN. Up now 1.7%. Market trying to go a little bit as well. Apple on the sell side.
I feel like the thing that we're going against Amazon here is the triple top on the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 1, 2, 3. Oh, the other thing about this level is not random. This is exactly where we bounced to on the bond move yesterday. So when we made that crazy low at noon, or check that, this is the futures, this is like 1 something. We got to about 21.3 change. That's where we are right now. So you're running into a little bit of resistance where typically all day long when I say we, the market has been selling off that level. So I think that's going to be trouble. I did the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. 204.5. So when it dipped down into there, that's where the ad was. We found the level, but it can't get past 205, so takes them out. IBIT might end up coming out through VWAP here. So IBIT is holding on. Bitcoin, I should say, and IBIT as well, holding on to VWAP, but it's starting to trend back into the downside. So yeah, you could see this break. There's been support underneath here at about 63, but that's a good 0.5% away for IBIT. We'll see. Obviously, it's going to be an MSTRs going down. And in the chat, if anybody does have a theory about MSTR's weakness relative to IBIT, I'm openly telling you, I'm not sure why it's so weak. But if somebody knows something, let us know. I'm just speculating maybe there's some kind of a big hedge trade which is being engaged when it comes to MSTR. Just a guess.
All right, we're going to get ready to go over, who is it, Joe or Sharif? Oh, Sharif over there, okay. Yeah, so just real quick, man, we're getting out some tops on QBTS, we're getting out some more Apple right here, and we're going to wait for Amazon to wind up breaking. So Apple on the move, and then QBTS, I'm just going to hold. So it's TQs, it's Amazon, it's Apple. Those are really the only ones that are on my mind. We don't have very many shares left anywhere else. So yeah, BMY, let's go. What's going on with Bristol Myers? Bristol Myers. Let's go see what's going on. But it's a whole Eli, probably nothing. Oh, okay. It's a nice move up there. Wonder if there was some sort of a study there or something, but we'll wait to see if there's any news on Bristol Myers. Remember, XBI is my guy over here, so we'll wait to see if XBI can get going there whenever I see some of those plays. In the biotech realm there, I always think about XBI. Just have a check-in on that one. And then, this has not been going well, but I recently bought Eli Lilly, 750 or so. I think it was almost exactly 750. I think we talked about that. So 720 right now, downside a little bit for Lilly. Nice to see Google still pumping higher as well. Look, it's going to be a good show. I guarantee you that much. Oh, wow, Google actually not pumping higher. Stopped at 170. Wow, I still can't believe 176. What a move there for Google. All right, look, we're excited about all these names today. Bitcoin also went up to 112 again, and then just kind of fell back through there. So, all right, let's go over to the big screen, see what you guys voted for.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and to chat with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all four major averages, all four in the green, unlike the start of the morning today with the NQ up about 2/3%. A little bit below 0.5% is the S&P, with the Russell 2000, the small caps up about 0.25% here, and the Dow up 0.4. So good look for all four major averages, which started the morning red. NVIDIA, the first ticker as decided by you guys, up 1 2/3 right now. Great announcement today from G42, OpenAI, Oracle, NVIDIA, SoftBank Group, Cisco today, all announcing their partnership to build that Stargate in UAE. Kind of maybe a derivative of the Stargate that we heard about Donald Trump talking about, guys.
Maybe, yeah.
Is it? Yeah, maybe. Just a quick little thing there. Amazon just lost that bid.
Yep.
Underneath 204.5. It's not to fail on it, but I still like the news, but playing the news didn't work here. I want to go over the higher time frame. Like Amazon's going to close above 200 in the 200 period moving average simultaneously here. So with that news, I think it's a solid buy in front of 200. That's more. There's nothing to do with the day trade, because if we get to 200 today on Amazon, something has gone terribly wrong with this market. Let's just be real. NVIDIA, look, yesterday was a bamboozling day for sure, for the longs at the end. Today, NVIDIA, this is the reason I'm not happy. Like NVIDIA, with all the shorts that I had on, it could have been my worst stock today, but because it actually held the 134 once out of like the 6 times that I was short, it's not my worst stop. I'm still down on it. And the worst part about it is 134 held. One of the things we talked about this morning was when you have big events like with, say, Fed or that big bond auction, whatever, they start to give you levels. And it's a lot of times the first place that it bounced and it showed you resistance out in front of 134 in NVIDIA. And really, if all you did was wait for 134 and short that, you would have 2 entries and you would have 2 wins, one of which you'd still be in. But I'm not in anymore. That said, it is now really cleanly broken this all-day long trend on the 15-minute, so I will short any pops back into it. NVIDIA still looking really good on the daily chart because you've held this like little bull flag thing as long as 130 holds. So overall, in terms of the move's still looking very good here. But 130, if you lose 130, everything changes on NVIDIA.
By the way, like this QBTS is just now at 1940. Like some of these, we're going to talk about quantum in just a minute. So what a good day there for quantum. Look, I'm only in and out of NVIDIA really quickly here. We went short. It was good. We got stopped at one time. Then we went short again, made a little bit of money there. Then we went short again at 133. It busted it up through 133. So I think we had the right levels there around 133 because it's really just basically hovered there, and that's where the VWAP is. So we just danced with this at 133. Not too interesting to me right now. There's the Amazon trade. There's a couple things happening with the NASDAQ, just looking better here, holding the 50 period. For me, I like NVIDIA, but today it was kind of a nothing burger for me. So we'll be down slightly on it, but NVIDIA just, I don't know, didn't give me really too much there. I was really hoping for a drop early, but it never came in. So NVIDIA up 1.07%. I had it on here as a short at 132.50, which is why we started going short early. But the 132.50 already broke kind of in the pre-market. So yeah, that trade was kind of busted early. We didn't really look at it since then. So yeah, man, so far so good. Wow, QBTS, we're going to talk about that in a minute. So let's go over to Shreve. It's $19.50, $2.50.
Yeah, it's a fantastic look today, Sean, for these quantum names. There's a chart on QBTS as it takes out day's high. Fantastic look, 26.75%. Here's the headline, D-Wave Quantum, which is QBTS, extending the rally as it builds momentum following the launch of their quantum system, guys. We saw Rigetti as well as IonQ, all breaking out into highs, guys.
To some fresh all-time highs. Like the entire group, check that. All-time high is, oh, that's not real. Oh, that's a dark pool wick on QBTS. So like it's all-time high now, but that's actually past an all-time high. We'll get to the trades in a quick little second there. I just wanted to point out, I don't know why this was called the leader. I think Money Mitch even called this one the leader, IonQ. Fundamentally, I have no idea why that's true, but certainly up 44% and running. It's not at an all-time high, but it is getting pretty darn close to it at about $52 in here. QBTS, I did trade, and we'll get to Sean's. It was an earlier one. I basically just looked at the trend and bought the trend until it broke. A couple of times there, had a flat trade to the short side, but that's pretty much it. But I'll tell you right now, fortunately, when it broke that high, or if it had broken that trail to the downside, I wouldn't have had that much slippage because we have a good connection here and a reliable fills for sure. But everybody knows that sometimes you enter that buy or sell, and the price you get filled is completely different from what you expected. And that slippage can be dangerous. It happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. That's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and avoid that slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Try it out. Might help, and if it doesn't, so be it.
You might as well have a look at that. Easy Trading Computers. So to go check those guys out right now. Look, I had no idea this was going to happen, but
awesome.
I mean, still is what it is at this point. It's going to be the #1 P&L name here across the board. Look, there's the short early. Okay, we tried to short this thing against $17. That was fun. And then basically in that exact same minute, it blasted higher. When it took down 17, I was just like, okay, we went long. And that was it, man. And then now it's just ripping up higher and higher and higher, right? We're trying to show you that, there's abilities to make money, large cap, small cap, mid cap, recap, all that kind of show. Join me tonight on the recap show, by the way, with Joe. I'll be hosting with Joe. That's the other way around, man. I'm Joe's guest tonight. So, Joe, you're leading the way. 1850 right there. What a great break that also was there. So we did fall right back in. So if you missed the 17 long, which, I mean, hard to get things right off the jump, that's for sure. But if you thought that the momentum was going to last, well, then you could have maybe waited for that 1850 level. So there it goes. It blasts through, goes to 19, and then comes back. And that could have been a reload spot right there. We've been holding 18 and a quarter. There's no way to tell where this thing is going to stop. So that's why, it looked like 19 was a problem. So it did keep on failing from that. And there it is right there. Again, look at that. It's also the 200 period, 1850 right now. So up and away for Quantum. Really glad we have this trade. It's a big one. And QBTS for the win today at Trader TV Live.
BTC, guys, hitting a new all-time high again on the midday show. So make sure to catch that with us. It's becoming a bit of a trend. 112,000 is the new all-time high according to TradingView. We know that different exchanges, guys, have different prices.
Oh,
yes, they
boy.
do. But look, all-time
Yes,
highs
they
are
do.
all-time highs. And ultimately, it used to be back in the day, you could really, there was ARBs, and you could ARB that kind of stuff. Kind of too tight. The spreads are too tight now, I think, to make sense of it. But someone's out there doing it for micro, I'm assuming. So I had kind of I hesitate to call it a hedge because it doesn't really make sense as a hedge between MSTR and IBIT. But when this has been trending down and Bitcoin made an all-time high today and Bitcoin's been going up, it has been counter trend. So I am in an IBIT long, which we did multiple times. But when we broke the low, I'm like, this is an opportunity. I mean, Bitcoin's at VWAP and MSTR is breaking down. So either it was going to flush down into here like 98, or I got a little bit of a slide down. It'll end up being mostly a flat trade. We'll pay some fees in there. But at the same time, kind of felt if things got bullish, then you'd get that bounce on VWAP in IBIT. And for a second, when we were talking, in between NVIDIA and Quantum, it looked like the opposite was going to happen. Bitcoin was sliding back into the volume weighted average price, and it was MSTR that was going into the downside. So it ends up going in the other direction here. So it's Bitcoin's the one that ends up winning. I made not a misstep. We took a hit here early, and then we just started buying it off this 63 hold when it broke trend, and it worked into that all-time high. But I did make a keystroke error Well, it was more of a, like I had a stop in and I didn't go, and I wasn't long, which depending on which stop you use, actually ends up triggering you into a short.
Right.
Which is why we have if you're at real trading, there's one that you can use where if you don't have a position, it'll try to fire, but it's not offsetting anything. That's what I should have used. But I just got out right away, thank goodness. If you have an accidental entry, like I've only been going long Bitcoin and I was almost short. Well, I was short, but if I tried to hold on to it, that would have been short literally at the low of the afternoon. So kind of paid the spread and paid some fees there. But now we're long into hopefully another all-time high this afternoon for BTC. And I certainly hope there's still some time left. It's only the 22nd. There's still some time left.
Yeah.
There's still some time
Yeah,
left.
you could definitely get going here. Just a quick little look at some of the other names, then we'll go back over to Sharif. Let this guy get out of here. Okay, so just real quick. Oh, wow. More cookies. Okay, this can be a problem. All right, Ethereum up 7, Bitcoin up 4. Thanks, Randy. XRP, bless you, up 3.5 as well. Binance up 2.5. Solana, congratulations to Solana shareholders. Congratulations to those in Cardano and Dogecoin as well. Those have been working out real nice like there for that. So, all right, Sharif, the next one on board here, Tesla. Let's see if that's riding into the sunset.
3.2%, well off the lows. It sold off a little bit yesterday with the overall market. Today, not really a great headline either, guys. Looks like BYD outselling Tesla for the first time ever out in Europe, specifically with EVs, not just these mixed battery vehicle guys. So it doesn't matter today. Tesla up above 3%, looking at back at that 350 level possibly.
Are you going to be breaking that 350 again and then have to deal with this again? Hopefully not. But you know what? I mean, I don't know why we really care about BYD anymore. Obviously, we do. I'm just saying that tongue in cheek. But Tesla and everybody else that I keep hearing and keep talking to about this says it's no longer a car company. Well, what else are they selling? I mean, it is a car company right now, but they do have stuff in the works. And obviously, I'm just sort of, again, tongue-in-cheek with Tesla. But, everybody likes the name. It's one of the better names to trade here on the floor, that's for sure. And, whether or not it's Joe trading TSLL or I'm trading Tesla or Neil or any of us, we're always looking at some of these levels. Yesterday's high is 348, 347. So I think that's actually a better short against 350 right now. Just looking at these levels, I mean, it's been a nice move, a higher. The NASDAQ's finally starting to go a little bit here. So if you do get some love back up there for Tesla, what a great opportunity that is to short. So again, I like the stock here. It makes a lot of sense. We know that it's one of those cult names there. When it gets going, it gets going. So Tesla looks like it wants to continue to move a little bit higher there. Obviously, we are worried about competition. You've seen Rivian starting to go back up to the upside a little bit. You saw Lucid was starting to pop a bit, but there's only real one car maker that's making a little bit of money that's in North America right now, and that's going to be Tesla. So you got to like the stock. You got to like what it's been doing. So Tesla, I think that top of 347, 348 is something to short. And then if you break 350, good on you. But we've broke it once. It got to 354. Are we going to do it again? Maybe tomorrow. I don't think today.
But I don't like the...
Comme si, comme ça?
Like 350.
Give me one of these cookies.
Oh yeah, I muted myself for the sneeze. 350 break on a Friday is like that's the one time I don't like it as much because I find like you have some trouble with those even like the big option levels on a Friday can be trouble to get through. But if you do get through it, I guess it's really good. So Tesla, I only wanted it at one spot this morning, quite frankly, because the second one that Sean just mentioned, I did not think we'd get to. There's 0% chance that I wasn't thinking about it. I should never say 0% chance. It's always like 1% or whatever.
You're the one that told me never speak in
Yeah, I know. And then sometimes I'll do it. But sometimes it happens. Right now you can see what I'm looking at, which would be it's got a very clean trend into that high. So, like I waited for it the whole morning. I waited for it to get to 340. Showed some patience, went 1 for 3, but still ultimately lost. I'll take a same shot, like a very similar shot if it gets up there and breaks the trend line on Tesla. On the other side of this equation, this bull flag looks better than Nvidia's because it's bounce off the low of support in this little consolidation is more impressive. So this looks stronger than the Nvidia bounce. Part of it's probably how weak this was for the majority of the last calendar year. But yeah, it hasn't broke out of this yet. So I think you're still playing the range on a lot of these stocks that have this setup. Right? Like if it gets to the bottom, I suppose you should just be buying it in the low 330s, still proven otherwise, and fading it above 350, and then waiting for those, the top and the bottom.
These cookies are lemon.
They are?
They're not bad.
Good thing they're a little bit small. I could eat all of those. All right, Sharif, Snowflake, let it snow. Up to 200.
Yes, sir, Sean. What a report for Snowflake yesterday. Beating on the top and bottom line, handily and guiding well above estimates. Growth in all factors of their business, guys. The market rewarding them today. They're just above 200, taking out that level and up a nice 11.8%.
Snow.
Yeah, look, I got out there at $200. I do want to say something because yesterday, I want to say, obviously my condolences to Sharif there. He put on that whole show and he just had a death in the family. And this doesn't matter, but I just want to tell you something. Sharif is leading the way here today. For all the traders at Trader TV Live, this man has the #1 P&L on the floor. So I'm going to say thank you to Sharif. I know it might surprise you, Sharif, a little bit, but not that doesn't happen often. Not that it. No, but that is true. It's true. So I just want to say thank you to. Anyways, what I was trying to get at was the man still put on the show. He put on a great show, and he traded really well. So congratulations, not congratulations, but our condolences to Sharif. And,
of course.
And thank you to him for putting on that show because, family is obviously, we know how important it is to all of us.
100%.
And then, especially Sharif, he talks about it all the time. So.
Yeah, when you have when you're trying to focus, especially
that's the thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like when you're trying to focus and you know what's going to be front of your mind, it's impossible not to have anything family related be front of the mind. But obviously, shout out to Sharif for always putting on a good show, no question asked. And there's no good way to pivot from that to stocks.
My bad.
That's it. But Snowflake is probably and ultimately one of the least nonsensical stocks in terms of how it behaved today. Like there's been a lot of kind of bamboozlement and things that don't really add up. Well, Snowflake, they beat. It was a good report. It's been basically trending up. It gapped up again. It pulled back into the prior high, which is like 190. You can see right there. There's your prior resistance, so like 192 something. It pulls right back into that level, bounced, made a higher low, went to the high, pulled into VWAP, and went to the high. That's about as technically sound as you're going to really see from a gap up. So it's been gorgeous. I haven't done anything with it here today, and obviously it would have been great to have, but it's just a testament to this is a reason why we have our free watch list, everybody, because I'll promise you this. You might not find, you might pick one or two stocks in the day and this is the right stock to trade. That's not the right stock to trade. Or this is, you like one style, you like small caps, you like big caps, you like things with earnings. But I can tell you this much. The watch list always has multiple names on there that should fit most trading styles as a trading opportunity. That's the thing. Maybe Snow's not your cup of tea. Then maybe that's NT, what the heck was it called? Navitas. Maybe a Navitas on small capper was your cup of tea. Maybe iBit was your cup of tea. But that's the reason why we have the free watch list out there. Because Snowflake was right there for everybody to see. That was a good report. And it traded pretty cleanly here.
Yeah, look, I did a little bit of math. I don't sell things ever, really. We were lucky enough to sell some Palantir at the highs of 130.30. So I was just like, you know what? I'm already riding with Palantir. I'm already riding with Big Bear AI. And I've been riding with Snowflake. It was I think it was 60 or 70% winner. And we just cashed out of it there. So I got out today at $200 there on Snowflake. I mean, we had topped out here. I didn't even really, it was a position. It was probably 5%. No, 5%. Oh, that's not right. Maybe less than 1% if I'm trying to think about the math in my long-term account. So it was nothing huge, but we had bought it down into here. I think we were along 117 or 127 or something like that. Out there, whatever it was, 71%, something like that. Out in and around there, not in and around at 199.50. We sat there and got there just as the market opened up. So I just want to take it out. I still like the stock though. It's been real aggressive, man. We were just at $140 back less than a month ago. So now you're taking out two bills. Nice day today for Snowflake, man, and it's letting it snow. That is for sure. No matter where you are, it's cold as ice if you're a Snowflake shareholder because you've made some nice money there on Snowflake. So it's a decent swing. I'm just out of it. It wasn't even really meant to be a swing trade. I'm tired of like never selling anything. So a position that's not that huge got a little bigger, and did you say
it was never meant to be, or was?
No. I probably meant to eventually buy more of it, and I never really did wind up doing that because I bought other. That's what I'm saying. Like I was buying. Yeah. I bought a lot of Palantir at the end of the day, but yeah, Snowflake again, $200. It just looks good on the. This looks good on the.
Yeah, I never wanted to hold it more than a swing trade, Snowflake. I mean, obviously now it's like, okay, it's past, like the best price I got was a while back. Excuse me, just underneath 190. It's much better than that. So I had absolutely no idea when I was just kind of talking about the watch list that Navitas actually was breaking out, but it is. So there you go. I had one shot at this. Actually, technically two. 1 for 2 on Navitas, but look at it. Pretty strong. So the story here, if you are watching the watch list, if you're checking it out,
you watching the watch list?
I know. Like they announced a collaboration with NVIDIA. Really, there's more you can read. But when you're a small capper, sometimes there doesn't need to be that much more. The only reason why I think $5 was a problem for the stock is look at the daily chart at the $5 level. Just all kinds of bag holding that probably occurred into the $5 level. And now that you're breaking out, I think the hold over 5 makes a heck of a lot of sense. Webull apparently is making some moves.
Webull's reporting. That's why I didn't even know that. Oh man, we talked about it earlier this morning because we were looking at Robinhood and all the banks, and I was just like, you know which one I think could get going? And I didn't even. Hi, it's me. I have no idea what I'm doing. But no, I was just like, I was looking at Webull this morning and we were talking about it. And I was just only talking about it in reference to Robinhood, really.
No estimate.
And it's like, we had this huge move up and now it looks like we might have based out a little bit here. Hey, maybe I'll put this Snowflake money into Webull. I mean, I'm never going to do it before their very first earnings call, which is tonight. But
I mean,
maybe I'll start. Maybe I'll start a quarter of a position.
I wanted to buy it in front of 10 this entire time, and it's like you just can't get that $10 SPAC level. So it's like, well, if you want to buy something out in front of 10, let me just go to Webull. Yes, I'm bidding Navitas in front of $5. But if you want to buy something in front of 10, then really, why not? When it dips under 12, you can get something in at like 11.80. Get like 20% in at that price, and if that's all you get, that's all you get. And or then when it starts to go to the downside, like if I was going to get like 11 or 10.70 or something like that as an average price, well then you just price that. And you now know when you take the next 20%, the next 20% after that, you have an idea of what prices you need to buy at, and the math to get you to what you intended to risk on in the first place. Like that's part of like dollar cost averaging into it. But ultimately, it looks like math. It's primed to go. It's just frustrating because we were all when it was at $200, whatever the heck the high was. Sorry, never. No. 76, whatever. When it was up there, remember we were like, if it gets back down to $10, we're all going to want to buy this thing, which generally means if it's that good, you're not going to get it. I think we all understand that. Like if a lot of people are looking to dip buy something in front of the same level, then what are the actual chances you're going to see it get to that price? If it's that popular, and it's a popular platform as well. So the only thing I'm in right now is IBIT. It's just tagged the high again. I think you have to take it out into this triple top. It's a big miss not to be long this at VWAP. Opportunity cost of maybe not being at your desk or not paying attention, because you get like how many shots do you get it? You get 2 clean shots at the volume weighted average price, one of which I bungled on a keystroke, and the second which I wasn't in. It doesn't get to it a third time. So we'll try to hold for a fresh all-time high here in IBIT. And see where it can go from there. The only thing I'm looking at is that Navitas. See if we can't catch a dip buy as well.
I'm trying to, May 22nd. Okay, here we go. I was going to say I went over Rate 2 TTV research to try to find this. So, okay, here we go, man. John Joseph and I here, Intuit, Autodesk, Raw Stores, Workday, Deckers. We don't even have Webull on here. Is this right? Watch out. This today's May 22nd, right? Yes. Okay. So earnings after hours.
If I had to guess why.
Market cap. Yeah.
It's a super small market cap. There's no estimates on it. And if you look at any sorted list, what ends up happening is that because there's no estimates, it's at the bottom of all the lists. But it's a big one.
So just
It's a
Just
big.
looking back at that, yeah. So Decker's brands, I don't know. We can wait to see. Decker's is not Lululemon, Uggs, I think. Raw Stores, Autodesk, Intuit. So we'll see if anybody's doing their taxes using Intuit software. We will look into it.
Boom. I liked Adam Carolla has a really good line about TurboTax.
Oh, Hoka. Right there. What is it?
No, he's like basically, and I know like people don't like politics or whatever, but it's like it's kind of a good joke because he says all the people that are like, if you're wealthy, you should pay more, and he just says, you know, I guarantee you, everyone that's saying they should pay their fair share, they got fancy lawyers or accountants making sure that they get all the tax breaks and everything they can to pay as little as possible. I don't see a single person calling for that just puts it into TurboTax and pays the max. Just saying. Don't talk about it, be about it. But, and here's the but, there was something else I was looking at. That's right. The 15-minute on NVIDIA. So right into that one, it's not 114, but 133.75 in here. So this local high, there was a trend break, so we're going to get it back into that top. It's been the only place or area to short NVIDIA all day long. There is a bit of a wedge. It did break the trend, so I missed the trend break, but we're into it now. No pun intended. IBIT's still doing IBIT things, looking pretty strong last I checked. And I did want to go back over to another one here. You mentioned Robinhood, right?
Yep.
Okay. So load. There we go. So Coinbase, whoops, wrong direction. Coinbase has just broken out, and there's a pretty big gap fill. A lot of times you'll go into the index and you'll have like a selling event, and then on top of that, Coinbase had a little bit of bad news as well. Well, it's taken all of that, throw in the fact that Bitcoin is breaking out, and you now have a pretty clean break on the daily for Coinbase. So it's a pretty strong one here. Just saw it breaking through highs of the day. I mean, if you have any kind of scanners up, it's probably, I'm going to assume it's hitting some. You got increasing volume into the break. The prior high is pretty far gone now at 271. So like the next available dip buy seems like it would be somewhere, you never really know. Like you get like a few red candles, get a rounded bottom, and you look for a bit of a long. So Coinbase just broke out as we speak.
All right. Okay, so just quickly here. My kids are actually downtown today, just next to where we are. Yeah, some sort of a school event
Field
there.
trip?
But it's a little field trip. School event, yeah. All right, so the only way we lost, I mean, we're going to be red today just because of one name and one name only, the TQQs, and that's pretty bad because earlier on we were just getting frustrated. We were short was working really great. We were actually up decently early, and that was real early, and then it just blew up, right? I mean, we had written down $69, so I was short into that, and we gave it back pretty much probably about flat after all of this said and done. And I was like, wow, the market's super strong, which I thought it was. We had Google breaking higher, Tesla moving higher, Palantir, like you name it. When the market's going, NVIDIA, I mean, when the market's going, it's going, right? And so I was like, okay, maybe we'll defend that level again. And we did not defend 69 really at all. We tried it again, and then we got stopped out there once it broke lower. So it's like we were flat there, then we started taking L there, and then I was like, okay, we got a great fill. All the reds are me getting out of longs, right? And then so we got some good fills down there at VWAP, and this is when you guys last saw me trading it right at 11 o'clock when it broke, and then we went short. Only to be, we were swimming and everything. We had some good outs right here on the way down, and then we got stopped out there. So that all of this was a good, actually worked out to be about flat, because we started at the 50 period, we started at VWAP, and then there, and then eventually got it back to VWAP. So it was pretty good before getting stopped out, maybe slightly red on it. But then we waited for it to drop down into VWAP again, and we were just going to use, honestly, if it broke 40s, I think our stop was maybe breaking of 35 down into this area, we were going to get stopped out, but it did not happen, and it ripped back up to the high of the day. So right now the TQs, we're just trying to hold on to that to see where we go. A beat up name in the energy space, Occidental, I don't know. I guess this doesn't have a bid under it anymore. I don't really like the energy space too much now, to be honest with you. Look at Occidental on a daily chart. It's really beat up, man. I mean, ever since you lost that 45. And actually, the Buffett area was much higher than this. I thought it was in the 60s that we weren't breaking for a while. And then, yeah, there it was right there. It kept on bouncing off of it for a while. It was $56, $57. We kept on calling that sort of the Buffett call area. And then once it broke, you could see the action when it broke. It really cascaded down below, right? $57 breaks. We start to go lower there on Occidental. We come back up right. Like sometimes trading is, not sometimes, it is very difficult. But when you look at it like this and you look back, it's frustrating because Occidental had a nice rally from $50 right back into 57 before falling again. And then like, why 57? Well, I mean, that's that level that we just wrote down. We just mentioned right there. So there's 57. We've never been back up there. High, lower high, lower high, lower high, way lower high. So yeah, I don't really necessarily love this name at all. And if you try to trade this, you pretty much are catching a pretty decent falling knife. I mean, it's not all oil names look like this, right? So Occidental really getting crushed there to that downside as a pure play. So you got to be careful with it. You know, a name that's also working on green energy as well. Look, I mean, there's lots of different names you could get into energy for sure, right? But XOM, maybe one of the leaders, you know, CVX, these guys have dividend aristocrats, right? Always raising their dividend, always paying it out and giving a decent percentage. But the problem is we saw yesterday's bond auction and, you know, the closer we get to 5%, I mean, these guys are paying 3.5%. Are you okay there, Neil?
No, you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I know.
Those things become trash.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, people now aren't invested in this for the yield, right? And if you don't think oil is going in the right direction, then there's really no need to step into that. But I might step into Apple. Apple's moving down here. We're now 40 cents in the money on Apple. So perfect. So let's take another bid there at 72. So there it is, man. Out of Apple, 72. That is a money trade right there. So a nice little trade there for me on Apple going short, getting the 200 period, and now breaking a little bit lower. All right, we are very, very proud to have our special guest of the day, and Brendan is over at the big desk.
All right, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, it's always an exciting day when you can talk to fresh uplisting. Today we have Onco Innovations freshly uplisted from the CSE to the CBOE Canada exchange here in Toronto. ONCO is the ticker. Thomas O'Shaughnessy is Chief Executive Officer of Onco Innovations. Exciting day, Thomas. Great to have you. Welcome.
Brendan, thanks so much. It's great to be here, and what an afternoon and day it's been. Fantastic.
Yeah, we appreciate you doing this on the day of, which is definitely an exciting moment. Let's talk about the uplisting, how this came to be, what your thoughts were behind going to the CBOE Canada Exchange.
Well, I guess I would say first we're extremely thrilled for this uplift. Listen, we're at a pivotal stage in our quest to tackle one of the biggest challenges of our time, and that's how do we successfully treat and eventually cure cancer. And we're laser focused, ruthlessly focused, I like to say, on bringing that change and bringing that value and bringing that promise to the clinic, to the bedside, and most importantly, to patients. You know, this SIBO had a quote from me in their release this morning. They put out a very nice release. They said a lot of very nice things. And one of the things that I said in that release is that joining SIBO is more than a listing, it's strategic alignment. And I really want to emphasize that point because in this industry, in this journey that we're on, we're all looking for tools to broaden our global reach, to expand our network of collaborators and accelerate our journey. And the journey that we're on is the future of transforming cancer therapy. And so I think we can accelerate those possibilities in a big time way through our uplist today to a tier 1 listing. And I think it's also,
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it's also a recognition of our growth and a real shared commitment to long-term value creation. So we're super thrilled, very excited about it.
And I think a lot of people will be excited. There is an AI portion to this. We'll get to that in a second. Let's leave them hanging a little bit here. But let's talk a little bit about, you mentioned right off the top, cancer research. This touches everyone, let's be honest, at this point. You know, everyone has a relative, you know, once removed, 10 times removed, doesn't matter anymore. Tell us a little bit about the area specifically and generally what problem the company's trying to solve here.
Absolutely. And, just to acknowledge that point, cancer touches us all. It's very personal. It's very personal to me, and it's very personal to all of us at Onco Innovations. So we were born out of the University of Alberta Cancer Institute, the Cross Cancer Institute. It's a really extraordinary organization, extraordinary group of scientists, many of whom are still with us on this journey, 15 years plus of research. We have a proprietary drug portfolio, which is a completely new class of cancer therapy through our PNKP inhibitors. And we'll get into what PNKP is in a moment. Those are all patented. We also have AI integration. You mentioned AI. In February, we acquired Inca Health AI, and that does a number of things for us, but importantly, it enhances our ability to identify the patients that will benefit most from our therapeutics, and then expand those therapeutics much more quickly, much more definitively to other cancer types through our research and development roadmap, which is a roadmap that we're advancing right now.
So when it comes to the specific treatment, tell us a little bit about what it is exactly we're targeting here.
Yeah, so the main challenge facing cancer treatments to date, and I think viewers would think about those as chemotherapy and radiation, has been resistance of those cancer tumors to therapy. So what we're focused on at Onco Innovations is exclusively targeting those cancer cells, eliminating them, and preventing their regrowth. Our solution tackles that head on. It has two real component parts. Polynucleotide kinase phosphatase. It's a mouthful, but you say it 5 or 6 times, and it rolls off your tongue. But it's an important component of our solution. It's the inhibitor that helps make cancer cells much more susceptible to treatment. So that's the first component. We have an exclusive license to a new drug belonging to a new class of PNKP inhibitors. The A83B4C63 is the numeric indication. And then we've got Onco10. And Onco10 is the novel inhibitor of the DNA repair enzyme PNKP. And that's in a nanoparticle formulation. And it's important for me to mention nanotechnology, because we use nanotechnology to deliver, let's just put it this way, a greater payload of the drug directly to the tumor. So our focus at Onco is really, let's identify the right treatment through rich genomics data. Let's pair that up with advanced analytics and precision therapeutics. That's what's really going to change the game and move to the next level of therapeutic interventions. We're going to first start with colorectal cancer.
Tell us where we are then in this process and what investors can expect here going forward.
Well, our focus over the next 18 months is really going to be critical. We want to keep the momentum from our IPO, successful IPO back in November. It's been a fantastic response from that listing. Partnerships we've established are extraordinary. Our R&D roadmap is robust. So there's a number of things here. We're doing further clinical discovery with the U of A. That's underway now. We've got our drug manufacturing agreement with Dalton Pharma, proudly Canadian contract research organization. They're going to do the synthesis and the scale up of the A83. And we're on the verge of signing with a CRO, potentially 2 CROs for our preclinical testing program and our clinical translation program, which is that all important phase 1 clinical trial. All of this is set to get us to the place we need to be at the end of the year, and that's to file the required IND applications to get to phase 1 in 2026. At the same time, we're concurrently building out that AI platform, that AI platform prototype that we have from Inca Health AI and from that acquisition, and building upon all the excellent partnerships that Inca Health AI bring into the Onco family with the big pharma. AstraZeneca Canada is one of them. We're continuing to build those partnerships out. Listen, it's a long and complicated road. It's complex and it's challenging, but we feel pretty confident here at Onco that we've got a real opportunity to take precision-based medicines to the market with an unmatched level of genomic, oncologic, and AI expertise. So we're just getting started, but we're extremely bullish in our journey because we need to be.
Yeah, I mean, important work as well, as we said. I think a lot of people will be watching closely for more information. We'd love to hear, an update if you do, have success with this down the road. Please come back and give us an update again. ONCO, guys, the ticker, brand new listing as of today on the CBOE Canada exchange here in Toronto. Thomas O'Shaughnessy is CEO of Onco Innovations. Appreciate you doing this today. Thanks.
It's a great pleasure. We'll see you again.
Yeah, thank you so
There we go.
much.
Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, I mean, look, we're all sort of AI, not obsessed, but we like names that have that. And we'd always talk about this on the show, looking for new cures, new ways to get going there. So that Inca Health acquisition, obviously pretty key there. ONCO, go check them out there on the CBOE, still on our screen there. Again, I mean, it says it right there, New Hope in Cancer Therapy. And
Exactly.
Thomas nailed that. I think everybody has somebody in their life that's been affected by that. Brendan's mic is still on, Fabian, by the way.
It's 100% the one. There are probably a few things out there, but it's always nice when you have a problem in the world and
Potential
some people put some risk on to solve that problem. And that's what investing is all about. At the end of the day, like you find a problem, if something you can service, it's all the better when it serves everybody else. So shout out to them for sure.
Well, I mean, I like the fact that Thomas was talking about, listing is also a gateway to getting, more partnerships and more exposure so that they can make different acquisitions and be able to, offer stock and whatever they want to do. But at the end of the day, expand the network. There's something going on in our ear,
we got
Fabian.
an open mic.
I know there's someone's mic is open. Andre, someone's mic is open. But anyway, it's all good. All right, thank you so much, Thomas, for that. But yeah, okay, so let's get ready to rock and roll. All right, QBTS, a little bit of a breakdown through there. I got nervous that maybe we were breaking 19. I have such a small piece left. If we take out 1880, look, we have not, where my stop is right now? I'm canceling it right now. 1689. So we're long at 1707 here on QBTS, right? My stop is 1689. So we have about 20 cents worth of risk, and we're now in the money $2, and our best fill was about 250. So if we break now the 200 period moving average, it's basically, it's been riding it the whole way. We've tested. So let's put that out right now. 18, let's just go 74. We have such a small piece left. It's not going to affect our net one way or the other. Losing trade that we had on just before we went, well, I guess it was while we were with Sharif. It was basically early, right at 2 o'clock. Amazon has fallen ever since, wow, you know what, now that I look at this. Anyways, it's fallen ever since that Pershing Square story, which was right there. I mean, but yeah, I guess these guys have positions in everything. So it's not too much of a surprise. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I don't know their book exactly, but that bottom right there of 203.90 looks pretty decent if the market wants to go. I mean, maybe we do see a bottom there in Amazon. I don't know if you want to punch the highs because then you might be stuck long. But yeah, if it ever falls back into 204, which is kind of right here, that's not a bad trade. Maybe even a better trade though, breaking through 204.50, sorry, again, right there, taking out some levels and you have some support to back it up with. So yeah, I like that trade there for Amazon if it comes through.
So just before we get to it, everybody, NVIDIA, it just went again.
Did it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not holding it to the high. I gave it to the lower high, which to me has been a theme this morning. Well, all day long, but also this morning, where I was even here, I wasn't putting stops at high of day in the crazy trend. I'd give it a little bit lower in this particular case. But why? Because sometimes that little price increment can matter a lot, right? If it's that strong, why give it the extra 30 cents? You're going to lose. Also, if you happen to be playing, I don't know, OKC tonight, let's just say.
Right, I forgot about that.
Then you want to make sure you're getting the best odds. You're going to put the money down anyways. If you're going to do it, then you should get the top tier odds. And if you're going to make some bets, then you should have the most control possible. And ProfitX is going to give you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading. It's all in one place, everybody. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, bid ask, all the stuff we're comfortable with, match and plays, and manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place your picks, exchange them, trade them. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play, and users can use the code TraderTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. We're on OKC tonight. We got 270 yesterday.
I think we had 240, didn't we?
No, I thought we. Look,
No, we can probably just check it
okay,
out.
so I can
What
just,
is it
look,
now, anyways?
Let's go to my plays in here. I thought we got we have minus 270. We got 270.
We did?
Yeah, we got minus 270.
the same as what it is.
I actually think the line
you
is.
sure?
Yeah. Well, sorry, I just went back.
Okay.
But yeah, we got 270. It's still actually at minus 270.
I thought we got 240. We'll have to double check.
No, we do. We have 270 for
okay,
sure.
you did
We're
double
locked
check.
in.
Okay.
Tonight,
So
go
not much has
OKC,
changed. Not much has
Go SGA.
Yes, he won MVP, by the way. Shout out to Canada.
Was it? Yeah, but
The best basketball player in the world is Canadian.
It was chalk, right? Like, I don't think there was any.
Well, no, I didn't look at the odds.
I think
I think it was,
I mean,
him, Jokic, and I don't even know who
maybe
the other one.
Giannis, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe.
I'm just making a
but
guess.
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Jokic was probably number 2, but yeah, he handled some serious business. Their roster's just too deep, I think.
We'll see. I mean, that's what sports is all about. Yay,
it's so
sports.
deep.
We'll see if they can get that victory, or see if we can get that victory tonight
Canada.
with SGA and company. Shout out to Oklahoma City, and shout out to everybody who's a Pacer fan. What a good game that was yesterday as the Indiana Pacers take a 1-game lead there. Then too bad about our Edmonton Oilers as well, not ours, but Canada's own Edmonton Oilers lost last night. And that Skinner got 6-3 or something like that. Yeah, I thought they were going to win too. I have a prop on them winning the Stanley Cup and this round, so hopefully they can come through as well. I lost on Toronto Cup and Winnipeg, so needless to say, I took a lot of Toronto or Canadian chalk there, as you mentioned, chalk. So that's what we do. That's when you take the favorite. It's like saying Nvidia is going to go up, right? That's pretty chalk. Yeah. So all right, so we'll wait to see. I mean, just joking. Hopefully it does continue to go up. So I'm looking at that Amazon. I do have that level there to break. If it does break, good for that. You know what's going to happen right now too is IBIT. I mean, IBIT right now is Rip City. We had this trade yesterday into the close. It was fantastic. Wish we were we're not allowed to hold here overnight, but I wish we were. We had this break right here into the close where it ripped up, which was a fantastic trade, up to 61.90. So right now we're trying to think about the same, maybe the same trade again. A break of the day high on IBIT. I mean, why do we want to slow down? Like if I'm Bitcoin, right, I play the game, like what is stopping right now from going higher? I mean, we've already tested these levels. Look, it's going to have to break it, right? I mean, in order to get up here, you got to get up here first. So if it does, then I think it breaks and we go. That's 12,000. So I mean, I want to take that long. So I'm going to set that long up as well, guys.
Why is CoreWeave taking?
CoreWeave is going down.
NVIDIA is breaking the high of the day, and CoreWeave's going down again.
Yeah, what say you, CoreWeave, huh? All right, well, we can have a look over there at CoreWeave. But for me, for IBIT, it is going to be that break and take. So if we break it, we're taking it. And that's about it. That's where as far as we go on that one. We are now officially now $1 in the money on that TQQ. Dancing Joseph right there. And then we also have a short now in Apple, because Apple just came up into those levels again. I'm not sure the short is going to be the right play there for Apple, but we did get that good level to get. I think we got, 25s there? It's not like it's a great fill. Yeah, we got 25. So it's just flat for us right now. If we can get something out as we start to drip down into 202, that'd be nice. That's where the 50-period moving average is. I was only going to be short. I'm not short. Like, it's at the high of the day, which is why we're short, but we're also long the NASDAQ, right? So that's not going to make too much sense. So I'm not going to average into this. My stop on Apple is the high, a break of 50. We're out of Apple. So right here, 25 cents worth of risk to make 25 cents. I like it. I think there's a possibility there for Apple to make dreams come true. So let's wait to see where it goes. Now, it's just 25 cents. If it goes down, then that would be great. We're still going to wait for Amazon. I feel like that could be my next big trade. Or not next, I don't know if it's going to be a big trade, but the next one that I'm most seriously looking at right here is that we're now holding. We held that level. And the good thing about this take is if you take it, then you can almost hold it all the way back to 204, which is only 50 cents, which is very comfortable for me. So that's something to look at there for Amazon if we do wind up breaking that 204.50. And then I didn't even put that order out. So what am I thinking about? IBIT. So that order would be, where? I just go here. The high of the day, 63.70. Oh boy, we're almost there. Okay. What, did we just get filled down here? No, we did. Oh yeah, we did. We got filled at 18s, I think. We took something there. No, 15s or so. So decent fill there for Apple. Let's see if it wants to push. We always take 10 cents. Let's see if we get a little bit lower on Apple. Again, our target, 202, to be honest with you. If we can get most of them out at 202, definitely trying to target half there at that level. Then we'll see if we can get a little bit more lower than that. But yeah, so far so good here. Waiting for Amazon, waiting for Apple.
Yeah, and I'll get to CoreWeave in a second because again, like sometimes it was weird with MSTR and Bitcoin, and now it's a little bit weird with NVIDIA and CoreWeave. Not that they have to move together, but in a general sense, it usually works that way. So look, NVIDIA is now above that 134. So as it broke out, I was zoomed out for CoreWeave, but as it broke out, grabbed some 34s into the high of 420, 134.20. It already tipped there once, so we'll scalp in front of the prior high. But I don't know what's going on, CoreWeave. So CRV dub, saying that so I don't mistype it. It just broke the low of the day.
CoreWeave?
Yeah. It's down 4%. Took it off the open. Like here's the thing, like the opened, like there was a nice breakdown trade at the open. Then after that, it like resumed doing CoreWeave things, which is like it was just strong. So you're like, yeah, well, CoreWeave is strong. But now all of a sudden, this seems like, why is it not a short? Ultimately, 100's a big level here because just yesterday, like the best shorts went right into this 101 level and bounced very clean. So I think like down here, like I'm not shorting it at the support level where it ran like $8. At the same time yesterday, it bounced here and went $8. I don't think this is where you want to hit the short key, but certainly maybe back into like 105, 106, or if it breaks down underneath 100, it's going to make some sense here on CoreWeave. Kind of crazy to see this level of weakness here. Like Los Pollos Hermanos, as we hit power hour.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, I did not expect it to go to 200. I mean, I've literally only, like I've had 3 trades on it in the last 2 days as it's only been going up, and all 3 of them were shorts. And like if you pick your spots, they have been good. Like there's been good trend break trades on CoreWeave. It's just the longs have been so much better. Like NVIDIA just lost a bid. Yeah, I should be short this somewhere in CoreWeave. It's like I only traded it the one time, and now it's a great short, and I'm not in it. It's frustrating. So CoreWeave, I'm not chasing it down at the low. We'll have to wait for a pullback. The morning support was at 105. That's why I'm saying 105, because that's where the buyers step in. So oftentimes support to resistance and vice versa is the go-to. So I want to join this on the next available pop into the 105 level. Hopefully it gives us the opportunity, but there's no guarantees in life. Also on IBIT, I'm thinking if it does a pullback again into the volume weighted average price, I'm going to take it. But if it breaks the high, remember to get rid of these. If it breaks the high and does one of those false breaks, like does a high break like this, then any dip, like I'd probably take a dip like that, where false breaks the high and the first spot that it bounces, I would take a shot as well on it. But I want to stay long. I just think, it's been so relatively strong. Buying the dips has been money on IBIT today. So I don't think you want to go too far away from that. So even if the breakout fails, I think you still want to buy on the way back in for Bitcoin. But yeah, CoreWeave now really standing out here. Low of the day when you're at the high of the day, yeah, this stock is weak. If you're short, if I'm looking short, it's got to be this.
So we just kind of wicked the top there for, oh, by the way, Apple. Actually, we did okay. I mean, Apple did wind up coming down. We got a 10 there on Apple, but now we're starting to go upside. I was only looking really at the TQs because I was like, hey, that just wicked the top as well right there. So we're going to see if we get something out upside. Amazon is the one that's getting close. I mean, I could talk about crypto, but Neil just sort of did. So we're going to pass on that for now. And just wait. You already know the play. I'm taking long IBIT 63.71. That's the break. That's the level that I've been looking at there today. It's the high of the day right there. So I'm in it if we can get it. That, of course, we're here. Oh, but I just hear in our ear reminding me that we are here Monday. So Victoria Day. That's what we just had.
Not here Monday.
Not here Monday. We just had Victoria Day. We weren't here this past Monday, but we are here this coming. We're not here this coming Monday for Memorial Day. Hello. Yeah. So all right. Ooh, Apple debuting their smart glasses by the end of 2026. We hear that's ways away. So I would think that would be a negative story, but I don't know. I'm not sure when exactly they were planning on debuting said glasses, but
yeah, like that's
2026. Like that's a year and a half away.
It doesn't exactly seem like it's
20 months from now. That seems
very quickly.
Seems a little bit odd for them to be announcing that, but maybe that's a little bit ahead of schedule. Remember, we do have the Oculus, we do have Meta glasses. We just had that release of Google with Warby Parker.
Warby Parker partnership, like that's a big one right there.
So
Warby Parker actually
Apple
held
a little bit behind.
And then remember, the other thing is the Johnny Ive and OpenAI.
Right.
They're like, we want to get in the game. We want to get everybody off of screens. So it's a big bet.
Put screens in their glasses?
Well, here's the thing. I feel like
we want to make it easier to be on your screens.
You know what? Like, obviously AI is going to change things, and maybe we get away from phones and there's way cooler things out there. Like maybe it's Neuralink, maybe it is glasses. But you know what? Like OpenAI is going into a business where all of the big boys who have a lot of money are all also doing these things too. So I think it's always great they're stepping out of their comfort zone because that's what you have to do to grow. But it's going to be really competitive for them. And most of these other companies have a lot of experience now. Like I'm talking about like Meta knows what they're doing, and Apple has a really good idea. You'd think of how to develop things or take things which have been developed and make them fantastic. So I think OpenAI's got their work cut out for them. No questions asked. I saw someone in the chat asking, is UNH dead?
Here comes Amazon.
I'm not saying it's dead, but like remember last night we had all the concerns are in the healthcare group, of course, a little bit of scrutiny to the entire group were last night. And the bill that is, well, forget the name of the bill, the Trump bill. Took the solar names down, took the healthcare names down. So they're all under a lot of pressure, and this couldn't get going past those same levels where we dumped off in the afternoon yesterday. And it was fundamental. Like the relief rally is a bit different because this was not just UNH that was down yesterday. It was Humana, HIMSS was getting trashed, CVX. They were all of them to the downside.
Being trashed. 204, yeah. So, all right, I mean, we're in. Hit the sirens.
Wake you up.
Right. You can't hear how loud that is here in the studio, but that was a wake-up call. Okay, so there we had it turned up for the interview to make sure that we could hear it, of course. All right, so there it goes. Nice move there, higher. Not nice move, but Amazon's making a move right there. We could have bought it down here. That is for sure. We had indicated it down there. This is when we made up the idea to go long on a 204.50 break. Instead of that, we could be 50 cents in the money or so, maybe 30 cents in the money, but instead we waited for the break to get some kind of confirmation. And all that's being confirmed right now is that it doesn't want to do anything at these levels. So we'll wait. We're long right now, 204.51s actually. So a pretty good break price for us. What did I use? Did I use ARCA on that break? No, I used Fox River. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now. Nice move higher there. And Fox River is just another gateway that sort of routes to everything. So like ARCA will go to ARCA first, then we'll check everybody else. I'm not sure where Fox goes, but it's a good one. I'm always using it for my ins and my outs pretty much on breakout trades. So we'll scan the whole book, but so will ARCA. They all will. Every ECN will, every gateway will. Make sure you do understand where the routing goes, the fees of the routing, and some will attack cheaper gateways first, which you don't want necessarily. If you're looking for liquidity, you probably don't want that. But yeah, like if you're trading a buyout or something and the level's pretty thick, then yeah, you want to punch out, then I guess that's fine. But yeah, I would never do that here. Like there's not even any free gateways here right now, so you would miss 50. And that would suck. So anyways, get ready to go right now. We'll see what Amazon wants to do. Where are we going to get stopped out? I mean, the 50 period is now right here, so I'm fine with that. 204.20 or so break back down below. I mean, 30 cents is not that much to give this, but we didn't even go. We went the most we went was 15 cents higher. So I'm going to put that stop in right now, man. 204. What did I say? 204.15. So let's just say if we break that, then we'll just get out of this one 100%. And this stop order right here punches out with ARCA. So just to let you guys know, but it doesn't matter. All right, so here we go. We'll wait to see if that goes up a bit higher than that. New high right there of this move, 204.65. So we're still in the money or flat on this trade. Let's see if it wants to work. I did cancel my IBIT trade because I just noticed this.
It's pulling back.
Whoops. Oh, you're long now. Okay, so this.
No, I was long the whole time.
But I mean, right at this price.
I'm still long from this time originally.
Right, okay. So falling right back into the 200 period. Wait to see if VWAP maybe holds. But yeah, Bitcoin kind of going the other way. We saw the high of the day there in BTC, and we turned around. So yeah, it's a good thing we didn't punch that long, but we weren't going to do that. We were going to punch if it broke that. It already showed us. Remember, it's 71s. Instead, we punched Amazon, and that's kind of doing nothing as well. So, all right, that's good for me. Make ARCA great again. Yeah, what's up, Oz?
ARCA is great.
BBAI.
Oh, ARCA's great.
Yeah, they're all great. I think every gateway is basically the same. It's not.
Yeah, they all have their strengths and weaknesses. So yeah, this is insane, but
you like.
CoreWeave just put in a 3-minute candle that is all wick. Like like you've got to be kidding. It's really dropping. The idea, like this is a green candle where we're trying to get short into 104, like the prior day low. It instantly reversed and just going right to the downside. So probably going to have to change the way that you get into this. Meaning, if it breaks like 103 or like there is if I see it start to break a prior bar, you just kind of have to throw an offer in there in between the local high and try to get swept up, right? Like you can't. Like I can't do what I normally do, which is wait for it to break 104. When I see it break 104 and just try to hit it on the way back down through 104, like that's not going to work because it clearly just didn't work now on CoreWeave. So yeah, kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. Again, it's just the market's at the high and it looks like it's pretty weak. I wouldn't be surprised before we go back to IBIT. Like look at this. Look at the candle that this looks like on the daily chart. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this retesting 80s in a couple of days sometime next week. Because CoreWeave, this is the first red day it's had since breaking out that prior IPO high. So as mentioned, IBIT did come back to our price. I did add on the bottoming tail wick, so when it came back through 63.4 and looks like it's headed back into the high, I still think if something's going to break this afternoon, well, a few things could break. The Nasdaq's trying to go. If we continue to break, I do like the look of this through the high of the day. But if we've stalled at that high every single time. So we're going to get out in front of the high and then play a hopeful like pullback off any break of that high, all-time high, I should say, on IBIT. Let's go to Satea.
There's just some news in. Apple aims to debut smart glasses by the end of 2026. This is huge and a competitor towards the Meta glasses. So stay tuned for that. Back to you.
Thanks, Satea. Yeah, we just mentioned that story, but Satea it's okay, just confirming it. That's all good. We got stopped out of Apple. I mean, I think that's what sort of sparked this move higher right there. There's where sort of I feel like the story came out about 3 o'clock or so. So there's that huge move up, and not huge move, but there's the move higher there. I mean, look at the market. The market's now finally starting to pull back, but Apple kind of had that candle out of nowhere right there. But again, 2026, I feel like I'd have to know more about that to be able to.
I'll give you Meta didn't even move a little bit on that. So it tells me that how bullish can it be if Meta didn't even have like an algo drop?
Right.
Right? That's the thing. Like if it's the competitor on the other side of that, at least they'd pull the bid and it would drop for a little bit. But that absolutely did not happen. So, all right, this is not VWAP. It's where it bounced before on IBIT. And it's not that it's that far away, but we just got the $0.50, which really, when you think about it, like it was resistance here, and then it was support, and that's already resisting. Yeah, if we break down underneath 40, I'm in at 41, I can just get out and wait for VWAP. It makes a lot of sense. Get out, regroup, let it make a move into the volume-weighted average price. Bitcoin made, IBIT in this particular case, but it made a hero rally late in the day. It was a pretty spectacular bounce. It was pretty good. Like it bounced off VWAP here at 61.4, and then you got almost to $62 before coming back in there in the aftermarket. So it did a good late rally, and if it does it at VWAP again, I'll be in it as long as it doesn't break. As long as it hasn't gone to the high of the day. But I'll wait till the volume-weighted average price because we're a little bit away from that. So I didn't reload just there, but we're looking for that top. Then we'll see what happens after that. CoreWeave's still not really giving me much of anything. Here, it just did that big move up. That's a heavy candle. That's literally the biggest green candle since the morning. All right, you usually don't want to short into one of those. Yeah, change of plan. If you see the biggest green candle of the day, that's probably not the moment to go short. So I'll let this one make a second move and then go from there. And the other thing about it is this is exactly where it bounced yesterday. Yeah, not this time, CoreWeave.
I feel like CoreWeave is a funny stuff.
How about you break this level and then we can think about it? Then we'll talk. But that's 101. It just made a $3 move in a single 3-minute candle. You need to be short going into that. Like you needed the 4 short to play down into 101, not sort of standing in front of that bad boy. Someone's saying look at Palantir. First time in a long time I haven't looked at Palantir a single time. I haven't looked at this stock once today. And yeah. Sometimes it's not that complicated.
Nope.
Palantir held yesterday's lows, trended directly into yesterday's top, and pulled back into the volume-weighted average price, and is now bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. That's pretty good. but I think we might get this break on IBIT.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's going again.
Okay, that's good because
So it's 111.
I'm hoping that means something for Amazon.
Is the high for everybody out there that actually cares about Bitcoin proper. I see. Is it really 112 exactly? I see that it is 112. Maybe it is maybe it is just actually 112. For some reason, I didn't think we broke 112, whatever that wick is. I thought it was underneath, but 61.7 on IBIT. I think it's underneath 12,000, but we'll see when we get there. I'm going to get out of position in front of the high, and then we'll work the break trade as like a separate opportunity. I think Sadiq is asking about SMR. Love SMR. Yeah. Go SMR. I own some. We own some. We both actually are in it. I think you have a better price than me because I bought it. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But what I like about this is you've cleanly broken this downtrend, and then the other part of it is like this crazy high up here. What I wanted to draw. Like the crazy top. Look at it. Look at where this intersects. Like your support is now on top of the all-time high downtrend. So that downtrend is now a support line. That's pretty darn bullish to consolidate and break away from. So I think next stop would be like 28. If I wasn't in this stock, I would at least be considering, well, I mean, no, I wouldn't be considering the break because to me, like I would be taking it here and giving it to like, I don't know, like probably $20 or something like that. So I wouldn't be taking the break on this setup. Like I'd be taking 22s and giving it to 20 for 10% to try to get back to the highs. But I do like the setup. I think it's pretty bullish. I just don't think you want to be buying the break from a risk to reward standpoint.
All right.
Get going.
Whatever. I'll take out 5% at 57. Like honestly, Amazon, I've just been sitting here watching this thing not going at all. I don't even want to scalp this thing out. I did put a bid to buy some 30s. We just got missed on that dip as well. A little nervous here that it hasn't gone. And not nervous is nervous is the right word, but it's more just concerned. I'm not nervous about the position. It's just like why it's not going. So I thought we would be able to break this level, but we did hover here for a while and then broke 50 cents higher. It's just we are basically a slave to the futures now, because if this doesn't break higher, we start to come back in. Amazon's not, the Pershing Square news is already out. So we'll wait to see, again, calling it a great franchise. I mean, if I hear something I didn't already know, then maybe I'd be, a little bit more excited about this, but we'll have to wait to read the report after, see what some of those catalysts are exactly for Amazon right now higher. But we do know AWS is working out. Prime Video, I mean, as some of the streamers continue, Netflix continues to go higher every day, which we haven't looked at today, so don't hold me to that. But I'm trying to wait for Amazon. This is getting higher. Like right now, it's 204.25s. Now is the 50-period moving average. They're just churning through. It's not a lot of volume, but it's definitely enough volume. I mean, we're sitting here in a 10-cent range over the last 20 minutes since we've done this, and it's just getting to be, I don't know, like, you know how you get that feeling like nothing's happening and you're just kind of sitting here waiting to get stopped out? I don't know. I don't want to be so negative about it, but let's just wait to see. I'm going to give it a go. So you guys know that my stop right now on Amazon, 15, so maybe that's a little bit too low, but that's what we're doing. All right, Google, nice pullback again, great pullback again on Google, hitting the scanner now down to a 200-period moving average, so 2.44% right there. Let me have a quick look at Quantum. Did we get stopped out of this one yet? No, we did not, because I'm still in it, but we are very close. Our stop is 75. You see, sometimes I didn't even really realize this because it's such a small piece now, but we've been getting out of all of this play. But huge move all the way to the upside. We did really well to hold a bunch up there, so that was pretty lucky to be able to hold that. But, not getting stopped out there, we should have got out right back here. So let's put an offer now at 1908 or so. I feel like we're going to get stopped out, but, if it comes back up there, you don't make that move and then right back to the 50. Look, we rejected the 50-period right there. We rejected the 50-period right there. I would say that traders, if you guys are in QBTS, I don't know what IonQ looks like, but it's probably something similar. Yeah, so it already broke the 50-period and then rejected it as well. So yeah, both of these stocks rejecting and now looking for lower. So yeah, if IonQ is a very similar level here, 45.50 right there, or 45.40 on IONQ, and then probably Rigetti, if they all kind of looking like this. We saw NASDAQ starting to head a little bit lower, and we also had noticed Google heading lower. So there's Rigetti. Rigetti might be the worst of them all. Not that it's the worst for any reason other than it's already at the 200 and looking to break, maybe the weakest so far. Looking to break back down below 1350. If you have shortable shares, this is probably a pretty good short. 1350 break, underneath the 50, underneath the 200. I like a Rigetti break of 1350. Let me just try 100 shares. Do I have to pay for that? No, yes.
Not free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got to log in.
I know. I checked and I chose D-Wave.
All right, we got some
for the
more
locates
Amazon.
on, but maybe that was not the right decision. We'll see. Yeah, Bitcoin is not. All right, it seemed like we were strong enough like a minute or two ago that we're imminently going to get that break, but then the market kind of pulled back a little bit, and the tape is really stalling out here. Going to back off having an offer like right in front of the high, and it's either, I got to make a decision. Like either we're getting out here into the top. I might just get out if we break down underneath this 50, or literally put it at the high of the day. I think that's the way to go. Like set the trail and give it directly to the high and then just leave it alone. That way, if it goes down to VWAP, then we're not getting out at break even and giving it back. We can wait for the volume weighted average price, and if it gets to the high, we'll get everything on it. CoreWeave ended up pulling back, so I guess it was a good short after all. That's just how it is sometimes. And shout out to Nimrod, our good friend. Based on your experience, well, we have experience, but not in everything.
Right.
What usually happens to stocks when company files Chapter 11, example Wolf? Any future for the stock is a long or game over. My understanding is even if bailout or acquisition occurs, the stocks lose their value, diluted to death. So some say majority may be short until it vanishes. OTC maybe. Yep. Those are both things that can happen. So good answers. Good thought, brother. Wonder about this too. Good question. So it is. Look, it's often the case, and I'm not saying. Please do not just buy every single company that says they're going to go Chapter 11 and catches any kind of a bid. But it is very often the case that when it's the rumor before they've actually filed, or at least the first day or two after it digests the news, you can see rallies like.
Come on, Amazon, you.
So if you're going to if you're ever going to take a shot at one of these things long, like I didn't even look at Wolf today, which is embarrassing.
Don't be embarrassed, it's fine.
No, once you see the chart, you'll understand why.
Okay.
So yesterday, remember it broke $1 and went to 80, and then regained the dollar. Where do you think it bounced off the open today? $1 and now that's in the way. There you go. $1.01. So it bounced off $1, and there's your like dead cat bounce. It's short sell restricted, meaning the uptick rule is in effect, so it's more difficult for shorts to hit the bid. Well. It was a great relief rally. I don't think you want to chase this. Eventually, all things get bad. Like after it makes the relief rally move, if it's still there tomorrow, then I'm thinking short usually on these things. And then if it's still there on Monday, I'm thinking short. I remember we did this with.
What about Tuesday?
Well, okay, fine. You know what? First of all, Monday. Not only is the market closed, I'm in Budapest. So
okay.
So like I'm speaking like what I would do. Like I'm not going to be trading next week. But you guys get the idea. We did this with Bed Bath & Beyond, where at least one of us for like 10 days in a row, we were just shorting the pop every single day. And it would just make money every single. And then at the end of it, like the big mockery was like, it was so good. It's like, well, you should have just been, if it was all you did for all your buying power on those trades, it was like the greatest thing ever because it kept trying to go and then just failing. And eventually it did go under. So you get these little relief rallies, just don't hold on to it expecting to have some kind of long-term investment. Like eventually you do end up either delisted or down to the OTC or whatever it might be.
Bed Bath & Beyond, that's
great.
What a crazy name.
You can get really ugly, but yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond was an example of something which you just kept trying to go and you could just short it over and over again. The longs would have some trades in there, but you just didn't want to be holding it forever.
Yeah, no, definitely not forever, ever. Okay, so you're gonna just notice here that Amazon. I'm still trying to do some work on this. We told you we were dip buying this name, and so we got it at 30, and that put our average price where it is. So now we're getting some out here. We got some 45s out, so good out for sure for me up there on Amazon. Not the greatest where we are right now. We'd like to see it continue higher, but the Nasdaq is now dropping. Definitely like it's hot, it seems like now, to the downside. So be careful here with Amazon. Our stop is still going to be at 15s. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. But yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to go, right? I mean, if you're looking at this with me, it looks like Amazon is ready to fail. So there it goes, man, as the Nasdaq goes. We said that we were sort of holding out hope that the Nasdaq would want to go. and it does not. So we're almost got stopped out there. But we'll wait to see now. We're long at 39, so it'll be, that's a 40 out, 15, 25 cent hit. Sucks for sure, but we can hold that in our account. But yeah, we got a little bit out, and by a little bit, we got like maybe 20%. You know, I was thinking that we were going to break higher. We made that move into the 50-period moving average. Oh, God. Please don't keep going down. All right, too bad. The NASDAQ's giving it up. All right, so I don't know why QBTS didn't stop out yet. Oh, wow, it's all the way back up here. Maybe that's why, Sean. All right, I got to go back over to this and get a piece out on QBTS because why not? You made that move all the way back up to 06s right there. I'll just punch some 04s. All right, so we punched some 04s there. I'm also waiting at 06 in case that comes through again for us. We did go in there and pay for shorts. So if Rigetti does break 1350, we're going to get out of there. You know how much it cost me? 200 shares just because, 6 cents. So not that expensive at all right there. All right, I'm going to take advantage of this. I just offered 204.40 there because we just went up to 204.40 on Amazon and then right back down. Look, 10 cents doesn't really matter that much, but even if you only have like 300 shares, it's still 30 or 60 bucks, 90 bucks, like just flashing in front of my face all the time. So trying to take a little bit of profit on it, but I don't know if that's going to come through or not. So that's that one. Yeah, there goes QBTS, man. We just got a 19. So look, we're just doing what we said we would do. Our stop out is right there. I was like, wow, if it gets back to the 50 period, we need to get out. Didn't even realize. I'm like, hey, the market's not doing anything. What's going on with my quantum? And there it goes, nicely played back up to the upside. Not nicely played by me, nicely played by hopefully all of you that got longer down there as we, okay, thank you, Amazon. All right, so now I don't feel as bad. We get out of 10% more of Amazon, and we wait to see if this one wants to finally go high side. Now, come on, futures, man. Let's get some stories. I know what I can do. Here, Neil, we haven't done this in a minute.
Poke the bear?
Yeah, where is it? There it is.
Well, there's actually a literal bear that you can poke.
Do something. All right, so now that we did that, now Amazon is supposed to go up. I mean, I don't know. I'm waiting at 46s for another 10%. Actually, it's 20% at this point now at 46.
Crap.
So that's been the highest we've gotten so far. I think we might have got a 48 or so, but it's never broken 50 since we averaged back into this. So there goes Amazon. Again, Pershing Square got my mind on this, obviously. And okay, come on, do not stop at 40. Don't stop at 45. I know it doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but I want to get that fill because I felt like we've been pretty patient waiting for that. So all right, I'm going to go to 44 then. Trick this market, haha. See if we get it. But you just see right there, right? It only 10%, but we just missed it by 1 penny. So that's kind of a little disheartening there. So let's see if we get back to the upside. We want to hold this into the close. NASDAQ still trying to go. I don't know what's going on with your IBIT.
Well. IBIT's at the same. Like, can't get past 63.6. The high is 63.7. So at this point, if it breaks 50, I'm out. If it gets to 70, I'm out in front of that. But I just tried CoreWeave through the low of the day at the 101 level. Kind of a quick one. And I want to be in it if it breaks down from here. But I also know what happens when it bounces. When it bounces from here, I'm not going to let it go like $4 or $5 on me. So I might take another shot at it. But the market, it's not really doing anything. So to get continuation on the low of the day punch at 330 is really, really tricky. I didn't want to hold on to that one too long. What is also happening was pointed out in the chat, and I was like, yeah, I still have this up. Tesla, the trend from all day long, well, not all day long, but after the opening range, and then right into yesterday's high. So you've got to stop it, you've got the top at yesterday's high, and you have the trend which is held for the entire, since about 10 o'clock. The dip after 10 o'clock was right in here, so that's your opening range in a 338. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty trend break. One that I'm going to take, but Bitcoin just crossed that 60.
Ooh, no man can cross
IBIT
it.
just crossed that 63.6, so it's now a few pennies away from the high of the day, which of course, like, it's an intraday all-time high. And now that Tesla's bouncing, I can move away from it and show you guys IBIT. I'm getting out in front of this and then kind of anticipating that you get one of these, like a topping tail candle, and then some kind of a dip, whether it's a small dip to buy immediately or a big dip to buy. Well, if it's a big dip, it's already 330. We probably don't get a shot at it.
Shit, it's 330 already?
Yeah, if it's a small dip, I'll try to get a small dip on any kind of a fail break. But a couple more cents on IBIT's going to be at the high of the day. Go Bitcoin. There's still a chance for Sharif, man. Like, it's very low probability because I think it's 125. Yeah, no.
His birthday's May. There's what? can easily do
3 days.
it. Easily do it.
No, it could happen. It's just
It was at 100,000
I know.
2 days ago.
It could happen. But if it was 120,
It just has to repeat the last 2 days.
120 would be way better. If it was 120, not 125, I'd give him a much better chance. Because I think the first major resistance is 120, not 125. All right, we just tagged. I'm just going to get out here.
I'm tired of this Amazon trade.
No, I'm the same way. I'm just getting out here. Like we got 2 cents away from getting the top, so I'm just going to get out.
It's all good. We're
Look
fine.
for the fail break now or the next available dip in IBIT, and we'll go back into it. You don't want to miss your chances on a level like this for sure. We'll see if it gets there. As I mentioned, Tesla. This is pretty binary. And like at this point, the trend line also sits at 346. So it's not breaking this trend line unless it loses the 346 level. So it makes it relatively simple here. But I now have no positions, which allows me to do this. Take a quick gander at the early looks for the imbalances. Nothing. ENB's there, Enbridge is there, TAL doesn't really matter. Nike's there, but that's only 730,000. So kind of a nothing burger. But what is not a nothing burger, Christmas just said AMC's is the high of the day, and that reminded me that GameStop had just made a test of the high of the day too. Ooh.
I better make some more money. Christmas is going to be exciting this year at my house, that's for sure. My kids have lost their damn minds. Okay, so Amazon.
That's what kids do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least now they're playing. My son yesterday was playing Battlefield 2042 or something for the PS5, Battlefield Earth.
Oh.
2042. We got the EA Sports all in pack. You can, I don't know if it's $10 a month or something. You can basically play every single thing in there. I didn't even know that existed. That's
sorry, is this on Switch?
PS5.
Oh.
My daughter wanted an NHL, so I was just like,
yeah?
the only thing I could buy. I mean, there's no hockey on the Switch, so. All right, so here we go. All right, we said we were getting tired of Amazon. I'm not getting that tired of it. I mean, we've just been taking some profit on it. You know, thankfully, the dip buy came in, right? We almost got stopped out. Like, this is how crazy that market is. That was an 18 fill, you know? And then if that goes 2 more pennies, then we're stopped out, right? So here, let's take advantage of that. Get some more 39s out right here as the market's coming back in just a little bit for us. Look, I'm sitting here at 49s. If we can get that, then we're just waiting for higher after that. Like, I'm at the high. I'm at 57. So I'm trying to get one more 50, and then we'll see about a 57, and then hopefully they release the hounds on this freaking stock, and we can get back up there to the upside, because honestly, someone's holding this thing down. Why are we just ticking down so easily and then just going up 3 pennies and ticking down 3 pennies? Like, it's nuts. There's a lot of action right now on Amazon. Volume only 29 million. It's all little baby shares in here. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of dark pools. You just got to release this thing. There's still 20 minutes before the market even closes. Before imbalances, and 30 minutes until we close. Whatever, Amazon. Do your damn thing. We only have half of that position left now. I told you we're getting a little bit frustrated with it. Okay, so Uber right there, and why? What? I didn't like this move. What the heck are you doing, Uber? Uber, still Brazilian or Blue Ocean? Oh, BL. That's what we figured out was Blue Ocean.
Blue Ocean, yeah.
So if you're trading with us here at Real Trading, you can trade these names on Blue Ocean. So this was $93 not that long ago. I was like, oh, we're doing well on this $93 mark right there. But just like we got out of some Snowflake, I'm wondering about trimming some of this position. We're in the money 50%, man. I mean, you guys, I traded this live with you. We've been buying Uber live, like with you guys all the time in the $66, $67 area. I think we're long around that price, 66 and change, 65 and change, 67 and change. And we never got stopped out because we didn't have a stop, but it was a little nervous when we came into this level again on tariff time. But we stopped at that exact same level of $60, and then now a huge move up as robo-taxis no longer feared, I guess. Wow, all I had to do was not go to Amazon and stop talking about it. And we actually get that fill, it looks like. Did that just go to 49? Yes, it did, look at that. All right, so we wind up getting that fill. So I'm not gonna look at it anymore. QBTS still at 19. Q's still at up here, but Q's are pushing back down in. We have stop orders for all of these things, so all good on that front. Let's just hope the market rips here into the close.
Well, we'll see. It's about to close the candle now-ish on Tesla. So Tesla just closed breaking the trend line underneath that 346. Get the $0.50, ideally. Yeah, now ARCA doesn't want it.
Uh-oh, now Amazon's going down.
Oh, ARCA, wherefore art thou, ARCA? Don't want to chase it. I want to try to get it right here in the $0.50 on Tesla. The prior bar high is all the way at 346.5. So getting it around the $0.50 kind of sets it up pretty well. Ideally, the other thing too is like this candle could easily just like flash right back up, and then technically it didn't really even break the trend line. Oh, IBIT, whoa. Oh, okay.
That's so crazy. That just happened to me again.
It was, I still have the order out in Tesla, but we were just at the high of the day about to break. We're pulling back. This might be the test of VWAP here on IBIT. So a couple of things happening at the same time. IBIT is about 20 cents away or 15 cents away and dropping into the volume weighted average price. It's past 330, but there could be one last shot. Right? Tesla is not going to fill in front of 50. I'm going to have to get it in front of the quarters if I can. I don't want to chase it too far, but it's still well within the pocket. Now it's really starting to fall. Oh, come on, Tesla. Breathe. It'll get back up there. Like, it's not, trust me, like it's still flashing between 20 and 30 cents. Like, there is a chance that it can sweep you up there and still get the fill. If you chase it too far down, it's like 335. It's not 3 o'clock or 2:30. We have all day, all afternoon for it to get down there. Right, so I don't want to chase it too far. There it is. I just got the 30, kind of left the 35 in there and didn't chase it to the evens. So our stop's already in. Trend line is broken. Sina Shiraz.
That's too funny.
I have not looked at that Domo stock. You're not the first person that has asked about DOMO. So yeah, we're kind of locked and loaded on Tesla. I can have a look at it here. Yeah, I don't know the deal with this. I'm assuming it must have been like, what is this, a report this morning or just spiked up? But look at this. The volume picked up in like random spurts. Very, very choppy trade here. And without knowing the details, this is definitely not something you would be trading at these levels. The only thing you would be doing is holding a short off the top, or like maybe you were long from the open, like down in here, and you're just kind of, it's got a bull flag on it on a breakout, and you're just holding because it's a breakout today. But as far as an actual trade right now, just sliding back in. It's good that it's holding the dip support from the morning, but that's about it. Good luck on the daily chart. Like, this is the kind of thing, like, we're day trading. Like, if you're swing trading this, like, you're probably sitting in it just fine. Like, yeah, it's consolidating, you know, above the prior high. It's probably got roomed up here at $12.50. That's just a different story. But for the day trade, it looks pretty icky with only 20 minutes to go here. In the day, I wouldn't touch it.
That's like an official term, like icky, you know.
Well, the stickiest of the ickies.
Stickiest of the icky. Yeah, we're not talking about that, although we did have that new DEA guy announced right there. So we actually got taken out at that low for Amazon, and then it just kind of popped right back against us right there. So there's our stop there at 17s. Like, that's not even a 15 fill. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not, but we can do it. Yeah, sure. And then I just bought it back, and it went right to the upside. So we're going to use that wick. It's still 15. I don't know. We got stopped out, but we shouldn't have. There. So when that happens, we get right back in. It must have been a dark pool wick. Looks like we may get stopped out. And if you ever do get stopped out, that's fine, but you do want to use e-signal to confirm. Here goes Amazon right back down, to confirm what these wicks are exactly doing. And so there it goes to the downside now, goes Amazon. But make sure you do sign up right now. Look, man, we've done a good job getting you guys this free trial. So we want to make sure that you do take advantage of that. It is Amazon. It is Amazon. It is e-signal. Again, one of the best charting platforms out there. Great customer service, absolutely real time, 24-hour charting. You know what? There we go. We get stopped out of Amazon. No matter the time frame they've got at 1 second charts, tick charts, you can get hooked up to all of the brokers, 50 plus brokers. I'm not sure about all of them, but that's a good number. Tweet it all out, get all of your information going there with real-time scanners. Some scanners go crazy some days, and some days they don't do anything at all. But right now, quantum names today might have been blasting off as well. Curated signals, curated scanners, everything for you. The best charting platform. I've been using it for over 20 years. Scan that QR code in front of you and grab e-signal today. So, all right. Well, I mean, look, I wish I had better news for myself, but there goes Amazon breaking lower right there today. So net, we make money on this trade, but not much. You know, it goes back to the upside there. Good thing we got one reload there. There's not much I can do other than trying to wait for the short, but you know, you can clearly see right now, there it goes, man. The TQ is now breaking lower, so we are out of that. We'll wait to see if Quantum wants to break, but I'm guessing not. So let's just hold this into the close. Maybe we get something. There goes Amazon. We should have maybe been short Apple again, but that's going to the downside. I don't have much else. Maybe we'll just watch Amazon and see what winds up happening here.
Yeah, we're already, it gets crazy. Like Bitcoin, like of course, Tesla was only like 20 or 30 cents down. And Bitcoin, if you shorted it off the high, which has been super strong as well, it's already at the volume weighted average price, but it is 338. it's a little bit late to want to jump on that downside move. So we're just going to go with Tesla. The first bid, kind of obvious, like this will dip into 44 and then a prior high at 44 at around 11 o'clock, and then into the 42 is what we're going to target on Tesla in here. Local yokel, 17% implied move for 30 days on GME. Where'd it go? A little under 14 million in premiums there. So this is one of the things what I love about the show now. It's going to be even better when we do the Studio 8, is when you have questions about options, Joey Options is always here. I mean, he lives here. He
does?
Blazers all.
No, then he's got to pay some rent.
Okay, he doesn't actually.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just exaggerating.
Yeah, no free lunch.
Nobody's always here.
You get a free lunch here, but I mean, no. Other than that, nothing else, Joe.
Yeah, no question that. But that said, like obviously, like I can tell that's significant. 17% implied move is crazy. But he'll always have access to the option chain to confirm things like that, right? Like I can take your word for it, but I'm not sitting here looking it up. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have that at my fingertips. Well, I'm just being, we're just trying to keep it.
We're just playing around.
But at the end of the day, that's something Joe will. And just very quickly for everybody on GME, it's a strong day today, up 8%. I would caution everybody that's getting excited about AMC also going up as well, 11%. Just AMC has been distinctly different from GME for a while. So yes, this is about as good as it's looked in a while. The last time it absolutely trapped people above the 50-period moving average. Like this looked like a really good breakout here, and it was a huge fail at the $5 level. So this one I don't believe in as much, AMC. I'm not saying don't do it. It's just the last time it tried to break out, it was a real bamboozler, whereas GME at least gives you something off that 20 level time and time again. So we just got the 44 fill on Tesla with only 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. Ideally, we'll be out of this before that happens, and then we can trade something for the close. It is MSCI tomorrow.
Ooh,
no,
that's
that's month end.
Right.
I'm gonna miss that. MSCI does the rebalancing, which is a lot of big small cappers will have these changes to the index, but that's always last day of the month, not a Friday. I'm gonna miss that. It's a lot of times it's a really good trade.
Be a good trade, yeah.
Could be a good trade. Hopefully Tesla. You know what? There's no point. I had another offer in there to try and get a better price, like at a little closer to or above the $0.50. We'll cancel it now because it's already made the first move down. At this point, it's break even, or we get this move all the way down to 42. But the other side of that is if 350 hits, I might just punch out if there's an imbalance the other way.
Yeah, I mean, 341 right now. I'm still trying to watch. I mean, we got qubits on our mind. I'm going to tighten this stop up. It's the only position that we have left. Tonight we have Intuit. We have Ross Stores, a couple different plays happening. I'm actually we can quickly look back at Rigetti right now, but QBTS, how about just a 19 break, which would be good enough right now, 1897. Let's make sure it breaks it for a couple pennies there. So if we can get out of that one, we'll definitely do that coming through. Right now, that would be QBTS. So we'll see if there's any sort of a fill happening over there. We just, there it is, nice little size coming through. What's my Rigetti punch short was, wait, that's right, Rigetti's NASDAQ. Not that close anymore, 1350. Come on, charts. Yeah, it was that break right there. We came close to doing it. We went and paid for shorts. We paid 6 cents for 200 shares. Just thought maybe if we can make a quick $100, 1350 down to 13, we would look for that. So that's going to be a play that's on, my mind right there. It looks like IBIT and Bitcoin really retracing back in. Again, are there any other big runners or anything? Oh, Webull after hours. Oops. Webull after hours as well. 1357. I'm getting a little bit of a headache today. I don't know. It must be. I don't do well when there's low ceiling.
There's we got a rainfall.
Yeah. And I gave my last Advil to Adara the other day. So
I'm out of my.
I told Marissa. I think she. Actually, I'm not sure. She was going to go to Costco. I'm not sure. She did go to Costco. That's right. And I told her to get some Advil there. So yeah, get that cheap Advil there from them. No, I'm okay. Thanks. Ramin has her own medicine cabinet.
The Assassino letting us
well.
know that.
Yeah, he's like, hey, do you want me to throw you?
They covered her thing too.
Advil.
I was lied to, by the way. They still haven't broken through that wall.
Wow, Neil. Yeah, don't let them lie to you, my guy.
No, it's just that like I'm on vacation starting next
Scalp
week.
massage?
And I wanted to have some fun. Like once the hole starts getting opened, I wanted to give it some help. That's all I'm saying. It's fun to do, and if you've never done it before, then it's good. Like trading, you're
Eerie
out and about.
pages.
Every now and then you just want to swing something and break something. It's
Yeah, I said go to one of those
cathartic,
rooms, man. Go to one of those.
You got to pay for it. This wall, they're putting a hole in that wall anyways.
Yeah, you're a rich guy. I mean, just pay for it. It'd be
Might
fine.
as well. I ain't paying for no. Look, man, I can't. There's certain things on principle.
Just pay for
I
it.
can't say I never would, but like, come on, man. Like, I'm not.
You're not paying to tear down a wall.
No, like there's a lot of other fun activities I could do. I'll do like an escape room. I'll take the family like bowling. That's just not something that I think
bowling.
I'd want to do.
Don't take the family to an
It's the
escape.
first thing that came to mind because all of our activities are kid.
But bowling is great.
And
I love
like
bowling.
Aaron loves bowling, so like that's. Once you have kids, you begin to realize you do the things that they love, and really, you don't care because it's so much. Like you get to live your childhood again. Like all the things I would only do when I was younger. Like it's like I'm doing that kind of stuff, and it's great.
Gotcha.
Go to the batting cage. That's another one.
There's no more batting cages. There's not too many batting cages.
No, like they don't do batting cages anymore. Like it's just like it'd be like a full baseball facility. Like a lot of them now. Like pure batting cages.
You pay for like an
well,
hour.
at least here they're not the same thing. Like you go to the facility where they have everything, more or less. So different from when we were younger. Like there were at least 4 or 5 batting cages within like a half an hour of me. Now there's none that are solo batting cages.
Yeah. My kid has D&D tonight. Marissa's just messaging me. 1 hockey, 1 D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. So, so he's doing that tonight.
Sit down.
No, it was something. I'll find out more about that character thing because he did the character, but then they were doing something different. So I'm not sure they did it last week. Half elf rogue. Okay, yeah. But he was saying that there was a new book for Dungeons and Dragons, like a 2024 version or something. So he wasn't sure what they were using. So, anyways, I don't know. Just to Neil's point, like just doing whatever the kids want to do, man. Like I never did Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that. But shout out to everybody out there that does.
Nobody at our school did that.
No, that's why to me it's like it's kind of different. Like I don't really.
And we're from a time when people did that stuff.
We're from a time. I mean,
no, I'm just saying, but nobody we know did it.
Oh no! I don't try to be that old.
I knew some nerds, man. I'm one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
I was never
you know
into
yourself, but so I'm surprised that you're not in Dungeons and Dragons. Actually,
No, well, what's crazy is,
or your brother's like an animator. Like he probably was.
Well, no.
No,
we were like chess people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like chess club was.
Yeah.
The stereotypical thing that we.
Yeah, chess club's all good.
Like it was like I play every single sport. And
Amazon's tanking, by the way.
Yeah, we're coming down here. Magic the Gathering, James Dell. Back when this was like right now, anybody that's left is remote, and it's now the studio. But when this floor was full, there was a large group of Magic the Gathering players. Let's just say like half the floor was into it. I never played it, and I don't really even understand it all that well. But yeah, some of the guys collected the cards, and they would play at lunchtime and everything. I just never really got into that kind of stuff.
Same.
But you should always look. I mean, I think having a hobby makes a lot of sense. All right, we're getting into 3. Well, I'm just saying, like I don't.
Of course.
Nothing against it. Pokemon, whatever. Like, do you? I collected baseball cards. I played chess, play sports. Do your own thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, we have 4 minutes to go. Check that. 3 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. So I've tightened my stop. Here back into, like, this is 344, that prior high. So we're either getting into 342 or this is going to break 344 to the upside on the imbalances, which there's still nothing. It's just Enbridge to buy at 1.4, Ford to buy at 1.4, which is nothing for Ford. J&J 1 million to the sell side, HPE 1 million. Those are all early looks, and that's about it. We'll see what happens in 3 minutes. Maybe the NASDAQ shows something nice here. My goodness, IBIT really dropped.
The whole market. That's what I was trying to say.
I'm just looking at, like IBIT from that, it tagged in front of the all-time high, and just that is such a good short on IBIT. Whatever. Yeah, wow, okay. It's absolutely tanking here.
Poor Sharif.
Yeah, well, yeah, but we're still at 111.
There goes QBTS.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I just showed you guys the chart of IBIT. Like, it looks really heavy, but like it just went from 111 high to 111 low. Like, come on. Like, we're all still good when you own Bitcoin. It's just if you were trading it just now and we're long, you might be a little bit peeved. So 48 now. Should be moving my stop. We're at a supply zone. All right, Gut says, we're at a supply zone and bouncing in front of the imbalances, take it out. So with only 2 minutes to go to the imbalances, you're at a supply zone anyways, which was the morning range top. So I'm just going to get out of it. just, I mean, at 43, like you could sort of see the tape start to change a little bit there. So we'll take a shot at it. Ultimately, it's not going to get to the volume weighted average price, and we had 2/3 of what we wanted in there, but we'll take it if we can get it. It's one of those types of days where like somehow one of the better longs today was a better short up there than Tesla was. Like if I'd shorted IBIT, I would have done better than shorting Tesla.
Right.
It's just so like I'm going to look at CoreWeave right now, and it's going to be at like $95. That's how this day is gone. No. Oh, CoreWeave just bounced off 100. I feel a little bit better about that because CoreWeave did not flush through. So I got out here for essentially like, I just didn't even give it any room on that break of the low, which was a good decision. But Tesla, I'm going to watch this just because it's got this level up here. If it's a buy and balance, I know where I'd want to take a 355 trade. Like if it comes out of buy and balance, I'd look for that to get paired off, like maybe drive it into the high and then try to short it again, just because we were just on that name. And IBIT's, like Bitcoin doesn't have imbalances, so nothing's going to happen there. So with about 30 seconds to go, I'm flat. And Mauricio Romano, I'm with you, Neil, on that short with Tesla, but you took it at 47. You're out at 43 prior level. Thanks for the years of learning. Well, that's the thing. Support and resistance, I'll tell you this right now, support and resistance is always going to get you a better price on the trade. It'll get you a better price. It'll get you a lot of times it'll get you a better stop. That's dead on. I had a line here too in the chart for a resistance level, but I still waited for confirmation because I was bungling the 40 level, which didn't work for support and resistance early. So shout out to you for that 47 trade. The buyers are starting to win there at 43, as you can see, but the imbalances are out. Nvidia's a 3.6 to the buy side. Ford's 2.5, but you probably don't care about that.
Ford.
Open is a penny stock now, so that doesn't really matter. Plug Power is a penny stock. That's 1 million shares to buy. Rigetti is 1 million to buy.
I better get rid of that.
Rigetti is a 1 million buy and balance. That's actually not nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Rigetti's done 156 million shares today. Okay, so about that million being a big deal on Rigetti. Rigetti's done 156 million shares today, so therefore it's a drop in the bucket. I didn't realize the volume was that big on Rigetti. I got a little excited there. I didn't realize. We're talking about less than 1% of the day's volume on that imbalance.
So you guys just super chatted for like learning lessons. I mean, I think that's another one right there. You want to make sure that you watch out for the stock and what exactly the imbalance is and what the effect is on the stock. Because just because it has a big imbalance, that's why we talk about rebalance days, right? I mean, when there's rebalance days, you'll have like outsized amount of shares sitting there, right? And that's when you want to get sort of greedy with what you're trying to do there on all of that. So shout out to everybody today. Thank you for all of the support. NVIDIA with the big buy, right? That's the one that really got this market going right here. So there goes NVIDIA, man. Nice play there as it continues to reach highs right now. Look at that, spiked all the way to 134 on that. And again, that's not a very big number, right? 160, but you could see the effect that it had on it. Definitely shot it back up to the upside. So 4 million shares on 160, still bucket, but you know, nice move, because you have to look at also the level too and see what kind of like momentum it has, what if it can hold that many shares, you know, like that's a big, like every one on when you look at our level twos here, every single one of these numbers is 100 shares. So that's why when you see thousands or something like that, Neil and I are like, oh my God, there's like 20,000 shares. Because most of the action, and there's studies, we can easily go find this out, what the percentage of trades that go through are on dark pools, right? So, all right, let's just see. That's open doors now.
Sometimes we get reports here internally, like at Real Trading. I can't remember the last time we got one, which will tell you like over the last 2 months, the last 3 months, you know, this dark pool does the most on NASDAQ. And this dark pool, and then you get an overall percentage. I haven't seen one of those in a while. I gotta look for those again because they can be useful because it'll help you to know how to trade it and understand. Certainly, like if you're using certain gateways, you're not going to get good fills if 50% of the flow is going through dark pools. If it's like 20 to 25%, different story. You want to make sure you have a good routing key when it's 50%. So only 7 minutes to go in here. I had eyeballs on Tesla just in case it would pop back up. There was, like it did, like it bounced all the way to 344. It didn't have an imbalance, just NVIDIA did, but it did pop $1, but then is continuing right back in. So I guess there's nothing for me here. Johnny C, you're right. Webull earnings, join Sean and Joey options after the bell because Webull, can it make its way back to $76?
Yes, it can.
Well, I was going to say no.
Oh, no, it cannot.
But I mean, come on. It's a $13 stock. You don't need it to go to $77 or $76. 15 would be perfectly good. I'm selfishly hoping it goes back down. I hope it tests lower so that it can be picked up in at like $11 or something like that, in front of that $10 SPAC level, which is always such a good one. So like, I'm not here to pontificate about the valuation. I just think it's a key level. He's not here. We got to use some school words in his.
Yeah, man.
So it's about a minute to go till you'll see some of these start to pair off. Nvidia's still 3.3 million to the buy side if you're trading it. And with the market coming back in, it might not even need to pair. Like, the market's selling it off, and there were no large imbalances, so the overall market didn't matter. Nvidia, yeah, that's going to be insignificant. I'm going to still keep the eyeballs on Bitcoin here. I just want to see if it's going to be able to catch a bid. And where it catches the bid matters to me, because it was a nice low right here, 62.8, and then in the afternoon it's 63. So I want to see there be supply at both those levels, because if it was a good long pretty much all day today, once it broke trend, that's one of the first things I'll look for tomorrow. But I want to see it hold some key levels here on IBIT.
Look at the market come all the way back to VWAP right now, man. 21.30 right there. Coming up after the close into it. Webull, Autodesk, which is ADSK, $2.15 expectation. $300 name for Autodesk. So we'll look for that. INTU, is it? Intuit is INT. Isn't it you?
Yeah, isn't it?
There it is. Okay,
Yeah,
it wasn't showing up until I typed in the U. There it is. Intuit also coming through today. But for me, I'm most interested in, and it's probably not going to be super exciting. Is GameStop tonight too?
No, it's high of the day.
Oh, okay. Webull. Okay, so there's Amazon right now with only 5 minutes left. Look at that, man. Shout out to Stop Loss Gang. Because, yeah, like, you know, you don't stop out there. I don't know where you stop out, but there's the move down in the market. Shout out to Stop Loss Gang here on the TQQs right there, you know, making sure we keep some of that profit in our pocket. That's for sure. Like, all the way back in. Come on. Like, give it up for that. Nice move to the upside right there. The market's getting a little spicy, though, that's for sure. And, you know, spicy is as spicy does. Right now, everything's paired off. Uber, downside as well. Man, that's too bad. I should have got out of some of that trade as well. But Uber pushing lower. Now, only 4 minutes left in the market. All the pair-offs are starting to happen. So I would expect NVIDIA to also be making the move down. So spiked 134, now 133. Sometimes you don't get these kind of moves all afternoon, and you just get a 133 up to dollar, then right down $1 again in a small amount of time. So here we go. Nice move breaking through 203 goes Amazon.
Oh, we're flushing.
Yeah, big time flush into the close. The Nasdaq's going to go red. Wow. So what's up with that heading in? Joe and I coming in 4 minutes.
Yeah, the Nasdaq is almost 100%. At this rate, the ES is already red. Tesla just dropped another $2. Bitcoin or IBIT, whichever you had to be looking at, just broke the local bottom as well. So yeah, we're continuing to bleed going into the close. Like, it's not all that bad. Like, some of these names are, you know, like an example, like Tesla's up 2% and you're just pulling back into the volume weighted average price. But other names are looking a little crazier. Have to acknowledge, maybe it's just one of those days. GameStop is breaking out going into the aftermarket here, almost 10% on the day. AMC was over 10%. I'm not going to double check it. We'll just leave it here. This is worth a look tomorrow. There's no question about it. Long consolidation, finally breaking through 29 and 30. Last time it was here was a complete false break, but that all happened intraday. You're going to close up here above the 30 level this time, which is distinctly different with only 3 minutes to go. Unless something crazy happens, GameStop is going to close above these highs. Worth watching in the aftermarket, but just remember, if you think it's not that liquid now, then in about 3 or 4 minutes, it's even less liquid. So no one ever went broke taking profit here. But shout out to everyone that was long in GME, because a lot of people were talking about it. We decided we wanted to trade some IBIT and Tesla, but GME really had the juice this afternoon. Good for them.
GME is nuts. Yeah, no,
I don't trust it more than a few days. Let's just put it that way. But for now, it's looking real good.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody today. Thank you for all the likes and all the. I got to go over to the desk right now, so I'm going to get out of here. All right, so one more day with Neil. Then it's Obi and I for about a week. So Neil going to be in Budapest. So we wish him. Well, you'll be here tomorrow, so I don't know why I'm doing this now. That should be a lot of fun. And then Adara taking a couple days off as well. We hope that she's doing well and enjoying her time off. We welcome back Bears versus Bulls, man. Always missed on the stream there yesterday. So shout out to Bears versus Bulls, man. Glad to have you back, and thank you for moderating. I mean, you know, you're the. I mean, he knows he's
The best.
Now, maybe he doesn't know that, but we know that he's the best. That's for sure. I mean, a lot of love for him yesterday as he was not present. So big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, man. Thank you so much for everything. And he's always very kind with all
big time
everything that he requests from us. So big shout out to that right there.
And pretty much never takes a day off. Like that's it was crazy because I was
like 2 years in a row or something.
It was something like that. I think it's been literally 2 days. I think 2 days, maybe 3.
Yep.
In however many years this has been, which is, I mean, that's crazy. Like it's crazy. Like shout out to him for sure. Yeah, everybody, it's been crazy. Oh, appreciate it. Bob the dog here. Looks like I'm going home to Hungary next week. When are you leaving? Want a personal tour guide? Well, we have some things planned already, but I'll be there. Like we're going on Saturday, and I'll be there the entire week. There's actually an office for real trading out in Budapest, so I get to meet up with some people from the back office that I haven't seen in quite some time. Oh, we have less than 1 minute to go, everybody. So time is getting on here, but I don't have to worry about hitting the button for the closing bell. Why? Because it's automated. It's not automated in the morning, but you better believe it's automated here for the close. I need to. Yes, we're good. We're good. We have 30 seconds to go. GameStop is absolutely flying into the highs. So congratulations to everybody that decided this afternoon that this bull market rally was fugazi and you wanted to be in meme stocks, because apparently that was the best thing that you could have done with less than 10 seconds. Well, at some point we'll get the camera off me. Satea's going to ring the bell because she's right there. Big shout out to Satea filling in some big shoes for Adara. As the market is now closed, ring it. Give it another one. Give it another ring. That's what I'm talking about. Well, that was pretty loud. That was pretty loud. See, when you get older, you start losing your hearing, and that's probably not helping. Thank you so much to Satea. Doing a great job today, and she'll be in for Adara tomorrow, and I believe, and next week as well. So filling in some big shoes. Unfortunately, you had that pullback at the end of the day, but, and there is a but, the NASDAQ closed green. So the ES didn't close green, but the NASDAQ closed green today, just ever so slightly despite that pullback. So it's kind of a mixed day because of that little bit of a dip that we had. We are expecting Webull to have earnings after the bell tonight. They're a big one. They're not out just now. So everybody, sit back, relax. It's been a fun one, but you don't have to go anywhere. The market recap with Joey Options and Mr. Katina. I don't know why I'm saying that. That's George. And then Sean are going to bring these Webull earnings to you and more. Go get them, boys.
On everybody, yeah, thank you for that throw, Neil. What's up, guy? Joe, how's it going?
What's up, brother?
All right, always good, always good, always good. All right, man, Intuit is out, man. Nice little move upside there for Intuit. Nice move higher right here. We're out. ADSK is now out. We're out. Wow. Autodesk right now banging it out right here to the upside. $2.29, beating $2.15. So Autodesk, a nice beat there to the upside. As these numbers come in, we're going to get them to you. So $2.15. 229, 1.6 revenue as well, ADSK. Not moving that much. Raw stores out. Look at this. Not a good move right there for Raw stores. They're heading to the downside as well. But look at that. Nice little move back. Workday. Wow, how come the day Adara's not here? We like the last couple of days, there's been not too many earnings. Today, they're all flying around.
All these B-listers, I feel like, today.
B-listers, okay, yeah.
They're not A-listers, you know what I mean? They're B-listers. But we got some INTU numbers here.
Okay, let's go through them.
So we got some total revenue grew to $7.8 billion, up 15% quarter over quarter. That is, guys, increased consumer group revenue up 11% to $4 billion. And what else do we got? Credit Karma revenue $579 million, up 31% quarter over quarter there, guys. Increased GAAP operating income $3.7 billion, up 20% year over year there, Katina, man. So some good numbers. And INTU up about 2.7% here on the day, guys. Some good numbers look on INTU.
Okay, man, we like that Intuit, man. You guys saw Joe actually made a joke to me about how am I done filing my taxes?
yeah.
So yes, we are. No, we're done. We're done.
We're done. We're done. We got them done. There we go.
We got those.
Better late than never.
Oh God, something went wrong. I'm trying to get into the chat right here for everybody, but I know it's all good. I wasn't a subscriber apparently because I wasn't logged into my account. But all right, there goes INTU, 682 and change. All right, we are brought to you. We're not brought to you by Benzinga Pro. The market recap show brought to you by ProfitX. So get into ProfitX there for sure. All right, what else is going on right now? We talked about ADSK. So there's into it. Good little look there, Joe. Oops,
We got some EPS numbers here as well too, Katina, man, if you want to hear
ADSK?
For INTU.
Okay, just in a second. Yeah, Autodesk right now, EPS 229 beats 215. Sales of 163 beating 161. So there's ADSK 3 bills. But what does it look like on a daily chart? Right there, taking out $300. We definitely like that one. But okay, Joe, yeah, the biggest name today, market cap reporting into it right now. Market cap of 200 billion. What do those numbers look like? We're all the way up here, almost near all-time highs.
Adjusted EPS coming at $11.65, beats the analyst estimates of $10.91, guys. And then sales, we got a good beat here as well, too. 7.75 billion, beat the 7.5 estimates there. That's what the street was looking for. A good look here in INTU.
Please don't do this, Weeble. Please don't do this. I do not. My heart is not. Yo, that was our desk right there. What's on my side here? Oh, the Allo logo.
The
I didn't know if
Allo.
I had.
Ooh, okay.
Are they going to be
you're going.
Are they going to be IPOing soon? Or? Oh wow,
But that's the thing. That's the issue with Nike now, because you got the Allo on, and what do you got on? No J's on the feet. So
no, I got the today we.
So you're changing.
Whoa.
See,
no,
the
we
landscape is
got
changing.
the Yeezys.
He's a Lululemon and an Allo guy. See you later, Nike.
The pants are Lulu, though, unfortunately. Yeah, and then the Yeezys. The Yeezys are like so 2020, man. I don't know when was the last time Kanye. Yeah. So anyways, okay. No, we're not talking about Kanye. All right. There it is, man. So no, what I was getting interested in here was Weeble, Joe, because I don't want this thing to run because it's kind of a name. Great play by Joe on Robinhood, obviously. We've talked about that over and over again. But if we just sort of look at what Weeble's been doing, here's the IPO. It's been hovering, right? We knew it got squeezed like crazy. Everybody knew that. Not option eligible. It couldn't take much advantage of that. But we'll wait for their first ever public report, Weeble, momentarily. That's what we're waiting for as well. Anything else that came out for you guys? Ross Stores. We talked a little bit about that.
I think that was
Whoa, Ross Stores downside. Ross Stores gap EPS guide 140 to 155. Estimate show 165 for Weeble. So downside play there for Ross Stores, not for Weeble. They missing on their guide. What did they have early, Ross Stores? So let me show you what I'm looking through here. This is what happens. We're doing this live, man. We ain't got no producer. We don't have nothing in our, well, shout out to Brendo, but nobody in our ear right now telling us anything. So we're doing it live. There it is right there, 147 EPS versus 144. So they beat there. They also beat on sales with Ross Stores, but they guide lower. So that's the problem right now for Ross. Gap EPS guide 140 to 155 versus 165. There it is. Deckers, I guess, is out. Appoints Cynthia L. Davis as the new chair of the board. So let's go find out Deckers. Hoka. Hoka, no magic right there today as Hocus Pocus is what I thought about.
Hocus Pocus.
Seen that movie before?
It's been a long time.
It's been a minute. Yeah. We watched, though. That's like a... Who slapped the fail on my guy over there?
Who's that?
Oh, in a long time, he said, yeah.
A long time. Yeah.
There's two Hocus. You even know there's two Hocus?
Listen, I'm a Halloween Town guy.
There we go.
Bang.
All right,
there we go. We made up for that one.
We're better on that one. All right, so there's Deckers, man. If you could find those numbers, Joe, that'd be good. DECK 115. We just went all the way to the downside right there. It just came out on Benzinga. So if you want to look at that one,
all right,
right there, nice move down there for Deckers. I'm hearing a beat in my ear, but what's going on with the stock? We're down quite nicely here, down 5% on Deckers. Do you have the numbers?
I got some numbers here. Full year 2025 revenue increased 16% to a record 4.9 billion. There, guys. Full year 25 diluted EPS increased over 30% to a record $6.33. And share repurchase, that's what the street likes. Some share buyback authorization increased to 2.5 billion. There, guys. The street likes share buybacks, that's for sure.
Unfortunately, they don't like it enough, but they do like it right there. There it is, right there on Deckers. There was a company that recently did a big share buyback that kind of caught us off guard. It wasn't Amazon. Which one? Apple, no.
No,
Apple
no,
has
it was
one.
some-
Apple
I
has
think
one
I
of the
know
biggest
what
ones on the
you're talking
street.
about. Yeah.
Google did 70
AMD.
billion. AMD is what it was.
I
Yeah,
got you.
6 to 7
There you go.
billion buyback there.
What
Good
happened
call
was
there, Joe.
in Saudi, they got the 10 billion from the Saudi,
Right.
and then the next day they would do a 6 billion share
Right.
buyback, right?
Right.
So there
Good
you go,
call.
just
Good call.
funneling money into another location.
All right, Lionsgate Studio. I don't know the last thing that they've done, but here, let's go have a look at Lionsgate again. LION. Pretty nice symbol, right?
Ooh.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
You know, look, I want to ask, actually, I'm going to ask Brian Shannon about this next week, who comes back from vacation. Look at Lionsgate. Can this thing pop? I mean, this thing's been getting beat up right now. Lionsgate Studios right here, adjusted EPS 21 cents, sales 107, beating. So in line with EPS, beat on the sales side of things. Lionsgate right now, what are we doing on the aftermarket? Nothing. So not much going on right now for Lionsgate. Short float only 2%. So I don't know, not much going on right there. Deckers, macro uncertainty, unknown about global trade policies is what they're saying. Oh no, just hearing in my ear, no guidance for Deckers at all. They are not releasing Deckers due to uncertainty. I feel like, Joe, more companies need to be doing that.
Yeah. No
why
guidance.
would you, like if you're Nike, why are you going to come out and guide?
Right.
Like you don't know what's going, I mean, first of all, Nike back into Amazon, what do you think about that?
I don't know how I feel about that.
I think it makes it easier, right? I think most people, they don't want to pay shipping.
Right.
They trust Amazon. The Amazon deliveries are like next day, if not same day.
So more DTC then, direct to consumer, instead of having to go to the storefront, and you can just go now on Amazon and order what you need from Nike.
Yeah, so
I think that was a big mistake from Nike, is opening up those storefronts.
Open up the storefront?
Yeah, I don't think the brick and mortar was a great idea.
Yeah, so what Amazon, I think Nike lost the way there as well, and focusing on too much online.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that they really got hot with Foot Locker. People were lining up in Foot Lockers to get the latest drops, but then they stopped shipping them. And they were using that SNKR site, right? And so they were dropping them on there. All right. You know what was an interesting story that kind of caught me off guard? If we're missing anything, oh, you know what, Joe? What's up with that? What's up with GameStop?
What is going on?
GameStop is still pushing higher right now after hours. I'm not going to stop hitting the bang because there goes GameStop right now up 12%. And it is still pushing higher, guys. I feel like an idiot, not just for this, for many things, but we had talked about why was GameStop holding this $20 mark, right? There it goes, man, through the roof right now for GameStop, all the way up to 31 and change. Do we even have news on GameStop today? And I know Satya was doing a good job filling in there for Adara, but it was a tough one there today. Like, let's just say, what's going on with GameStop? Shares 5% despite the lack of company-specific news. So who knows, man? Retail enthusiasm, crypto market. Oh, yeah. So they did put Bitcoin and some Ethereum onto their balance sheet. Back in February, he posted a photo with Ryan Cohen, posted a photo with strategy chairman, obviously current chairman, Michael Saylor, meaning that they were going to put some there on their Bitcoin. They missed on their revenues and everything like that, but maybe that is exactly what's going on.
It's not, like, we've seen the move that Bitcoin's been on for the past couple of days here, Sean. I don't know why it's kind of moving out of correlation with Bitcoin now. It's kind of like a delayed reaction that we're seeing here. If that is the case, we obviously don't know that 100% to be sure.
Right.
But I mean, if it was going to be trading higher due to Bitcoin being on the balance sheet, why wasn't it participating when Bitcoin was trading higher for the past couple of days? That's just my question. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. I don't think GameStop has actually even officially said the amount, the price they have, the date they bought, or what. So GameStop is a very, very dangerous name to short.
Yeah.
Because we know it's all over Wall Street bets. We know it's all over like swaggy stocks and all that kind of stuff. All the websites there. People love Reddit. You know, they love GameStop. You know, talk about Reddit. Reddit actually had a squeeze today, I thought near the end of the day, but we've already broken below that $100 mark there. Did Reddit start to go? Yeah, it was actually midday, I guess. A nice little move higher there on Reddit, 98 up to $100, and then the fade again into the end of the day there. What is Webull? Are we out on Webull yet? So no.
I don't see anything.
So right now we're waiting on Webull. We still have his screen up, which is no problem there, Fabian, but if we can come over here.
And we got the raw stores guidance as well, too.
Yeah, I don't know if we went over the raw stores guidance.
I don't see too much. I don't got the numbers here just yet, guys, but trading lower after company issued Q2 EPS guidance below the street's estimates there, guys. So that could probably explain why we're getting a move to the downside here in raw stores.
Yeah, no, the numbers were 147. So 147 beating 144. Sales also beating, but again, a bad guide for raw stores. You know, XRT is a great way to get involved involved with retail. Again, Amazon's a portion of this as well. So there's XRT, the retail ETF fighter ETF on that one. So today, again, you know, we did have the Marijuana Moment is a great website, and I heard in my ear as well that Donald Trump, I guess, approved a new head of the DEA, which has not necessarily said anything negative about the scheduling, about is that your trumpet? No,
that Donald?
That was Donald. Yeah. So right there, got to schedule. We're idiots. Got to schedule one narcotic there. So we're going to figure out where that falls for MSOS and marijuana, but up 1% today. I think if you're going to take a stab at something, this is not horrible down here at the 50-period moving average. But the problem is with the space, you know, stuff that you can plant in the ground and watch it grow. I mean, I feel a little bit like, I don't know what I feel about those investments other than the fact that I'm down 98%. So that's great on some of those. What's going on with
you and I both, brother, we're down.
And thank God for Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Or else maybe my wife, I don't know.
The good old Aurora cannabis doing
The bank may own my house otherwise. But no, we're just playing around. Okay, so nice move down there for TAN today. Again, some of these names there with the new bill and whatnot. No one's really focused anymore on energy, especially renewable energy right there. So the solar names continue to get hit. This is a space where, they're a very capital intensive space. So the reason why some of these names get hit, especially when we need to be, you know, burgeoning industries, is because if the cost of capital goes up, people are less likely and companies are going to have to pay more on their debt, and it's harder to receive funding from firms to sort of explore and survive, right? And so TAN downside, FSLR also. And again, we looked at FSLR right there, nice downside play there as well for First Solar, Solar Edge and all this. They've been getting really hit lately, so we watch out for that. What is Block? Data sharing ETF. I'm not even sure why this is on here, but that's down a little bit today. You know what was a great day today? Snowflake, man. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. I got out at 200, 199.50, thinking that was a pretty good out. I'm happy with it. But I'm not going to hate on that return. I'm going to get that money to work now somewhere else. But Snowflake right here on a 1-minute chart, it goes out on the high of the day. We really love stocks that report, then go out on highs. So congratulations to those of you involved with Snowflake. It looks like they're going out on the high of the day.
I did my options segment on it yesterday.
Yeah, that was a great call.
Yeah, I don't think anybody called on that one.
The thing about the options is you don't really want to play options ahead of earnings, right? It's too expensive.
Well, see, that's the volatility will be priced in, but there is strategies. That's the cool thing about options, is that there's multiple strategies. As long as you know what you're doing and you're aware that there's going to be an increased premium via the increase in volatility, then there's definitely a strategy that you can
Isn't it kind of like flipping coins? Because we don't know.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's essentially flipping a coin. So a straddle, when we buy a call and buy a put, essentially you're just like, okay, which move is going to be larger? And hopefully that one contract completely outweighs the other one as well too. So that's the one key thing about options strategy. We got Webull.
All right, Webull's out.
Let's go.
You're not going to find this anywhere else, man.
Nope.
Nobody else is even talking about this right now. I have CNBC on. They're on commercial. Okay, so here we go. 14 right now for Webull. We'll get those numbers. They're going through them in my ear. We're going to figure it out. Workday, WDay also. They're out. They're coming to the downside. We've already talked about that. You're a little late on that one, CNBC. We talked about Workday a long time. So here we go. Webull now out. Not doing anything. So I don't know. We're going to wait. I always feel like we don't necessarily need to be involved in these companies until we turn a profit. So we're going to wait to see what Webull's numbers look like. I don't have them yet. If anybody sees it on Twitter, let us know.
I got some numbers here, Katina.
So you're parsing through. Let's go.
Yeah. So total revenues grew 32% year over year, guys, to 117 million, reflecting strong account and trading volume growth here. Customer assets increased 45% year over year, driven by increased customers and net deposits. So that's really key and important as well too there, guys.
All right, so yeah, I don't know. We'll wait. I want that EPS number. You don't have the EPS.
We don't got the EPS.
Okay, so we'll wait for that. I mean, I just want to see where we are as far as Webull is concerned. But there it is right now on a 1-minute chart. I'm actually going to drop it down to a 30-minute. I'm really interested in this name, guys. I just want to do this just to see where we're coming from. So I actually want to go longer than this right now. Let's go 60 minutes. So there it is, man. There's the 200-period moving average. Just trying to see like how high we could get. We're not going to get to 18, I don't think, unless there's something that we're missing right now. But Webull, this could be a good level right there, 13.40. That's kind of where we're dancing right now. If there's any upside push, maybe 15.60, $16 there for Webull. That's a good line right there. We topped out at 16 earlier, 16 again, and then 16's been a good level there. So we'll see about, guess what number? 16.
16.
On
I think
Webull.
45% year over year in net deposits is really big number. That's something positive that you want to see, especially with this company like Webull here, guys.
Okay, yeah. So again, we'll wait and on Webull, but again, sorry about that. Not much happening at all for Webull. Did Target have a rebound day today? Yeah, up 2%. So a little bit good there. News for Target coming back today. Target's been really beat up. Look, if you can, so that's earnings, right? That's this yellow line. If we can actually take $100 now with earnings in the rear view, your boy goes.
Ooh. Stocklets. You grabbing some?
Yeah, man.
Woo-hoo.
Going long on Target.
Hey, you're going long on Target. I was saying to Sharif the other day, I want a list of the stocks that you don't own.
Right.
Just because I know you're in so much. So that I can buy what you do own. I don't need the list of what you're in because it would be longer than what you're not in, I think.
Yeah, I'm in like 30 or 40. I'm in like 30 or 40
so
games. But Target would be, hey, Katina Capital initiating
There you go.
a buy rating right now on Target. But
increasing estimates.
But
we love it.
we're, because we're traders.
Yeah.
The buy rating doesn't activate until we get north of $100. And right now we're at 95.
You're getting the upgrade from Wilson.
Yes. Not upgraded yet right now on that. Okay, there it is.
We got the
Holy
numbers.
shnikes. Got to be careful with this Webull number, guys. I just see something not nice, as my nonna used to say. Shauna, that's a no nice. But right there, no, it was my brother. She always said that too, not me. No, but here it is. Look at this. EPS, 6 cents up from minus $8 year over year.
That's
So I don't know what numbers they were putting when their funding round. I'm surprised they got any funding at all if that's the number they were showing. But that might be a mistake. But anyways, the Q1 EPS that we're getting right now, negative 6 cents. All good, man. I am not trading this name long until we see a green EPS. When Robinhood turned green, all these stocks, Palantir turned green, all these stocks, bang, that was the indicator.
Well, I like this number. I mean, it's almost 100% increase over year there, Katina, man. So, I mean, you're on that trajectory. This could be a good potential buy, especially with some of these numbers here. They also
are we initiating a buy on this right now? What are we doing?
There we go. Do we
We're changing the show on the fly.
Do we upgrade it as well, too? Initiate a buy program here in Webull. But we also got the revenue, too. The company reported $117 million in sales this quarter. This is a 32% increase over sales of $88.9 million the same period last year there, guys. So there you go, buy rating.
All right, I hope, what's up, Lasmel Melendez? If you're tagging at Neil Roberts, he gone, right? So we hope that he's having a good time on the subway right now or so. So hopefully he didn't get too wet. I don't know. So I went to the gym at lunchtime. It was fine.
Okay.
It was a little rainy. Little rainy.
Yeah.
You know what? I was like, oh, and I was saying this to Marissa as I was talking to her on my way over there. I'm like, oh man, this is going to be good. There's going to be nobody here. It's raining. Who's going to take the time, go to the gym in the middle of the day when it's pouring rain? Packed.
Look at that. No one wants to be outside there.
Damn, you guys, get on my way. All right, so anyways, Webull, I'm not doing much here after hours, so thank you for tuning in for Webull, but right now we are hitting a downside play there. Let us know if you like the combo here, Joe and I think this is the third or fourth time I'm having a lot of fun, so thank you, Joe, for stepping up and in on that one as you're filling in, of course, for Adara, who does this, and I'm here tomorrow as well. So, okay, here we go. That's up to you if you want to come back with me tomorrow. That'd be great, but I don't know. Friday night in the Wilson household, probably a busy one.
It is a busy one. You know what we got tomorrow, Katina, man? We got dog training. So we have on Fridays. We got to talk to Selena about this one. Friday evenings, dog training in Etobicoke. At 5. This is crazy.
Where do you live?
Know how to? I live in Liberty Village. So do you know what it's like?
Not that bad, my guy.
No, but do you know what it's like getting out of the city?
Are you doing at PetSmart? At
PetSmart. We're doing exactly at PetSmart.
Or wherever?
Exactly on North Queen there.
Yeah. You know exactly where it is.
That's where we're going.
I'm there like almost every day, not at that PetSmart, but in that area.
In that area, that's
My daughter's going to Sherway tonight, and that's where my kid. That's a huge mall. Here, that's my kid is doing Dungeons and Dragons somewhere near there. Joe, into it.
What do we got?
Absolutely
Still flying.
Blitzing right now goes into it, man. Congratulations to everybody there. If you paid taxes, did you use their software? Into it. Nice move to the high side right now. We just talked about that market cap at 190. It's 205 right now. Into it. Taking some out upside right now is into it. Look where we are, Joe. Oh my. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. On a weekly chart, we are now taking out all-time highs. Bye-bye. Goes all the way back to September of 21, says NSYNC. Bye to that one right there. Nice move for Intuit. Hey, someone's asking me what's the move tomorrow. What's up, Tempanada?
Ooh, what's up, Tempanada?
Not empanada.
I like empanada.
Yeah, I know. You know what I like about Joe? Do the double shot right now. Joe always does this. He's like, I like empanada.
I like empanada.
All right, so there it is. Thank you, Sebastian, for your kind words right there. I'm glad that I'm talented at something. I'm still waiting for what that is. Nice move there for Intuit. Again, what's the play tomorrow, says empanada? You know, we got to wait for a pullback. You know, we saw that nice move for Snowflake, and I just want to talk about that. When stocks are a little bit more expensive and they come out and they have a decent, I don't want a weekly chart. Let's go to a 15-minute chart for Snowflake. So again, there's Snowflake's report yesterday. Same kind of move, right? Taking it out, getting back to those levels, a key level of $200. Well, look what happened off the open. So here's the nice move up to 199. Then it just got faded all the way until we opened up. Then the move happened, but it did give you a dip by opportunity in and around 10 o'clock. So I think for a name that's this heated right now into it, you want to really let this thing settle down. So wait for a level to develop tomorrow. Absolutely. Join me tomorrow at 8:30. Joseph and I and everybody will talk about Intuit. It'll be most likely on the watch list, and if not, it'll be a name. Just hop into the chat, tag us. For sure. We definitely will talk about that. Just on, we're going to go over some more things here, but gold finally with a little bit of a pullback today. Still down 1%, but gold's been on a 4-day winning streak, so giving some back there today. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, all higher, and then today a little lower, giving it back 2 days. We'll watch out to see if it breaks 3 bills, right? That's going to be key for gold. It's crazy cousin silver as well, not doing as well on the daily as gold, but still near the highs. What do you draw this over here on Neil? Get rid of that. There we go. So we'll wait to see what happens right there. We all share this Trade Ideas account as you go. Looks like airlines today, Jets ETF. We don't have that much love in the ETF space today. Not that many sectors upside. Where did the NASDAQ go out? Actually, we didn't even start the day with that. So the NASDAQ finished flat on the day, 0.18. The S&P 500 also finishing roughly flat on the day, 0.2. Some of this is going to be included in the after hours move. So unfortunately,
well, the Decker's guide is out here too, and we figured this out as well too. There's no numbers necessarily, but Decker's Outdoors says, given the macroeconomic uncertainty related to the evolving global trade policies, the company will not be providing full year guidance for fiscal year 2026 at this time. And this is exactly what we expected here. So they're not going to be giving any form of guide, especially with these tariffs still looming here, guys.
Right there it is, man. We're going to do roll call in a couple minutes, but I do want to shout out this guy right there, Hodling BTC right here. So he or she wants to thank Trader TV Live. It's not about the... Look, Fabian and Joe are getting really excited about your name, but I wanted to talk about this right there. Thank you for helping me tune up my game. We turned into PA into a nice chunky bag, killing it with call options on the long side. So there it is, Joe. That's for you right there, or for all of us, I guess. Taking call options on the long side. Look, I called this a bull market a couple weeks ago, still continuing to go higher, and it's not me calling it, it's just a statistic. We've been up more than 20% from the bottom. So sometimes when you're in this market, we had good friend JC Peretz on the show a couple times, and he says, we're in a bull market. You know, we got to buy stock in a bull market.
That's simple.
You know,
right?
Fan of the Miami Dolphins.
Ooh, okay.
You an NFL guy?
Yeah, I was a Ravens guy back in the day.
Ravens guy.
Big time.
What about now? What do you mean back in the day?
Well, see, I lost my passion for football, Katina, man. I used to play in high school. I was a Ravens fan for as long as I could remember, and then I just lost it. There's too many flags, too much going on with it.
I guess you're not a fan of flag football.
No,
okay.
Well, I mean, I played all football, but I was in school at Guelph when the Ravens won.
Did you grow up in Guelph?
No, I didn't grow up. I went to school in Guelph.
Okay,
So I was there when the Ravens won in the 2013 Super Bowl.
Yeah, I have a couple cousins and everything living in Guelph. I really like that area. I like the West. I went to Waterloo.
Oh, you like it? I thought you didn't like it. Yeah.
No, it's Western Ontario. It's not even really that west, but
it's like the
hour.
Mid. Yeah, it's like an hour
on the 401 from here.
Yeah, I like Guelph. It's a good town.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I like that whole space there. I think that's the only riding where the Green Party, I believe that's where.
Wins?
They win all the time, and Guelph University known for their agriculture.
So there you go. I would have known nothing about the agriculture.
What did you take?
I took underground engineering there. Yeah. Heavy equipment operating.
Well, sorry that you're with us then.
It is what it is. It is what it is, brother. We like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to pull Neil from, apparently he told this story the other day, hanging signs up was what Neil was doing. And then I was just like, yo, my guy, I'm hiring traders. Come with me. And I'm glad that Neil's done that. And obviously he is as well. We talked about that.
Heavy equipment operating, blueprint painting, everything along
those lines. Do what you got to do, man. That is for sure. So, all right, again, thank you so much for everything today. Let's just go back over to Webull just real quick. Again, if there's anything else on those numbers that we can find, we'll do the best for you right here. I'm going to call up the Benzinga Pro platform and just have a quick look because I just want to know if those got changed, right? Webull, because that number looked a little there. All right, now it's changed again. So I thought I saw maybe 7 cents, but now it looks like 6 cents there, up from minus $8. So I'm not sure what that was. Year over year sales also higher. We don't see a guide here at all for Webull. So I think that's probably a little disappointing for the street right now. So Webull just pulling back into $13. So I wish more was being said about this Webull move. I'm not even sure what the implied interest was on this kind of a move, but I can tell you pretty disappointing there. Look, it just goes back to where we were today, basically at the open. So Webull pushing back down a little bit, but still a negative quarter for Webull. It looks like the most disappointing name this morning or this afternoon will be Ross Stores. They're getting hit down 9% there on a double beat, but a poor guide. The winner of it all will be the Taxman Cometh. So Intuit winning as well, though, but still off the highs a little bit, but $722, the high $729, Intuit nicely played there to the long side. But yeah, not much else to talk about right here today. Obviously, we had a big move in Google again near the end of the day. I'm not going to go over too much because we're running into time, but Google pulled back and actually, I was going to say they went red, but they didn't because yesterday we closed out at 168, but Google closing around 170. What a nice move. I know you had this one early as well. Yeah. Nice move up to 176. And then we did have Amazon, and I'm trying not to talk too much about mega cap names. We've talked a lot about those today, but Amazon pulling back in near the end of the day. What a sad move there, right? There's that person.
Yeah, I took a couple attempts on it in the afternoon as well, too, and it just didn't want to continue with any of that strength.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see that going right there. Thank you so much, Charlie Taff, right here in the chat saying, Sean, Katina, and Joseph, you boys are kicking ASSS as always. So thank you so much to everybody out there and everybody, whoopsies. Shake, get it back. Make sure you do have a good night. But, you know, this show's not done until we do something.
Ooh.
You know what that thing is?
Roll call.
Roll call. All right, well, let's see who's still here with us, man. We want to thank everybody for staying late one more time. And remember, we are live every single day at 8:30. So set your scanners, hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you don't hit that subscribe, we send out a little notification every morning to remind you. Joe and Sharif are on every day at 11 o'clock. Neil and I from 8:30 to 11. Neil and I back again from 2 to 4. And then we rotate out here into the close. But there it is. We're brought to you by Real Trading. That's for sure. And this after show, the recap show, brought to you by Profit X. So make sure you do look in the link for that description and click it. Look in the description for the link.
Click,
Joe, is what we're doing right now.
In the description.
Chex watch. Ooh.
Chex watch.
We got a different watch today. No, we got the Breitling on today. Your watch is looking nice, man. I like that little black.
1957 Rolex.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I like that one. That would be nice if that was true. But shout out to Joe, my guy. All right, we delayed it a little bit. Let's do it again. It's roll call. All right, here we go, man. A lot of people waving. Hey, Dexter. What's up, Dexter? I haven't seen you here too much lately. Hey, you get ready too, man. I'm going to be asking you for some roll calls there.
I don't have the chat up like you there, brother.
Okay, so Joe not interested in you guys. All right, what's up to Bear Slayer? Oh, Bear Slayer, my guy. Oh, Canada, right there as we shout out to Bear Slayer as well. Tia says, hey, what's up, my guy? Or what's up to Tia saying what's up to us. Never, ever, always says shout out to us as well. He-Man with that is a Travman waving, Hodling waving again. Wall Street, this guy right here, Suricor Trader. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing all this. Is happening pretty fast.
I know my guy Mike the Rider's in there. I know Gorev's in there. I know Los Polios is in there. I don't even need to tell anything else. Pug Life. Who else do we got?
We got Bob the Dog. Bob the Dog. Oh, by the way, I did find out who owns Loblaws.
Bob Loblaw.
Yeah, it's Bob Loblaw right there. So shout out to Bob Loblaw. What's up to Esky, man? I love you too. Shout out to Esky as well. Shout out to Bob as well, buying Loblaws every day. Bob Loblaw right there. Why Not is here as well. And the philanthropist broker is here. Thank you so much. That's enough. Get rid of roll call. All right, Joe, so you've got dog training tonight.
I got tomorrow, Friday.
Oh,
six
Friday. Okay. What's the plan then for tonight?
Hockey, 7:30.
Hockey. How's the knee? Everything's going good?
Knee's tough. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, it's been a tough go on the knee. Can't really play at 100%, but we try to just get out there and move the legs. You know?
All right. So I do this with Adair. I'm doing it with you.
All right.
All right. So we give a little pound at the end of every day, but I got to ask you a question.
Okay.
This is your Stanley Cup winner. Who is it?
Who is it?
You got to tell me.
Who is my?
This is the Stanley Cup winner. Now, who you got?
The Florida Panthers.
Edmonton.
Ooh.
All right.
So he's talking about a rematch here, guys.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see Edmonton back in there. That'd be sick. Edmonton lost last night to Dallas. Shout out to the Dallas Stars, man. That Mikko Rantanen is something else, man. That guy literally. Imagine we got that deal done. Marner for Rantanen was proposed by the Leafs.
He had back-to-back hat tricks.
He had the no trade clause, Mikko Rantanen. So unfortunately,
No, Mitch had the no trade.
Mitch did.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, Mitch had the
and
no trade.
he said no. He wants to stay in Toronto.
Said,
but,
see you later.
Now he's probably out of there. I would love that trade.
That's fine. We'll free up the cap.
He might have been in the cup.
I'm
All right, thank you so much. Oh, it's someone's birthday today. What's up,
Whose is it?
Viral86? Happy birthday to you. But yeah, Bitcoin 112. We'll see you tomorrow. For Joseph, I'm Sean. For Brendan, for Fabian, for Neil, for Sharif, for Satea, for Adara, for everybody that was here today. Thank you so much. For Ramin and Andre, we'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.